in the early 11th century. In which reign was it? This is how the story begins, not with a name, not with a date, with a question that is also a way of saying that the question does not matter. In which reign was it? The reign was long ago. The reign was in the time of the Heian court, when the capital of Japan was Kyoto, when the world was organized around a palace complex of extraordinary beauty, when the measurement of a person was taken not in strength or wealth, but in the refinement of their sensibility, their command of poetry, the angle at which they wore their robes, the quality of the incense they burned, in their rooms. In which reign was it? It does not matter which reign. It matters only that there was a woman. There was a woman. She was not the highest ranking of the emperor's ladies. The highest ranking were the consorts and the imperial wives, women who came from the great families, whose fathers and brothers and uncles held positions close to the throne, whose elevation to the palace was a transaction as much as a romance, a cementing of alliances, a way of binding the great clans. To the imperial house, she was not one of those. She was a lady-in-waiting of the second rank, a koi, a woman of good family, but not the greatest family, a woman who had come to the palace with her beauty and her grace, and without the political machinery that the great ladies brought with them, and the emperor loved her, not as he was supposed to love, not with the careful distribution of attention that a sovereign owed to all his ladies, the measured visits, the formal poems sent at appropriate occasions, the equal distribution of favor. That kept the peace among the women and the clans behind them. He loved her the way a person loves. When they have found the one thing they did not know they were looking for, completely, without reserve, in a way that made everything else secondary, the other women noticed. Of course they noticed. In the world of the Heian Palace, the ranking of the emperor's favor was not a private matter. Every visit was observed, every poem recorded, every morning departure noted. The women and their attendants, and the attendants' tracked the movements of the emperor, the way weather is tracked, for signs of what was coming, for indications of which way things were moving, and the signs were not ambiguous. He came to her. Again and again he came to her. He passed the rooms of the great ladies. To reach her room, which was in the far wing of the palace, near the Paulownia court, the court of the Kiri tree, the tree whose name would become hers. She would be called the Kiritsubo lady, the lady of the Paulownia court, named for the place she had been given, the place that was far from the center, but where the emperor always went. The other women made her passage difficult. This is recorded in the tale with a kind of quiet precision that does not soften what it describes. The corridors of the palace connected the different wings, and to reach her room, the Kiritsubo lady had to pass through corridors that other women controlled, and those women made sure she knew it. The floors of the corridors were found to have been fouled when she passed through them. Her robes were marked. The doors she needed to pass through were found to be locked at the moment she most needed them open. The cruelties were small, each one deniable, each one the kind of thing that could be attributed to accident or oversight or coincidence, but they accumulated. Day after day, the small cruelties accumulated into something that wore at her, that wore at the brightness of her, the way weather wears at stone. The emperor responded by moving her closer. He displaced another lady from a room near his own quarters and gave that room to the Kiritsubo lady, the nearer room, the room that required less crossing of hostile corridors, the room that said, in the language of palace geography, that she mattered most. This made things worse. The women who had merely been jealous became something harder than jealous. The woman in the palace, who came from the most powerful family of all, the lady of the Kokiden, whose father was the minister of the right, whose position and influence were the most formidable in the court, watched the Kiritsubo lady move to the room near the emperor and felt something that went beyond ordinary court rivalry into something more dangerous, because the Kiritsubo lady was pregnant, and a child born to the emperor's most beloved lady was a child who might grow to threaten the succession. The Kokiden lady already had a son, a fine son, a son who was the presumptive heir, and that son's position was only as secure as his mother's position in the emperor's heart, which was only as secure as the Kiritsubo lady was distant from that heart, and the Kiritsubo lady was not distant. The child was born, a boy, and the boy was, from his first moment, extraordinary. The tale says this with the confidence of a story that knows it is describing someone who will be described for 1,000 years. The child was beautiful, not ordinarily beautiful. Beautifully beautiful, the kind of beautiful that made people stop and look twice, and then look a third time, and still feel that they had not quite seen it, that the beauty exceeded what looking could capture. The emperor held his son and felt something that the tale calls a light beyond what the world usually contains. This is the child's first name, before he has a name, the light that comes into the world and is recognized immediately as different from ordinary light. But light attracts attention. The Kokiden lady saw the child. The court saw the child. The politics of the palace shifted around the child, the way water shifts around a stone placed in a stream, everything adjusting, everything recalculating, everything trying to determine what this new presence meant for the existing arrangements, and the Kiritsubo lady felt the weight of it. She had been fragile before. The corridor cruelties, the long walks through hostile territory, the loneliness of being the most loved, and therefore the most hated. She had been managing it, holding herself together, with the particular effort of someone who has more to lose than strength to protect. After the birth, the effort became harder. The child was 3 years old. When she died in summer. She had asked to be allowed to go home to her mother's house, to the place where she had been, before the palace, before the emperor's love, before all of this. She was allowed to go, and before she could return, she was gone. The emperor's grief was not a private thing. In the world of the Heian court, private things did not quite exist. Everything was observed. Everything was known. The emperor's response to the loss of the Kiritsubo lady was watched by everyone and understood by everyone as the measure of how much she had mattered. She had mattered enormously. He could not attend to his duties. He could not maintain the appointments and the ceremonies and the careful distribution of attention that a sovereign owed to his court. He stayed in his room. He sent poems to her mother, from whom no poems were expected in return, whose grief was at least the equal of his own. The court watched and waited. The Kokoden lady watched and waited. Time passed. This is what time does, even in the Heian Palace, even in the world of extraordinary beauty, even in the world of the emperor and his grief. Time passed, and someone came to the emperor and told him that there was a princess, a daughter of the previous emperor, a woman who had not yet come to the palace, who was, they said, of a beauty that recalled the Kiritsubo lady. Not the same. Nothing could be the same, but something in the quality of her presence, something in the way she carried herself, something in the way the air around her seemed to have a particular quality of light. The emperor asked to see her. She was called Fujitsubo, the lady of the wisteria court. She came to the palace. She was given a room near the emperor's quarters. She was given the attention that the Kiritsubo lady had been given. She was given the place in the emperor's heart that had been empty since the summer of the child's 3rd year. The court approved. Fujitsubo came from the highest family. She had the rank and the connections that the Kiritsubo lady had lacked. Her elevation was not a disruption of the palace's order, but a confirmation of it. The ladies who had resented the Kiritsubo lady found in Fujitsubo someone they could accept, and the child, the small boy who had been 3 years old when his mother died, the boy who had been told, as children are told, that she had gone away, that she would not be coming back, that the world was now different in this one particular way from the world he had known. He was brought to the palace to be raised near his father. He was told that there was a new lady, that this new lady was like his mother in certain ways, that it would be appropriate to treat her with affection. He went to see Fujitsubo with the particular hope of a child who has been told that something lost has been found again in a different form. He saw her, and the hope was not exactly answered. She was not his mother. She could not be his mother, but she was something. She was someone who held in her presence a quality that recalled something he could not quite remember, but could not quite forget. The child was 4 years old, 5 years old, 6. He grew up in the palace, near his father and near Fujitsubo, and the feeling he had when he looked at her was the feeling of reaching towards something that was always just beyond reach. The child was beautiful. Everyone who saw him said so. The attendants said so. The visitors to the palace said so. The foreign envoys who came in the 7th year of his life said so in terms that translated across every language as the same thing. A Korean astrologer came to read the child's fortune. He looked at the boy the way a person looks at something they have been trained to read, and found everything they expected, and more than they expected. He said, "This child should have been born a king. He has the face of a king. He has the bearing of a king. He has what kings are made of." He said it as a fact, rather than a flattery. He said it the way you say something, when you are trained to see it, and what you see is undeniable. But the child was not going to be king. His mother's position had prevented it. The politics of the court had prevented it. He was to be given a family name, the name of Genji, the name of the commoner's clan, and sent into the world of the court as a servant of the throne rather than an heir to it. He was given the name Genji. He was given a wife, the daughter of the minister of the left, a suitable match, a marriage that placed him in the structure of the court, in the way that marriages were used to place people in the structure of things. He was 12 years old when he came of age, 12 years old when he became, in the language of the court, a man, and in the ceremony of his coming of age, as the cap was placed on his head, and the poems were exchanged, and the wine was drunk, and the formalities observed, that transformed a boy into a man. In the eyes of the court, he looked across the room at Fujitsubo. She was not quite his mother. She was not quite a stranger. She was the woman who had been placed in the space left by his mother's death, and who had lived there through all the years of his growing. He looked at her, and what he felt was something the story will carry forward for all its remaining pages, something that will drive the next decade of his life, something that will shape him into what he becomes. Not innocent love, not the simple feeling of a son for a mother, something more complicated, something that will not resolve, something that will reach forward into the future and pull consequences behind it, the way a stone pulled across water pulls ripples in its wake. He looked at her. The ceremony continued. The new man bowed his head and received the blessing of the court, and the Genji story began. The second chapter. Hahakigi, the broom tree. There is a tree in the old stories of Japan called the Hahakigi, the broom tree. It grows in the province of Shinano, in the mountains of the interior, and the stories say that from a distance it looks like a broom standing upright, like something definite and present and reachable, but when you walk toward it, when you leave the distance and enter the near, the tree disappears. What looked clear from far away becomes nothing as you approach. The nearer you get, the less there is to see. This is the tree whose name gives the second chapter its title, and this is the chapter in which Genji learns that some things are like that. He was 17. 5 years had passed since the ceremony of his coming of age. 5 years in which he had been the most admired young man at court, the most beautiful, the most accomplished, the one everyone watched when he entered a room, because the room changed. When he entered it, became brighter, became the kind of room worth being in. He had a wife. He had had a wife since he was 12. Aoi, the daughter of the minister of the left, a woman of the highest family, a woman of great dignity, a woman 4 years older than himself, who met his approach with the particular coolness of someone who had been told they were supposed to love someone and had found the telling insufficient. He spent as little time as possible at her house. He found reasons to be at the palace. He had duties that kept him in the city. He was, in the polite language of the court, a young husband who had not yet settled into his marriage. What kept him from settling was not Aoi's coolness, though that was part of it. What kept him from settling was Fujitsubo. She was still there, still in the palace, still the emperor's most beloved lady, still the person whose presence in a room made him aware of everything that was not resolved in him, everything that reached toward something it could not have. It was a rainy night in early summer, the long rains of the 5th month, the rains that come in from the sea and settle over the capital and do not leave for days, that turn the gardens to green labyrinths and fill the canals and make the city smell of wet earth and pine. Genji was at the palace. He had night duty, the obligation of the courtier, to remain near the emperor during the hours of darkness. His room was the room that had been his mother's room, the room of the Paulonia court, the room he had been given, because the emperor could not let go of the space where she had been. His friend Tunochujo came. Tunochujo, the head captain, the son of the minister of the left, which made him the brother of Genji's wife Aoi, which made him family, in the complicated way that court relationships made everything family. They were friends beyond the family connection, friends in the way that two people, who are both extraordinary, and who both know it, can be friends with the particular warmth of mutual recognition and mutual rivalry, held in careful balance. Tunochujo came, and two others came with him, the left equerry, and the secretary of ceremonial, and the four of them, settled into Genji's room, with the rain outside, and the night ahead, and nothing particular to do, but talk. They talked about women. This is the famous conversation, the ranking of women, the rain night rating, Amayo no Shinasadame, the classification of women by a rainy night. The left equerry began it. He spoke with the confidence of a man who has thought carefully about something and arrived at conclusions he is willing to defend. He said, women can be divided into three categories: the highest, the middle, the lowest. The highest class of women, he said, were the daughters of the great families, the women who had been raised in the innermost rooms of the grandest houses, whose every quality had been shaped by the attention of 1,000 years of refinement. These women were perfect, or rather, they appeared perfect, because with the highest women, you could never quite see them. They were always behind screens, behind curtains, behind the layers of ceremony and protocol that kept them separate from ordinary seeing. A man could love a high-ranking woman for years and never know whether the perfection he imagined matched anything real. The lowest class of women, he said, were barely worth discussing. What could be said of them that would be interesting? They existed, they had their lives, but they were not the subject of a conversation between men of the court. The middle class of women, he said, were the interesting ones, the women of middling rank, the daughters of minor officials, the women whose families had once been great and had declined, or whose families had never quite reached the highest level, but had maintained enough quality to produce daughters worth knowing. These women, he said, were visible. You could actually see them. They had personalities that were not entirely hidden by ceremony. They had particular ways of being that distinguished them from each other. They could surprise you. And there was nothing more interesting, he said, than being surprised. Tunochujo agreed about the middle women. He had a story to tell. There had been a woman he had known, a quiet woman, not beautiful in the obvious way, but with something in her that repaid attention, the kind of woman who was more on the second meeting than on the first, and more on the third than the second, who accumulated toward you, rather than presenting herself all at once. He had visited her, he had written to her, he had developed something that might, in the court's careful language, be called an attachment, and then the visits had grown less frequent. He had other obligations, other claims on his time. the way things were at court, the way a young man's life distributed itself across too many demands, the attachment had loosened without anyone quite deciding to loosen it. The woman had said nothing. She had not complained. She had not sent bitter letters. She had not made demands. When he came less often, she simply received him less often, with the same quiet quality she had always had. He had found this admirable, and also unsettling. A woman who said nothing, when you gave her reason to say something, was either very patient or very still inside, and he could not tell which, and the not telling was its own kind of pull. She had disappeared eventually, left the city. He did not know where she had gone. He had a child by her. The child had gone with her. He thought about them sometimes, the quiet woman and the child, existing somewhere he couldn't reach. Genji listened to all of this. He was younger than the others. He had less experience of the middle class of women than they did. The women he had known were the women of the palace, the women of the highest rank, the women whose qualities were real, but hidden behind the screens and the protocol. He listened and he thought about Fujitsubo. He thought about the screen that always stood between them, the ceremony that always intervened, the distance that was maintained by the rules of the court, and that he could never quite cross, no matter how much. Everything in him wanted to cross it. Maybe the middle class of women were the answer to Fujitsubo. Maybe what he needed was someone who could be seen, someone who was actually there, someone whose reality matched the imagining. The next day he had an excuse. Direction taboo, kata tagai, the system of lucky and unlucky directions that governed movement in the Heian world. On certain days, the malevolent spirit of a particular direction made it dangerous to travel that way. A person who needed to travel in the blocked direction had to first spend the night in a different direction and then proceed to their destination. The following morning, Genji needed to travel in the direction that was currently blocked by this inconvenient spirit. He needed, therefore, to spend the night somewhere in the other direction. The house of the Ki no Kami was in the appropriate direction. The Ki no Kami was a young official of exactly the middling kind. The previous night's conversation had described. His house was the kind of house the conversation had described, and in his house, staying as a guest, while her husband was away, in his provincial posting was a woman named Utsusemi. The name means the empty cicada shell, the shell that a cicada leaves behind when it transforms, the transparent husk that clings to the bark of the tree. After the living thing has gone, she would earn this name by the end of the chapter. Genji arrived at the Ki no Kami's house in the late afternoon. He was shown to his room. He was given food and attended to, and through the screens, through the thin partitions, of a house that was not built for the absolute privacy of the palace. He heard women's voices, the women of the house, talking in the room beyond, the sound of women talking when they do not know anyone important is listening, the sound of women being themselves. One voice was different, more careful than the others, more deliberate, the voice of someone who had learned to say less than she thought, to measure her words against the space available for words. He sent someone to find out who was there. He was told, Utsusemi, the wife of the Iyo no Suke, staying here while her husband administered a distant province, a woman of good family who had come down in the world by marrying below her original station. He went to her room that night. She was asleep, or she appeared to be asleep. The screens were thin. The house was quiet. The rain was still falling outside. He went to her. She was not willing. The tale records this plainly in the way it records things that are difficult to record without dwelling and without concealing. She was not willing. He went to her anyway. This is what happened. And then morning came, and he left her, and returned to his part of the house. And the night ended, and the direction taboo expired, and he had what he had come for, and she had what she had not asked for, and the tale moved on. But here is what matters. She did not pretend. After that night, after what had happened, she did not receive him, as though nothing had happened, or as though what had happened was what she had wanted. She refused him. He sent letters. The letters were the language of the court, beautiful letters, letters that said, in the delicate, indirect language that the court had developed for saying difficult things beautifully, that he thought about her, that he wanted to come again, that the night had meant something to him. She sent back what were required: brief poems, polite, correct, completely closed. She had her own language, and her language said, I know what you are. I know what that night was. I am a married woman. I will not pretend otherwise. I will not come toward you the way you want me to. He found this more interesting than anything he had expected. He had expected the usual. He had expected the woman to respond the way women responded when Genji paid attention to them, with gratitude, with availability, with the quiet shift of someone who has been seen by someone important and who understands what that means for the way they think about themselves. Utsusemi did not shift. She remained. She held her position. She refused him with a consistency that could not be explained by dignity alone. She was also afraid. She was also struggling. The poem she sent back gave glimpses of this, the effort required to maintain the refusal against something that was real and pulling. But she maintained it. He went to the house again. He went with a different excuse. He found his way to the room adjacent to hers. He waited She knew he was there. She understood what his coming meant. She had been waiting for it, the way a person waits, for something they know is coming and can neither welcome nor stop. She slipped away. She left the room while he waited. She moved through the dark house without making a sound, and went to sleep in another room, leaving him with an empty space. Where she had been, he found her robe, the robe she had been wearing. Left behind in the room she had vacated, like the shell of a cicada, the transparent husk, the form without the living thing. He held the robe. He could smell her in the fabric. He could feel the shape of her in the cloth. Everything of her that she had left. By leaving nothing of herself, he made a poem. He compared himself to a man lost in the forest of the broom tree, approaching what seemed real and present, and finding it gone, finding only the evidence that something had been there. Utsusami, the empty shell, the name she would carry through the rest of the story, the name that was given to her by the shape of what she had done. She had transformed and left the shell behind and moved to where he could not follow. She appears again later, not often. The tale returns to her at a particular moment, years later, when the shape of both their lives has changed in ways neither of them could predict. But that is later. Now she is the woman who refused Genji when no one refused Genji, who held her place when the most beautiful and most desired man at court came to her room in the dark, who found the way to say no without saying anything, and to make the no more eloquent than any yes could have been. The broom tree, seen from a distance, present, approached, gone. She was the first woman who taught Genji. That distance was sometimes the only honest measure. The fourth chapter, Yugao, the evening face. There is a flower called Yugao in Japan, the evening face, a white flower that opens at dusk and closes before morning, a flower of the fence lines and the walls, of the modest parts of the city, where the great families do not live, where the gardens are smaller and the houses are closer together, and the flowers that grow there are not the formal flowers of the great houses, but something more accidental, more quietly there, more the kind of thing you notice when you are not looking for anything, and the evening is coming on, and the white flower catches the last light from the other side of a fence. Genji was 17. He was on his way to visit his old nurse, the nurse who had fed him when he was too young to remember, the woman who had held him in the time before he knew what holding was. She was ill. She lived in the part of the city called Gojo, the Fifth Ward, a part of the city that Genji did not usually have reason to pass through. That was not the part of the city where people of his rank usually found themselves. He went in a carriage that was not obviously his, an ordinary carriage. He went without the full ceremony, of his usual comings and goings. He had learned by now the particular pleasure of moving through the city as something other than what he was, of being present in places where he was not expected, where the usual calculations did not apply, where people who did not know who was passing looked at him with ordinary eyes. At his nurse's house he found her improved, better than he had feared, sitting up, glad to see him, the particular gladness of someone who has been ill and did not expect, the person they most hoped to see. He sat with her, he talked with her, he asked the questions you ask when you have been away and the person you are visiting has been close to the edge and has come back, and then through the screens, through the gaps in the fence that separated his nurse's modest house from the house next door, he saw a flower, white, on a vine along the fence, opening in the approaching evening, the Yugao flower, the evening face. He asked what it was called. A servant said, Yugao, the evening face, the flower that opens at dusk. He asked someone to bring him one. The servant went to the fence to reach for a flower, and from the other side of the fence, from the house he could not see into, a small girl appeared. She held out a fan. Put the flower on this, she said. The fan was white, and on the white fan was writing, a poem, in a hand that was careful and graceful, and that belonged to someone who was not, by the existence of that hand, an ordinary person of that part of the city. The poem said, I wonder whose face this is, this evening face, reflecting the white dew's light. He was interested. He had been interested before. In Utsusemi, in Fujitsubo, in the theoretical middle-class women of the rainy night conversation. But this was different. This was someone who had reached toward him first, someone who had taken the occasion of the flower, and the fan, and the small girl sent to the fence, and had made of it something unexpected, a poem, a question, a reaching. He returned the fan with a poem of his own. He went home. He thought about the fan. He sent someone to find out who lived there. She became known as Yugao, the evening face. She was not her own name. She was named for the flower, by Genji's attendants, and by the story that would be told about her, the story that was already being shaped, by the fact that she was the person who sent the fan with the poem. At the moment of the evening flower, her real name was different. Her real history was different. She had been before the house on Gojo, someone else, someone connected to the court, someone who had had a different kind of life before circumstances had brought her to the modest house where the Yugao grew along the fence. But Genji did not know this yet. He only knew the fan, the poem, the small girl, the white flower in the evening. He went to her house. He went in disguise, or near enough to disguise, without the full display of who he was. Without the name, he went as someone who was interested in the woman, who sent poems on fans to strangers at fences. She received him. She was gentle, the gentleness of someone who does not push anything away and does not pull anything toward her, but simply is there in the room with a quality of presence that was unlike anything he had encountered in the palace. The palace women were formed by the palace. Even their gentleness was shaped by the requirements of court life, the need to maintain position, to manage relationships, to always be aware of the audience. That was always present. Yugao had no audience. She had no position to maintain. She was simply herself, whatever self that was. She held it quietly, and the quietness of it was something Genji had not known. He was looking for. He kept his name from her. This was unusual, or rather, it was the kind of unusual. That was also a strategy, the kind of concealment. That was a way of maintaining the particular quality of what was happening between them, the quality of two people who are only what they are in each other's presence, rather than what the world has made them. She kept her name from him too, or rather she did not offer it. She did not explain herself. She was there. She was gentle. She was the evening face. What more was needed? He came often, more often than was usual for him. He was known for spreading his attention across many claims, for the careful distribution of his presence among the women who hoped for it. But he came to Yugao's house on Gojo more often than the pattern required. Something about the house, something about her quietness, something about the absence of the court and its calculations. Then came the night when he took her away. He had been thinking about it. A house he knew, a place outside the city, a place where the two of them could be somewhere entirely other than anywhere they had ever been. He wrapped her in a robe and carried her to a carriage. In the dark, she came without protest, the docility of someone who has decided or who has given up deciding or who has found that what is happening exceeds the categories that deciding applies to. They came to the old house. It was a house that had been abandoned, a property that belonged to someone who was no longer using it. Old gardens gone to wilderness, rooms that smelled of disuse, and something older than disuse, the particular atmosphere of a place that has been inhabited by enough history that the history lingers, that the air holds something of everyone who has ever been there. The house had that. The house had more than he expected. They spent the night together. The night was what it was. The place had its atmosphere. The old house in the wilderness garden had whatever it had that old abandoned houses have, the accumulated presence of what has happened in them and what has been left behind. In the deep hours before dawn, Genji woke. He felt something in the room, a presence, not a person, not anything he could name, in the ordinary vocabulary of the world, something that was in the room that had not been in the room when he fell asleep, something with a quality of attention, something looking at them. He saw a figure near Yugao, bending over her, a figure of a woman whose quality was wrong, whose quality was the quality of something that should not be there. The figure looked at him, and Genji was afraid, in a way he had not known. He could be afraid with the particular fear of a person who has encountered something that is outside the categories of what he knows. Yugao cried out. She cried out, and then she was still. The particular stillness that is different from sleep, the stillness that is the absence of everything that had been moving before, the stillness that Genji recognized immediately and would not have recognized a moment earlier. He called her name. He called her several times. He reached for her. She was warm still, and then less warm. She did not answer. The attendant called for lights. In the lamplight, Yugao looked as she had looked when she was asleep, or almost as she had looked. Almost. Genji held her. He called her name again. He said things to her that the tale records with the particular delicacy it uses for moments that are too close to the center of things to describe directly. She did not respond by the time the lamps were brought, and the attendants were summoned, and the frantic attempts at help were attempted and found insufficient. Yugao was gone. What happened? The tale does not say directly. Genji believes it was the spirit of the abandoned house, something that had been waiting there in the old rooms in the wilderness garden, waiting for an occasion, and found this one. Others, reading the tale, have said it was something else, that the figure Genji saw was the living spirit of the Rokujoin lady. The Rokujoin lady, the woman Genji had been visiting when the summer began, the proud and brilliant widow, the woman of rank and accomplishment, the woman who loved Genji with a love that was too large and too intelligent and too aware of itself to be comfortable, the woman who knew perhaps that he had found someone in a house on Gojo and was going there more often than he came to her, whether her spirit left her sleeping body and traveled to the old house to do what was done there, is something the tale refuses to confirm. It says only what Genji saw. The figure, the attention, the looking, and Yugao not waking. He grieved. He fell ill with grief, the body and the mind breaking down together, in the way that happens when something is taken, that the body had accepted as permanent. He lay in his room. He could not eat. He could not receive visitors properly. He could not maintain the face that court life required of everyone who moved through it. Later he learned who she was. His attendant told him, the woman on Gojo, the woman who sent the poem on the fan She had been before that house the lover of his friend Tunachujo, the quiet woman, the woman who disappeared, the woman Tunachujo had told them about. On the rainy night of the conversation about women, she had left him. She had taken their daughter and gone somewhere Tunachujo could not find, and she had ended in the house on Gojo, and she had become the evening face, and she had gone the way the evening face goes. Before morning, before the light returns, the daughter was somewhere, Tunochujo's daughter, Genji's lost love's daughter, a child who did not know yet what her origins were or what her life was part of. She would appear again, later, in a different part of the story, with a different name, in circumstances neither Genji nor Tunochujo could have predicted. From the rainy night conversation, when women were discussed as categories rather than as the specific, particular, irreplaceable people they turned out to be, the evening face, the flower that opens at dusk, that blooms in the ordinary parts of the city, that is there when you are not looking for it, and catches the last light, and is gone before morning. Some things cannot be held. Some things exist only in the quality of their passing. The flower that opens at evening is the flower that closes before dawn. Both are true. The opening and the closing. Both are the flower. Yugao knew this, or she lived it, without needing to know it. She was the evening face. She opened. She was present. She was gone. And the name the story gave her was the name that said exactly that, in the language of flowers, that the court understood, better than any other language, what is beautiful because it does not last. The 5th chapter, Wakamurasaki, Young Lavender. Genji was 18. He was ill. The illness was the kind that the Heian world called okori, a fever that came and went in cycles, that would withdraw for a few days, and then return, that could not be managed by the ordinary means available to a young man, with the full resources of the imperial court at his disposal. He went to the northern hills, Kitayama, the mountains north of the capital, the place where the monks lived, in the clean air above the city, where the rivers ran cold, and the trees were old, and the particular kind of healing that could not be found in the palace might perhaps be found. He went for the incantations, the prayers of a holy man whose reputation had reached the palace, and whose skills, it was said, could address what the palace doctors could not address. He went, and the incantations were performed, and the illness showed signs of improvement, and Genji rested in the mountain air and looked out at the landscape, and recovered slowly, and then on the 3rd day, bored and restless, he went walking. He went further than he intended. The path wound along the hillside, and the air was good, and the particular quality of the light in the mountains at that hour was the quality of light That makes a person walk further than they planned. He came to a small house, a modest house with a fence of brushwood, the kind of fence that is not trying to keep anything out so much as it is trying to mark a boundary, to say, here is where inside begins. Through the fence he could see a garden, not the formal garden of the great houses, the raked and tended landscape of deliberate beauty, a less deliberate garden, a garden where things grew because they had been planted, and because the soil allowed it, and because someone tended them with affection rather than formality. He stopped. Through the gaps in the fence, he could see into the garden, and beyond the garden, into the dim interior of the house. There were nuns inside, women who had taken religious vows. He could hear their voices. He could see their gray robes moving in the interior light. And then he saw the child. She was perhaps 10 years old. She was in the garden, running across the garden, small and quick, in the purposeful way of a child who has seen something and is going toward it. With complete commitment, she stopped. She looked behind her. She said something to the other children with the natural authority of a child who is used to being followed. Her face. Genji looked at her face through the gaps in the fence, and the looking was like a blow. Not because she was beautiful, though she was beautiful, not because of anything he could have named precisely in the moment of seeing, but because she looked like Fujitsubo. Not exactly. She was a child. Her face was the face of a child, round and unformed, not yet the face that age and experience would eventually make of it, but in the quality of it, in the particular arrangement of the features, in something about the way the light fell on her. That was the same quality as the light on Fujitsubo, the same feeling of looking at something that the world had arranged with particular care. He stayed at the fence longer than was appropriate. He watched her play. He listened to the voices inside. He was performing, in miniature, the same act he had performed 100 times in the palace, the act of looking at Fujitsubo from a distance, through screens, through the obstacles that the court arranged between himself and the thing he wanted. Only the obstacle now was a fence of brushwood, and the thing he was looking at was a child. He learned who she was. He asked his attendant. His attendant made inquiries. The answer came back, in the form that answers often came back in the Heian world, through a chain of people who each knew one link of it. The child was the daughter of the Hyobukyo no Miya, the prince of the Ministry of War, who was the brother of Fujitsubo, Fujitsubo's niece. The blood relationship that explained the resemblance, the line that ran from Fujitsubo's family through her brother to this child playing in the garden of the house on the northern hills. Genji spoke to the abbot of the monastery The abbot was the great uncle of the child, a holy man of high reputation who had come to the mountains and made his life there, and who knew the family of the woman in the house below. The child's story was this: her mother had been a woman who caught the eye of the prince and was loved by him for a time, but the prince had a proper wife, a wife of rank and position, who did not welcome a rival in her husband's affections. The mother had struggled, the pressure of the wife's displeasure, the difficulty of her position. She had fallen ill with the particular illness of someone whose circumstances are working against their health. She had died. The child was 10 years old, and her grandmother, the old nun in the house below, was raising her. Genji offered to be the child's guardian. The abbot politely declined. The child was too young for the kind of relationship a young man of Genji's position might have in mind. Genji said he had no such intention. He meant, he said, only to be a support to the child, a guardian, someone who could ensure that her future was secure. The abbot was polite about this. The abbot did not quite believe it, but he was polite. Genji came back down the mountain. He recovered from his illness. He returned to the city, and he did not forget the child. He thought about her, the way he thought about Fujitsubo, which was constantly, which was with the particular persistence of a feeling that had nowhere to go, and therefore went everywhere. The face through the fence, the resemblance, the relationship, the child who was connected by blood to the woman he could not have. In the same spring, Fujitsubo left the palace. She was ill. She went to her family's house to recover, and Genji, knowing she was there, outside the palace walls, in a house rather than the palace, in a place that was slightly more accessible than the innermost rooms of the emperor's court, went to her. He found her lady-in-waiting, a woman named Omibu, who knew the situation, and who was in the way of ladies-in-waiting who know impossible situations, both sympathetic and unwilling to be entirely responsible for what happened. She helped him. She arranged the meeting. She found the gap in the night where the meeting could happen. He came to Fujitsubo. He was there, in the room with her, in the real room, not the imagined room, not the memory of the room, or the hope of the room, but the actual room, with the actual woman, who had been the center of his life since he was 4 years old, and looked at her across the ceremony of his coming of age. The tale moves through this quickly. It does not dwell in the detail. It says what happened, with the elliptical brevity of something being said that cannot be said directly. They were together. This was the thing that was not supposed to happen. This was the thing that had happened. Fujitsubo went back to the palace. She went back changed, carrying something she had not carried. When she left, she was pregnant. She knew what this meant. The child would be born. The child would be the emperor's child. In the eyes of the world, the emperor's child. In the genealogy, the emperor's child. In every record and every ceremony. That marked the child's existence, but Fujitsubo would know, and Genji would know, and Omibu would know, and the secret would be the three of them, and the weight of it would be carried from that moment forward by all three of them, in their own ways. The emperor was happy. He received the news of the pregnancy with the joy of a man who loves the woman who is carrying his child and believes completely in what he is being told. The joy of the emperor, the guilt of Fujitsubo, the particular combination of guilt and hunger in Genji, all three at the same time, all three real, all three carried forward into everything that comes after. And in autumn the grandmother died, the old nun on the northern hills, the woman who had been raising the child. She died as people die, at the moment when her absence would most change things. The child was alone, or nearly alone. She had attendants. She had the house, but she did not have the person who had been the center of her daily existence, the person who had held the shape of her life by being present in it. The girl's father, the prince who was Fujitsubo's brother, was preparing to take his daughter in, to bring her to his house, to give her a place in his household. His wife would be there, his proper wife, the wife who had made the child's mother's life difficult, the wife who would make, one could reasonably predict, the child's life difficult too. Genji acted. The night before the father came for the child, Genji came for her first. He came in a carriage in the dark. He came to the house on the hill. That was quieter now, without the grandmother. He came and he found the child, and he told her she was coming with him. She was frightened. The tale says so clearly. She did not know this person. She knew he had visited. She knew her grandmother had spoken of him. But she was a child, and this was the middle of the night, and a person she barely knew was telling her to come. She came. Her nurse came with her. They went to Genji's house, the Nizyoin, his own house in the city, and the child was brought inside, and given a room, and shown the things in the room, and found eventually that she was not in a frightening place, but in a beautiful one. The dolls, the paintings, the things that had been arranged in the room for her arrival, the things that said, in the language of objects carefully chosen, that this was a place that had been thinking about what she would like. She was 10 years old. He was 18. The tale is honest about what this was, and what it was not. It was not what it would later become. She was too young for that. He understood this, or the better part of him understood it. What it was at this moment was something else, something that does not have a simple name. He had brought her here because she looked like Fujitsubo, because she was connected to Fujitsubo, because the having of her nearby was a way of having something of the person he could not have. He had also brought her here because the alternative was worse, the house of the father and the difficult wife, the position of a child whose mother was not the proper wife. He had brought her here to protect her. Both things were true. The desire and the protection were the same action. She began to trust him, slowly, with the caution of a child who has been moved from one place to another by circumstances she did not choose, with the particular openness of a child who is also, beneath the caution, ready to be won. He drew pictures for her. He told her stories. He sat with her while she played, the way children play, with the complete absorption that adults can only observe and never quite participate in. He called her Murasaki, the young lavender, not her real name, a name that connected her to Fujitsubo, whose name meant the wisteria court, whose color was purple, whose family line ran through her to this child, the purple of the wisteria and the young lavender of the field, the same color, the same family, the same quality of light, in a face he could not stop looking at. This is who she will be for the rest of the story. Murasaki no Yue, the lady of the lavender, the woman who will be raised from this child into the person who will become the most important person in Genji's life. Not yet, not for years, for now she is the child in the autumn house drawing pictures and not knowing what she has been brought into. The story is honest about this too, about what she does not know, about the shape of what is coming that she cannot yet see. She draws her pictures, she plays her games, she learns the things he teaches her. She looks at him with the eyes of a child who has decided this person can be trusted, and Genji looks at her and sees Fujitsubo and sees someone who is not Fujitsubo and sits with the particular complexity of wanting two things at once that cannot both be had, and having found a way to have something that is neither and both. Outside the city continues, the autumn deepens, the hills where he found her are changing color, the world is moving forward in its ordinary way, and inside the Nizyoin, a child draws pictures, and a young man watches, and the story that will unfold from this is already decided by what they are to each other in this room on this autumn evening. The 6th chapter, Suetsumu Hana, the safflower. There is a kind of beauty the Heian world prizes above all others, the beauty of refinement, the beauty that comes from centuries of careful attention to every detail of how one lives, the right poem at the right moment, The right color combination in the robes, the right way of holding a brush, the right scent on the sleeve. Genji had absorbed this understanding through every moment of his life. He had grown up among people for whom this kind of beauty was the primary measure of a person. He was himself its most perfect expression, and so when he heard about a woman who was rumored to have this quality, a princess living in neglected circumstances, her father dead, her household reduced, but she herself said to be of a refinement, that the reduced circumstances had not diminished. He was interested. He sought her out in the way that Genji sought things out, which was with persistence. That had the quality of a game, but the intensity of something more serious. He sent poems. He arranged to be near her house. He found intermediaries who could carry his messages and bring back whatever she sent. What she sent back was slow in coming and difficult to read, and not quite what he expected. He went to her house. He went in the dark, as he went to all houses in the dark, the particular anonymity of the unlit hours that the Heian world used as the medium for the kinds of encounters that needed to happen. Without the full weight of daylight identity, she was there, he was there, and the night was what nights were, between a man who wanted something and a woman who did not refuse. In the morning, the light came. He looked at her. She was not what he had imagined. The tale describes her with the particular honesty it reserves for things it finds instructive. She was tall, extremely tall by the standards of the court, where women were expected to be compact, to fold themselves into. The layered robes and the screens and the curtains, with a quality of contained elegance. She was not contained. She overflowed. Her face was long, longer than the ideal, and at the center of her face was a nose, a remarkable nose, a nose whose length exceeded what noses were generally permitted, and at the tip of this remarkable nose was a redness, a persistent redness, the color of a safflower, the Suetsumuhana, the flower whose tip is dipped in red. Genji looked at her in the cold morning light. That showed everything clearly, and felt the gap between what he had imagined and what was there. He did not abandon her. This is one of the things the tale notes about him. For all his inconstancy, for all the ways he moved, from one woman to another, and distributed his attention across too many claims, there were women he did not abandon. The safflower princess was not beautiful by the court's measures. She was not witty. She did not have the quick intelligence that the court valued. In the women it admired most, she was slow and deliberate, and a little lost, the woman of a ruined house, who had not been properly taught the arts of navigation that court life required. He kept her. He found her a house. He made sure she was not entirely destitute. He visited less often than she hoped, but he did not forget her. He was, in his way, kind. The tale appreciates this about him. It notes the kindness. Alongside the vanity and the desire, it holds both. The man who could not help himself, with women he found beautiful, and the man who could not abandon, the woman who was not what he had hoped for. The seventh chapter, Mamajiga, the Maple Viewing. The emperor arranged a great celebration, a performance of autumn dances, a viewing of the red maple leaves, the occasion of the 50th birthday of an elder retired emperor, which required, in the elaborate etiquette of the Heian world, a ceremony of impressive scale. Genji would dance, he and Tuno Chujo together, the two most brilliant young men at court, performing the ancient dance called Seigaiha, the waves of the blue sea, a dance whose demands were the demands of everything the court valued, grace and precision, and the quality of making the difficult look effortless. The rehearsal was first, a private performance in the palace for the emperor and his ladies, including Fujitsubo, who was expecting the child and could not attend the public ceremony, but for whom the emperor arranged this private viewing. Genji danced the Seigaiha. He danced it in the autumn garden under the maple trees that had turned from green to the particular colors of their turning, red and orange and the yellow, that is almost gold, the colors that the Japanese saw then and see now as the most beautiful of all the colors the world produces. He danced, and the tale reaches for language adequate to what the dance was. It says the dance was beyond description. It says the autumn light on the moving figure in the perfect robes was the kind of thing that made people feel the world had been made partly for this moment. The Kokiden lady, the woman who had driven Genji's mother to her death with cruelties, the woman who had always opposed him, even she was affected. She said the gods themselves would want to take him. She said it as a criticism, as a warning about excessive beauty, about the danger of being more beautiful than mortals should be. But everyone who heard her heard also that she was moved, even his enemy, even the person who most wanted to find him diminished. Fujitsubo watched from behind her screens. She watched the man. Who was the father of the child she was carrying? She watched him dance, with the full force of what he was, the beauty and the grace, and the particular quality of someone who has been given every gift and who uses them without waste. She thought, if there were no complication between us, if I could see this simply, without guilt, without the weight of what we have done, I would enjoy this without reservation. But there was the complication. There was the child. There was the emperor watching, with the joy of a man who does not know what he is watching and would be destroyed if he knew. The guilt was the price of the beauty. The beauty was the reason for the guilt. Both were real. Both were hers. She sat behind her screen and held both of them in the careful silence of a woman who has decided that silence is the only honest response to a situation that has no honest response available. The child was born, a boy, beautiful, looking, everyone said, exactly like Genji. The emperor received the news with joy so complete that he did not notice what those who knew the secret could not stop noticing. He saw his son in the child's face. He saw Genji. He was happy. Genji looked at the child he could never acknowledge, the child who would be the emperor's son, the child who would grow up calling Genji his older brother rather than his father. He felt something. The tale does not name directly something that was guilt and love and the particular grief of a person who has what they wanted and cannot have it in any form that can be used. The 8th chapter, Hananoen, the flower feast, spring, the cherry blossoms. The court celebrated spring with the ceremony it brought to all the beautiful things, which was the ceremony of gathering and looking and composing poems about what was being seen. The blossoms were at their height. The palace gardens were the particular pink-white of cherry blossoms at their most present, before the wind takes them, before the rain comes, in the brief window, when they are exactly what they are, no more and no less, the thing that the Japanese called the most beautiful, because it did not last. Genji danced again. He and Tunochujo performed in the afternoon light, under the blossoms, and the afternoon was the afternoon that the cherry blossoms required, golden and clear, and already beginning to be what came after. After the ceremony in the evening, Genji wandered. He was a little drunk, the wine of the feast, the particular loosening, that wine and blossoms, and the beauty of the afternoon, together produced in a young man who was always looking for something he had not found yet. He followed a sound, a voice, a woman's voice, singing to herself in one of the unoccupied wings of the palace, in the rooms that belonged to the Kokiden side, the side of his enemies, the side of the family that had opposed him since his mother's death. He should not have followed it. He knew he should not have followed it. This is the knowledge that the tale records about him, the knowledge he had that he did not act on. He followed the voice. She was singing about the spring night, about the moon, about the quality of a night that was neither too bright nor too dark, the hazy moon of spring, the Oborozukyo, the misty moon night. He heard the song and knew. What kind of person could sing it the quality of the voice, the quality of the song, someone young, someone of the court, someone who had the art of making a song out of what the night was. He stepped into the room where she was singing. She was surprised. She called for the other women, who should have been nearby. They were not nearby. She was alone with this person who had followed her voice into the room. He told her not to be afraid. He told her he had followed the music. He spoke to her with the voice he had practiced. In all the nights of all the years, the voice of a person who knows exactly what he wants and has found that wanting it with the full force of what he was usually sufficient. She was not unmoved. She was also not without fear. She was both. He discovered who she was, only later, or only confirmed who he suspected. She was the sixth daughter of the minister of the right, the Oborazukyo, the woman of the misty moon night, the daughter of the most powerful political opponent of everything Genji represented, and she was betrothed to the crown prince, already arranged, already committed, already the property, in the language of the court's arrangements, of someone other than Genji. He came back to find her. A month later, at the wisteria feast at the minister's house, he was there. He had been invited. His political opponents invited him because his absence would have said something about the arrangement of forces at court that they did not yet want to say. He was there. He drank more than was advisable. He moved through the house in the particular way of a person who has a purpose they are pretending not to have. He found her behind a curtain in the middle of the house. He reached through the curtain and found her hand. She recognized him, or she felt the quality of the reaching, and understood who it was. She did not pull away. This was the dangerous thing. Not that he had come, not that he had found her, but that she had not pulled away, that her hand stayed where it was when his hand was on it, that the Oborazukyo, the woman of the misty moon night, the daughter of the minister of the right, the betrothed of the crown prince, let the hand stay. The tale notes this. It notes it in the way the tale notes the moments that will matter later, the small decisions, the tiny choices that have consequences extending far into the future, far beyond anything the person choosing could have predicted. She did not pull away, and the story moved on. But the hand on the hand, in the curtained room, at the wisteria feast, would return. It would return years later, when its consequences had accumulated into something that could not be ignored. For now it was spring. For now the wisteria was blooming in the minister's garden. For now Genji was young, and everything was possible, and the misty moon night was exactly as beautiful as the song had said it was. The 9th chapter. Awoi, the hollyhock, There is a woman in the story whose name is not given. She is called Aoi, the hollyhock, the Aoi plant of the great festival, a name given to her later by the tradition that named the women of the Genji story after the plants and the seasons that surrounded the moments. They were most fully themselves. She was Genji's wife, had been since he was 12, had managed the particular difficulty of being married to someone who was always somewhere else, who came to her house with the frequency of an obligation rather than the frequency of desire, who was known throughout the court as the most beautiful person of his generation, and whose beauty was not directed at her. She managed it with the coolness of someone who has decided that the situation is what it is, and that performing unhappiness about it serves no one. She was not warm with him. He was not warm with her. They were polite. They maintained the form of a marriage. The Heian world asked very little more. In the year she was 22, a great festival was held. The Keimo Festival, the Yaoi Festival, the celebration of spring in the capital. Genji rode in the procession. He was 20 years old. He was at the height of what he was, which was extraordinary by any measure, and in the procession, he was the thing everyone came to see. 2 women came to see him, without knowing they would encounter each other. Aoi came. She was pregnant. She was not well. She had not intended to go, but was persuaded because a woman of her rank, seeing her husband in the procession, was what was done. The Rokujoin lady came, the woman of the 6th Avenue, Genji's older love, the former wife of the crown prince, the widow of magnificent rank, and education and beauty, whose relationship with Genji had been the most sophisticated of his many relationships, and also the most difficult. She had come in secret, hiding the fact of her carriage, coming to see Genji without anyone knowing that she had come to see him. The particular pride of a woman who knows that being seen, wanting something, diminishes the wanting. The carriages collided, not literally, but in the way that carriages collided at crowded festivals, by competing for the same space, by the servants of each side, insisting on the precedence of their mistress. Aoi's side won, not because of anything Aoi did. She was in her carriage. Her servants acted as servants acted when they believed their mistress had precedence. The Rokujoin lady's carriage was shoved aside, pushed to the margins, the shafts broken. The carriage that had arrived in secret, now visibly damaged and visibly displaced in front of the crowd that had come to see the procession. The Rokujoin lady sat in her damaged carriage, and the procession passed, and Genji passed, and he looked at the carriages on the side of the road, but he did not look long enough to understand what had happened. He did not stop. He rode on. She sat in the carriage and felt what she felt. It was not simple anger. She was too intelligent for simple anger. She knew the situation. She knew she was the secret woman. She knew the carriage dispute was the contest of precedence, that it looked like she knew she had lost, but knowing it did not make the feeling smaller. The feeling was its own thing, independent of her intelligence, independent of her understanding, independent of every quality she had that should have made it possible to set it aside. The feeling was there, and it was very large. She began to have strange dreams. She woke from them disturbed, dreams in which she did things she would not do awake, dreams in which the feelings she spent her days managing were not managed, but expressed in forms that frightened her. She smelled the incense of exorcism on her own hair and clothes. The incense burned to drive away spirits. On her, she understood what this meant, or what it might mean, that the part of her she could not control had left her sleeping body and gone where the feeling pointed. Aoi was ill, a serious illness, the kind of illness that in the Heian world was understood to have a spiritual cause, a cause that resided not in the body, but in the relationship between the person and the forces that surrounded the person. The monks and the ascetics were called the rituals of purification and exorcism, the readings and the incantations designed to draw out whatever was in the woman that was not the woman. Genji was there, for the first time in the marriage, truly there, not performing the obligations of a husband, but present, genuinely present, with the particular attention of someone who is watching something they did not expect to lose begin to slip. He heard a voice. It came from Aoi, but it was not Aoi's voice. The wrong register, the wrong manner of speaking, a voice that knew Genji in a different way than Aoi knew him, a voice that was saying things Aoi would not say. He knew whose voice it was. He had heard it in lamplight, and in the dark, and in the particular intimacy of early morning departures. He knew every register of it. He knew this one, the Rokujoin lady's voice coming out of his wife's body, saying the things that the Rokujoin lady could not say to him directly, saying them in the room where his wife was dying or trying not to die. The child was born, a boy, healthy, the first child of the marriage after 8 years, finally arriving. There was a moment in the small time between the birth and what came after, a moment in which Aoi looked at Genji with something in her face that was not the usual cool distance, something that had loosened, something that was perhaps what she had always felt and had never been able to show. He saw it. He received it. He stayed in the room longer than he usually stayed. And then he left. And that night, or a few nights after, Aoi died. The death of the first wife The tale moves through it with the particular respect of a narrative that knows the weight of what it is describing, the rituals, the family's grief, the father's grief, the grief of the household that had been hers, and Genji's grief. He had not loved her in the way the word is usually used. He had not sought her presence, or thought of her with longing, or felt the shape of his day organized around her, but she was gone, and the absence of someone who has always been there has a particular quality that is different from longing. It is the quality of a space, the awareness that something occupied this place and no longer does. He thought about the moment before the end, the loosening in her face, the thing that had not been there before. He thought, I did not know her. Not really. I lived beside her for 8 years, and I did not know her. And now it is too late to know her, and I will spend the rest of my life with the particular weight of what was not done when there was still time. The Rokujoin lady knew what had happened. She knew when the news came. She had known before the news came, in the way people know things. They do not want to know in the way the body knows. What the mind refuses. She left the city. Her daughter had been named to the sacred position. That required leaving the capital. She used this as the occasion. She went with her daughter to the shrine in the mountains, to the holy place that would take them away from everything that had happened. Genji came to say goodbye to the sacred grove, to the place where she was waiting before the departure. They spoke through the branches of the sacred tree, the conversation of two people who have loved each other and done each other harm and are not going to resolve it, but cannot leave without saying something. She went to Ise. She took her daughter. She left the city and the damaged carriage and the dreams she had been having and the smell of incense that she could not wash away. She left. The 10th chapter, Sakaki, the sacred tree. The emperor was dying. Kiritsubo, the retired emperor, the man who had loved the Kiritsubo lady beyond all prudence, who had wept for her and found Fujitsubo and loved Fujitsubo and been happy in the particular way that people are happy when they find someone who gives them back what they thought they had lost. He was dying quietly, the way the old die, when the body's insistence on continuation has finally exhausted itself. Genji came to him, the father and the son, the emperor who had made every decision that had shaped Genji's life, and the son who had spent that life both inside and outside the shape. Those decisions had made, they talked. The tale does not give us all of it. It gives us the quality of it, the particular intimacy of a man who is dying and his son who is not ready. He died. Everything changed. In the world of the Heian court, Everything was organized around the emperor. The emperor was the center of the appointments, the ceremonies, the distribution of power, the calculation of who was close to whom, and what that proximity meant. When the emperor changed, the center changed. When the old emperor died and the new emperor rose, everything recalibrated. Every position, every relationship, every alliance. The new emperor was Genji's older brother, the son of the Kokiden lady, the son of the woman who had always opposed Genji, who had driven his mother to her death, who had resented his existence from the moment she understood what his existence meant for the prospects of her own son. The Kokiden lady's power grew. The alliance she represented grew. The people who had always been adjacent to power and had been waiting for the arrangement to change, felt the arrangement change, and moved accordingly. Genji's position changed, not immediately, not in ways that could be pointed to directly, but perceptibly, in the small adjustments, the tone of appointments, the angle at which invitations arrived, the sense of being slightly less at the center of the world than he had been. Fujitsubo took her vows. She became a nun. She cut her hair. She took the gray robes of the woman who has turned away from the world toward the hope of something better in what comes after the world. She did this partly for reasons of genuine devotion, partly for reasons of practical strategy. As a nun, she was beyond the usual reach of the court's arrangements. As a nun, she was no longer available to be claimed by anyone. As a nun, she was protected by the same forces that prevented Genji from reaching her. She had been protecting herself from Genji since the night that had produced the child who was now the crown prince. She had been refusing his letters, maintaining the impossible distance, keeping herself on the other side of every boundary the court allowed, and now she put one more boundary between them, the final boundary, the one that the religion provided, the one that even Genji could not find a way around. He came to the house where she was after she had taken her vows. He sat on the outside of the screens. He asked to see her. She refused, as she always refused. He sent poems. She sent back what was appropriate, brief and closed and correct. He sat on the outside of the screen and talked to it. He told it what he felt. He told it the shape of his feeling for the person on the other side. He talked the way people talk when they know they will not be heard in any way that matters. The screen did not answer. He went to the Obarazukiyo, the misty moon night woman, the daughter of the minister of the right, the woman whose hand he had held through the curtain at the wisteria feast. Her father's house was now the most powerful house in the capital. Her household was the household of the people who had always been his opponents, and he went to her anyway because the love of the impossible was, for Genji, the only love that felt real. She received him. She let him in, the way she had always, in her complicated way, let him in. They were found by her father, by the people whose house this was. The finding was not loud. The Heian court did not do loud things. In these situations, the finding was noted. The finding was a piece of information that could be used at the right moment, in the right way. The right moment would come, the information would be used, but not yet, for now it was simply known, the way things were known in the palace, in the particular silence of people who are aware of something and have not yet decided what to do with it. Genji was 23. His father was dead. His ally in the palace was a nun. His enemy's house held power, and somewhere in the account books of the court's political calculations, someone had written down what had been discovered. The story was moving not toward the place it had been, toward somewhere else, toward the place where the consequences of everything that had happened so far would finally arrive. The 11th chapter, Hanachirusato, the village where flowers fall. There are women in the Genji story who are not defined by their drama. Not all the women lose their composure. Not all of them become spirits, or go into exile, or die at the wrong moment, or refuse to be seen, or fill the rooms with jealousy, or take their vows to prevent what they cannot prevent. Some of them simply receive him. They receive him when he comes. They give him what they have. They are glad when he goes well. They are sorry when he goes poorly. They are not the center of the story in the way that Fujitsubo is the center, or the Rokujoin lady is the center. They are more like the resting places along a difficult road, the places where a person can stop and be still for a little while before continuing. The woman called Hanachirusato was this, the village where flowers fall, the younger sister of the woman who had been one of the emperor's ladies, a woman of good family, in modest circumstances, managing the decline of a household with the particular grace of someone who does not resent what cannot be helped. Genji visited her infrequently, rarely enough that the visits were always a little surprising, a little like the return of something that had been away long enough to be missed without being expected. He came on a rainy night in early summer, the scent of the orange blossoms, the sound of the cuckoo in the garden, the sisters' rooms quiet, with the particular quiet of a house that has accepted its own smallness. He sat with the older sister and talked about the old days, the days when the palace had been what it was before the emperor died, before the arrangements changed, before the world shifted toward the people who had always been waiting for it to shift. Then he slipped quietly to the younger sister's room, to the woman who was his in the understated way. She was his, without demands, without the theater of feeling, steadily, reliably, quietly there when he came to be there. He did not stay long. He never stayed long. He left before the night was finished, but the orange blossoms were still scenting the air. The cuckoo was still calling somewhere in the dark, and whatever the visit had been, it had been enough. It was the kind of enough that the woman of the village where flowers fall had always been willing to accept. The 12th chapter. Suma. The carriage of the minister of the right had been at the right place at the wrong moment. The discovery, the thing written down in the account books of the court's political calculations, the night at the Oborozukio's house, the night that should not have happened, that had happened, that the father of the woman had witnessed and had held in the careful silence of someone waiting for the right moment. The moment had come. The power of the new arrangement pressed against Genji, not all at once, in the measured way. That political pressure applied itself in the Heian world, where nothing was done loudly or in the open, but everything was felt. His position was stripped, his rank was reduced, the appointments that had carried, his income and his standing, were quietly withdrawn. He was not punished formally. Formal punishment would have required formal accusation and formal process, and the people who wanted him diminished did not want the scrutiny of formal process. They wanted the result without the record, and they got it. Genji made his own decision. He would go to Suma, the coast to the west of the capital, the place where exiles went. Not formally exiled, he was not formally exiled, but he would go there as a person who understood what staying would cost, and who had decided that the cost was too high. He went to say goodbye. He went to everyone, the women who held pieces of his life, the friends who had stayed friends despite the change in the wind, the people whose faces he might not see again for longer than he could predict. He went to Murasaki. She was not his wife in the formal sense. She was not the woman anyone else called his wife, but she was the person whose presence had organized the interior of his life more than anyone else. The girl from the northern hills, the child he had brought to his house, who had grown into the woman she had grown into. She said she wanted to come with him. She said it the way she said things, directly, without artifice, with the clarity of someone who has decided that the true thing is the right thing to say. She said, "Wherever you are going is better than being here without you." He said no, he would not take her to the place of exile. He would not have her in the diminished circumstances of what Suma would be. He left her the house. He left her the estate. He left her the practical arrangements of a life that would continue without him. She wept. He wept. They were not at their best. In this parting, they were people who had not expected to be tested this directly and were finding the test exactly as difficulty always is. He left for Suma, the road to Suma, west along the coast, through the pine forests that the poets had always written about when they wrote about longing, the dark pines of the coast, that were the landscape of feeling separated from what you love. He arrived. The house was modest. The coast was the coast. The sea was gray and constant and indifferent to the question of whether the person watching it was someone of importance or someone who had lost the appearance of importance in the rapid adjustment of a court's calculations. He wrote letters, he drew pictures, he looked at the sea, he thought about Murasaki, he thought about Fujitsubo, and the son who was growing up, believing he was someone else's son. He thought about the life he had arranged around himself in the capital, and which was continuing without him in ways he could not see. To no Chujo came. His friend, his rival, his brother-in-law in the complicated way that court relationships produced brothers-in-law. He came through the hostile arrangement of the new power, risking the attention of the people who would note his visit and file it in their accounts. He came anyway. They sat together on the coast. They ate and drank and talked in the way of friends who do not have many hours and spend the hours they have saying the things they would have said if they had had more time to be less direct. Then Tunochujo left, the road back to the capital, the life that continued there, the appointments and the ceremonies and the calculations that did not pause for the absence of Genji. Genji watched him go, and the coast was the coast again, the sea, the pines, the indifferent persistence of things that do not require anyone to watch them. The storm came, not a usual storm, not the storms of the coast that were common and expected, and that a person living by the sea learned to anticipate and manage. A storm of the kind that the Heian world understood as an expression of something beyond the weather, the sky doing what the sky does when the accumulated forces of the invisible world have reached a pressure that requires release, lightning, thunder that did not stop, the sea rising, the house shaking, the servants frightened, and the frightened servants frightening Genji more than the storm itself. His father appeared to him, the Kiritsubo emperor, not clearly, not in the way of a person present in the room, but present in the way of the people who appear in the dream that is also waking, who carry information from somewhere beyond the ordinary. He said, "Leave this place." He said it with the urgency of a father who has been watching from wherever fathers go when they are no longer available to help directly. Leave this place. Follow the guidance of the god of the sea. The storm passed, and from Suma came a message from a man called the Akashi novice, a former governor of the province who had left the court and made a life on the coast of Akashi, who had a daughter who had dreamed of this moment for most of his life. Come to Akashi, the message said. Come when you are ready. The crossing is not far. The 13th chapter. Akashi. Akashi. The name means bright, clear, the quality of light, on a certain kind of coast, at a certain kind of hour when the sea is calm, and the sky is the particular blue that makes a person feel that things might be all right. Genji crossed from Suma to Akashi, a short distance, a different world. The Akashi novice had built a life there. That was not the life of ambition. He had been at court. He had held positions. He had understood at some point that the position was not the point, and had stepped away from the position and built something else. What he had built was a family, a place, a set of preparations for a possibility he had been waiting for. He believed something would happen at Akashi. He had believed it for years. He had shaped his whole life around the belief and the preparations for it. He had a daughter, the Akashi lady, a woman of extraordinary refinement for someone living far from the capital, educated, musical, the product of a father who had decided that if what he was waiting for was ever going to arrive, it would require the most prepared person he could produce. Genji resisted. He was not interested in the provincial daughter of the retired governor. He was at Akashi because of the storm and the message. He was not at Akashi because he was looking for another attachment. The Akashi novice was persistent, with the persistence of someone who has been waiting a long time, and who is not going to let a slight reluctance stand between him and the thing he has been preparing for. He arranged for Genji to hear the koto. The koto, the Japanese harp, played in the room beyond the one where Genji sat, played by someone who was not playing for an audience, but for herself, in the way the best playing always happens, without the self-consciousness that an audience requires. He heard it. He heard it the way a musician hears music, played by someone as good as they are, with the particular recognition of meeting something at its own level. The koto said what the koto said. What it said was that the person playing it was someone the coast of Akashi had no right to contain. He went to her. The Akashi lady. She was not like the women of the capital. She was too aware of the difference between herself and the man who had come to her province to be entirely comfortable, too aware of his rank, too aware of her own position relative to his, too proud in her own way to pretend that the gap did not exist, but she was also the person who had played the koto, and the koto had told him what the koto told him. They came together with the particular mixture of attraction and awkwardness that happens when two people who are both aware of the distance between them close that distance anyway. He was at Akashi for months. He thought about Murasaki. He wrote to Murasaki. He told her as much as he could tell about what was happening, which was not everything, which was shaped by what he thought she could hear and what he thought could wait. Murasaki was in the capital, managing the house he had left her, managing the absence, with the particular dignity of someone who had decided that dignity was what she had. She wrote back. Her letters were the letters of a woman who missed him, but was not going to say so in a way that could be used to diminish her. The gap between them was not only the distance between Akashi and the capital, it was also the Akashi lady who was now present in his life in a way that Murasaki could feel without being told. Then the summons came from the capital, from the new emperor's people, or from the arrangement of forces that made up the new emperor's situation. The balance had shifted. The Kokiden lady was ill. The power she had held was loosening its hold. The crown prince, the child of Fujitsubo and the hidden truth, was growing toward his majority. The people around him were beginning to understand what his majority would mean for the arrangement of things. The summons came. Return, it said. The conditions that had sent Genji away were no longer what they had been. The return was not a defeat for his enemies. The enemies were managing their own defeats. Without Genji's assistance, he prepared to leave Akashi. The Akashi lady was expecting his child. She did not know yet what the child would be. She knew what she was feeling about the departure, the feeling of having been the person who held what she held for the months he was there, and now holding the leaving. He made his promises, the promises that were real, and that he would keep, not all of them in the ways she hoped, but the substance of them, the care and the acknowledgement would be kept. He left, the coast of Akashi behind him, the road back to the capital ahead, the years of exile over, the life that had continued without him, waiting to continue with him again. He was going home. For the second time in the story, a Genji was going home toward the folded mountains of Yamato. But this Genji had not become a bird. He had become something else, something that years of distance, and the sea, and the koto in the next room, and the letters in both directions, had made of him. Something more than what he had left as, something the capital did not yet know it was going to have to reckon with. The Tale of Genji, Part 2, the 14th chapter. Miyotsukushi, the channel markers. He came back. Genji came back to the capital, the way a man comes back after years away, which is not the same as the way he left. The person who left was a young man in his middle 20s who had made too many mistakes to continue staying and had chosen to go before the choice was made for him. He had gone quietly, with a small retinue, without the ceremony that his position deserved. He had gone the way that people go when going is the only honorable option left available. The person who returned had been through the storm, had stood on the coast of Suma, watching the sea do what the sea does to a person who has only himself to account to, had stood there in the evenings when the sky went red and thought about everything that had brought him to this coast and everything that was continuing. Without him in the capital, he had crossed to Akashi, had heard the kodo through the wall, had been on the coast long enough that the coast had changed him in the way that places change people when they have nowhere else to be. He was not the same person. The man who came back knew things the man who left had not quite known about the difference between what you are and what the court says you are, about the quality of a person when all the appointments and titles have been removed, about what remains. The arrangement had changed. The emperor who reigned when Genji left was no longer the emperor. Suzaku had abdicated. The abdication had been coming. He had never been entirely comfortable on the throne, had never quite had the health or the temperament for the full weight of it. His eyes troubled him. His conscience troubled him. He had wanted the easier life of the retired emperor for longer than he had admitted. When Genji's exile had created the conditions for his departure, Suzaku had taken the departure with something that was close to relief. The new emperor was Reizei, the child of Fujitsubo, the child that the court believed was the son of the previous emperor, and Fujitsubo, which was true, which was also not the whole truth. Reizei was on the throne, and with Reizei on the throne, the calculation of the court had shifted completely. The old arrangement had been the arrangement of Suzaku and his mother Kokiden, and the families behind them, the arrangement that had used Oborozukyo and the Discovery to press Genji out. The new arrangement was different. Reizei had been from the beginning someone whose existence was connected to Genji in ways the court could not see, but that Genji felt every time he looked at the young emperor's face. Genji was promoted to Naidaijin, the inner minister, a rank just below the great ministers of the left and the right, near the summit of what the court's official structure could offer. The years of Suma had been the years of nothing. These were the years of everything returning, the rank, the apartments, the sense of being at the center of something rather than on its margins. He went to see the emperor first. This is what the chapter records as its first formal event, before the visits to women, before the arrangements for the household, the visit to Raizei, Genji and the emperor, who was his son, in the only truth that would never be spoken. They sat together, brother and brother, in the official version, something else, in the version that lived, underneath the official version. Raizei was young. He had not been emperor long. He was finding his way into what the position required, with the particular combination of intelligence and uncertainty of someone who has been given enormous power at an age when they are still learning what power is. He looked at Genji, and Genji looked at him, and the looking was the entire weight of the secret, pressed into the silence between two people who could not speak it. Genji did not know yet that Raizei would learn the truth, that a priest would tell him, that the young emperor would sit with the knowledge of who his father really was and what that meant for the throne he was sitting on. That came later, for now it was only the looking, the particular quality of seeing someone and knowing something about them that they do not know about themselves. Then he went to Murasaki. She was there. She had been there. The whole time he was gone, she had managed the house. She had managed the relationships. She had held the shape of his life while he was at Suma and then at Akashi, so that there was a shape to return to. 3 years. 3 years is a long time. At any age, at the age Murasaki had been, when Genji left, 3 years was the age when a person becomes more fully themselves, when the qualities that were always present consolidate into something that is clearly and permanently that person, rather than the person they were becoming. She was more beautiful, not more beautiful in the way of a new thing, more beautiful in the way of something that has found its form, the particular beauty of a person who knows what they are now and does not reach for what they are not. He had missed her in the specific way that you miss someone who has become the texture of daily life. The longing for Fujitsubo was the longing for something he had never had and could not have. The missing of Murasaki was something different. It was the missing of what was his, of what had been organized around him and had continued to be organized. Even in his absence, he held her, or the closest approximation the Heian world allowed. He was present with her in the way he had rarely been when he was always there. The absence had taught him something about presence, about the difference between being in the same rooms and actually being there. The shrine at Sumiyoshi, he went to give thanks. The shrine of the sea god, the god who had appeared in the dream, at Suma and directed him to Akashi, or so the dream had said. The dream that was also the storm, and the storm that was also the father's voice, and the father's voice that was also everything Genji believed about the invisible forces that operated beneath the visible arrangement of things. He went, he gave the offerings, he prayed in the way of a person who has been through something and wants to acknowledge the having been through it to whatever was watching. And there, at the shrine, he encountered Akashi Mokimi. She had come on the same day. She and her father had traveled from the coast to give their own offerings at the same shrine, at the same hour. She saw his procession first, the full procession of Genji, restored to power, the carriages, the attendants, the display of a man who was now Naidaijin. She had seen him on the coast. She had seen him in the modest circumstances of the exile. She had seen him in the months when he was only himself without the apparatus that power provided. This was different. This was Genji as the court saw him, as the world saw him, as everything she had given and everything she had received looked from the outside to someone who was watching. She turned her boat around. She did not make herself visible to the procession. She did not send someone ahead to let him know she was there. She turned the boat and let the procession pass and thought about the distance between where she was and where he was, in terms that the procession had just illustrated with unavoidable clarity. The poem she sent him later was about the channel markers, the Miyotsukushi, the stakes that stand in the water to show the safe passage through the shallows. She said she had been a channel marker for him. She had stood in the water of his difficult time and shown him where the passage was. But a channel marker is not the ship. It stands where it stands. It does not go where the ship goes. He wrote back. He said the channel markers had guided him through, that without the markers, the ship would not have found the passage, that he thought about the coast, that he thought about the daughter she had carried on the coast, that he had not forgotten. She was carrying a daughter. He had not seen her yet, the girl born on the coast of Akashi, who would become one of the most important people in the story. But that came later, for now she was a child on the coast, and he was in the capital, and they were connected by the channel markers and the poems and the particular truth that the distance between them was not the distance between strangers. Rokujoin was dying. She had come back from Ise. She and her daughter, the former priestess, had returned when the daughter's term of sacred service ended. Rokujoin had come back changed. The years at the shrine had given her a certain distance from what she had been in the capital, or had tried to. She had tried to become the woman who had moved on, who had accepted the position she held in Genji's life and had made peace with it. She had not entirely succeeded. The dreams had continued, the smell of incense on her robes, the particular guilt of a woman who knows that her own feelings have done damage she cannot undo. Genji went to see her. He sat with her. He received her with the quality of attention he had rarely given her. When she was well, she had been too complicated, too intelligent, too aware of everything that was wrong between them. The conversations had always carried the weight of what was not said. Now dying, she was simpler, or the simplicity was what was left after everything else had been reduced. She said, "Protect my daughter, find a position for her in the court, ensure her future. This is what I am asking." She paused. Then she said, "Do not make her your woman. Do not let what happened between us happen with her. Promise me this." Genji looked at the daughter. She was beautiful. She had something of Rokujoin in her, the particular quality of presence, the way of carrying herself. That said, "I am more than what you see." He felt what he felt, the reaching that was in him toward everything beautiful, the particular pull of someone who had something of someone else in the way they stood in a room. He made the promise. He kept it. He took the daughter as his ward. He placed her as a consort of Raizai, not for himself, as a ward, as the fulfillment of the promise to the dying woman who had loved him badly, and whom he had loved badly, and who was owed this much at the end. Rokujoin died, the woman of the 6th Avenue, the most brilliant woman in the story, the woman whose love had become its own catastrophe, who had left the city for the shrine and come back to die in it. She died, and Genji arranged her daughter's future, and the daughter became part of the court that Genji was now, close enough to the center of, to arrange such things. The world of the story had changed shape. Genji was 30 years old. He was the inner minister. His son was the emperor. His ward was the emperor's consort. The women of his life were being gathered into the compound he was building. This is what the chapter called the channel markers is really about. Not the poem about navigation, the navigation itself, the way that a life moves through the shallows by finding the markers and following them, the way that each person who has been part of the passage has stood in the water and shown something about where the passage was. Fujitsubo, Yugao, Utsusemi, Akashi, Rokujoin, each of them a marker, each of them standing where they stood while the ship moved through, and Genji moving through, always moving, following the passage, arriving 30 years old, at the place. The channel markers had been pointing toward the 15th chapter, Yomogyu, the overgrown garden, while Genji was at Suma, while he was walking on the coast, and looking at the gray sea, and writing letters to Murasaki that said what they could say, and left out what they had to leave out. Suetsumu Hana was sitting in a ruin. She had been sitting in the ruin for years. This requires some understanding of what Suetsumu Hana was and what she had decided. She was the safflower princess, the woman Genji had sought out in the period of his youth, when the rainy night conversation had made him curious about the middle class of women and what they were like. Up close, he had found her. He had been disappointed. She was not what he had imagined. She was tall and slow, and her nose was the famous nose, the nose whose redness gave her the name the story called her by, the safflower, the flower whose tip dips into red. He had not abandoned her. This is the thing that the chapter of the overgrown garden is partly about, the particular quality that Genji had of not abandoning the women he had taken on. He was not faithful. He was inconstant. He moved from woman to woman with the movement of someone who cannot help being drawn toward beauty and novelty and the feeling of reaching toward something just out of reach. But he did not abandon. The women he had engaged remained his responsibility. He thought about them. He provided for them. He visited, if not as often as they hoped. When he went to Suma, the provision stopped, not because he chose to stop it, because the exile removed him from the mechanisms by which he had been providing. His income, his appointments, his position in the court, that made things possible. All of it was affected by the choice to go. The households that had depended on his attention and resources felt the absence in the practical terms that absence always takes when the center leaves. Suetsumu Hana's household fell apart. The servants left. This is the first thing. Servants who worked for a household that had access to power and resources made different calculations when that household lost its access and its resources and could no longer guarantee what servants required. They left, one by one, then in groups, until the household that had already been modest became smaller than modest, became the shell of a household, became a house where one woman sat among the things the house still had and waited. The garden. The garden is the image. The chapter chooses for this the yomogyu, the mugwort, a plant that grows anywhere, that does not require cultivation, that fills the space that cultivation has vacated. When no one is tending a garden, the mugwort comes. It comes from the edges, from the places where it has always been, held back by the gardening, waiting for the gardening to stop. When the servants left, and the garden went untended, the mugwort came, over the fence lines, through the paths, into the spaces where the careful cultivation had been. The garden became a wilderness, the house became a ruin, in the middle of a wilderness, and Suetsumu Hana sat in the ruin and waited. Her aunt offered her a way out. The aunt had a position, a husband with an appointment, a household in the provinces that was functional and could absorb a niece who needed absorbing. She came to Suetsumu Hana. She made the offer. "Come with us," she said. "Come to where we are going. Leave the ruin. Leave the waiting. Come and be part of something that is actually working." Suetsumu Hana refused. She refused in the particular way that Suetsumu Hana refused everything. That was not her original decision, with the absolute stubbornness of a person who has fixed on one thing and will not be moved. She was waiting for Genji. She had been waiting for Genji since the day he first came to her house. That was what she was doing. That was what she had decided to do. The exile did not change the decision. The ruin did not change the decision. The mugwort in the garden did not change the decision. She sat. She waited. She wore the robes that were not replaced when they wore out. She ate what there was to eat. She looked at the garden that was becoming the garden of waiting. The aunt eventually stopped coming. Her husband's appointment took them to the distant provinces. She took with her the one companion Suetsumu Hana had relied on, a woman who had been with her since childhood. Even this did not move her. She was alone now, alone in the ruin, in the mugwort, waiting. Genji came back. He was restored. He was Naidaijin. The world had righted itself. He was in the capital, with all the mechanisms of his position functioning again. He went to visit Hanachiru Sato one evening. Hanachiru Sato, the woman of the village, where flowers fall, the gentle woman, the reliable one. He was going to her on a spring evening when the orange blossoms were scenting the air. He passed a ruin, a house overgrown with mugwort, a garden that had lost its shape to whatever grows when shape is not maintained. He was in his carriage. The carriage moved, and something about the pine tree at the edge of the property made him look again. The pine tree. There was a pine tree at the entrance to this property that he recognized, or rather, the recognition happened the way recognitions happen when you are not looking for them. Something about the shape, something about the way the branches moved, something that his memory held. From the time he had been coming to this house, he stopped the carriage. He sent someone to inquire. The answer came back. Yes, this was the house of the princess of the Hitachi family. She was still there. She had been there the whole time. Genji was moved, not in the way he was usually moved, not by beauty, not by the quality of a voice through a wall, not by the poem on a fan, at the fence, by the fact of it, by the simple bare fact of a woman who had sat in a ruin and waited, because waiting was what she had decided, and she was not a person who changed her decisions. He had given her so little reason to wait. He had visited infrequently, even when he was in the capital. He had not loved her in the way she deserved to be loved. He had found her disappointing, and had managed the disappointment with the particular grace of someone who understands that the disappointment says more about them than about the person they're disappointed in. And she had sat in the ruin, in the mugwort, and had not left. He went to her. He sat in the ruin with her. He looked at what the garden had become, and he felt something that was not romantic, and was not the particular pull that usually brought him to women. It was something quieter, something like the recognition of a quality he had not expected and had not deserved, a loyalty that had been given to him, not because he had earned it, but because she had decided. He made a poem. He said the pine tree at the gate had seemed familiar. He had thought, is this the person who has been waiting? Is this the pine that marked the place? She answered. She said, I pressed through the mugwort of the gate, not knowing if anyone would come, but the pine has not changed. The pine, unchanged, while everything around it became the mugwort garden. He arranged for the house to be repaired. The carpenters came. The garden was cleared. The mugwort was cut back. The paths were restored. The rooms were made habitable again. The household that had been, the shell of a household, was given the resources to be a household again. He visited, not the visits of desire, the visits of acknowledgement, the visits that said, I know what you did. I know what the waiting was. I am here now, in the way I should have been, more consistently before. 2 years later, he moved her into his own compound, the Rokujoin, the great household he was building. She came from the ruin into the compound of the man she had waited for. She was the same, the nose unchanged, the slowness unchanged, the absolute stubbornness unchanged, the particular quality that had made him find her disappointing had not changed, but neither had she moved. In all the years of the ruin, in all the years of the mugwort, she had not moved. The chapter called The Overgrown Garden is about waiting, about the particular kind of waiting. That is not passive. That is a decision. That is the same kind of commitment that Genji could only understand by seeing it in the form of a ruin, in the middle of a mugwort garden. He had gone to Suma. He had been to Akashi. He had been through the storm, and the channel markers, and the koto through the wall. She had sat in the ruin, both of them waiting, in their different ways, both of them arriving eventually at the same compound. The 16th chapter, Sekiya, the barrier gate. There are meetings that happen because the road is the same road, not because anyone planned them, not because anyone arranged to be in the same place, but because two people who have been moving through separate lives for years find themselves on a particular afternoon on the same road, going in opposite directions. These meetings are brief. They are the length of a road narrowing at a mountain pass, the length of two processions passing each other at a point too small for either to stop. They are brief and they are complete. Everything that could be said in the long form is said in the short form. At the gate, Genji was on his way to the temple at Ishiyama, a pilgrimage, the appropriate occasion for the inner minister to travel with a suitable retinue through the autumn road to the place of prayer and offering. The road went through Osaka, the mountain pass, the narrow place where the road tightened and two processions could barely pass each other at once. At the pass there was a small building, a gatehouse, the house of the barrier keeper, the Sekiya, the barrier gate, the name that gave the chapter its title. Coming from the other direction was the procession of the Hitachi Nosuke, the governor of Hitachi, returning to the capital after years in the distant province. His household, his attendants, and his wife, Utsusemi. She had been the wife of the Ionosuke when Genji first found her. That was the name the husband had then. He had been reappointed. He had gone to another province. He had taken his wife. They had been gone for years, and now the appointment had ended, and they were coming home. And the road they were coming home on was the road Genji was going out on, and the pass at Osaka was where the two roads met. Genji recognized her carriage, or not her carriage exactly. The carriage of a woman of her household did not distinguish itself from the carriages of women of similar households. What he recognized was something about the procession, the particular arrangement, something that the years between then and now had not quite erased from the part of him that remembered things it was not supposed to still be remembering. He called her brother, Utsusemi's brother, the boy who had been the intermediary in the years of the letters. He was a man now. He had his own position. He was part of the household, returning from Hitachi. Genji called him to the carriage. He was glad to see him. He expressed the gladness in the way that people express gladness at unexpected meetings on roads. Then he gave him a poem for his sister. The poem said, We are like the travelers who meet at the barrier gate, going different ways, who can say nothing in the time of passing, who go on with whatever the passing leaves. Utsusemi received the poem in her carriage. The carriage was moving. The processions were passing each other. The narrow road of Usaka gave them only the moment of passing. She read the poem, or rather, she held it. The poem was the shape of what the moment was, the passing at the gate, the two directions, the thing that could not be stopped. She wrote back. She said, "The barrier gate is the place where those going and those returning pass and separate. The tears I cry, can they be mistaken for the waters of the gate?" Two poems exchanged at the speed of passing at a gate by two people going in opposite directions who had been in each other's lives once briefly in a way that had not resolved and had not needed to resolve, to remain. The story of Utsusemi does not end at the gate. They came back to the capital. The Hitachinosuke and his household. The appointment was finished. The province was done. They were home, but the Hitachinosuke was old. He had been old. When he married Utsusemi, he had taken a wife younger than was usual, and the years of the distant posting had not been easy years. The body that had managed the distance arrived back in the capital, already failing. He died not immediately, but within the time that the story counts as not long. He died and left Utsusemi the situation that widowhood left, the absence of the position she had held as his wife, the house that was his house, the household that was his household, and the freedom that had nowhere useful to go. Then the stepson, the son of the man she had married from a previous wife, a man who now controlled the house and the resources, and who had his own ideas about what the widow of his father should be for him. He pressed the way that men with authority over women without it press, not loudly, not in a way that announced what it was, but persistently, with the particular pressure of someone who has calculated that they have time and the other person has nowhere to go. Utsusemi took her vows. She became a nun. She cut her hair. She took the gray robes. She stepped outside the system of calculation that had been pressing on her. This is the third refusal of Utsusemi. The first refusal was the night. She left her robe and moved through the dark house and slept somewhere else. The second refusal was all the letters. She had answered correctly and completely, and with complete closure. The third refusal was this: the gray robes, the vows, the move to a position where the calculation of what she was worth to the people who wanted to use her no longer applied. She was a nun. She was not available, not to the stepson, not to Genji, not to anyone who had been looking at her as someone who could be arranged. Genji received the news. He arranged for her to come to his compound, to the Rokujoin. He gave her a place there, not as a woman he desired, not as one of the seasonal rooms, as someone he owed something to. He owed her the acknowledgement that she had been real, that the robe she had left had been real, that the refusal had been real and had cost something, and that he had seen the cost and had not quite reckoned with it. At the time she came, she lived in the compound, the nun who had refused him, the woman the story named, the empty cicada shell. The empty cicada shell is the thing left behind when the cicada transforms, when it moves from what it was to what it becomes next. Utsusemi had transformed again and again, from the wife of the Ionosuke to the woman at the barrier gate, to the widow pressed by the stepson, to the nun in the gray robes, each transformation a leaving behind, each time the shell, the evidence that something had been there and had become something else and had moved on. The compound held the shell now, as it held everything that had been part of Genji's life and that he could not quite let go of. The chapter of the barrier gate is about partings, about the meetings that happen at the narrow place where two roads cross, about the poems exchanged in the moment of passing, about the things that are said at the speed of a procession going by. At the gate, everything that could be said was said in two poems. That was the length of it. Two poems and the passing. And then the roads continued in their different directions, and Utsusemi became a nun, and Genji continued toward the temple at Ishiyama, and later the compound held them both in different rooms, the man who had pressed and the woman who had refused, both of them now in the same place. The road had been long and the gate had been brief, and here they were. The 17th chapter, Ayawaza, the picture contest, power in the Heian court, was not always declared. It was demonstrated through the quality of the ceremony you could produce, through the women you could place in the emperor's household, through the pictures you could gather. When the emperor loved pictures, Reiji loved pictures. Everyone at court knew this, and so the contest became about pictures. Two women were competing for the center of the emperor's attention, the Kokiden lady, the daughter of Tunochujo, now the inner minister. She had been placed in the emperor's household by her father, who had been competing with Genji since they were young men, on a rainy night, talking about women. The Umetsubo lady, Rokujo's daughter, the former priestess of Ise, the woman Genji had promised her dying mother to protect. He had kept the promise by making her Reizai's consort, The two sides began to gather pictures, the finest pictures available, the great scrolls, the old masters, the new works, everything that could make the emperor's eye rest on one side rather than the other. The contest was held first before Fujitsubo in her rooms, with the court assembled, picture after picture brought forward and evaluated, first one side ahead, then the other, the quality undeniable on both sides. The judges divided, then the contest moved to the emperor's own presence. The finest pieces, the deciding round, Genji brought out the diary of Suma, the painted record of the years of exile, the pictures he had made. On the coast of Suma, during the months of watching the sea in winter, the pines in the storm, the particular quality of gray sky over gray water when a person has nowhere else to be and everything they are is visible to themselves without the softening that position and comfort provide. The court wept, not because the pictures were technically superior, though they were, because the pictures were true. They showed something real, something that had happened to someone they knew, in a form that made the happening present, in a way that facts could not. The Umetsubo side won, Rokujo's daughter won, and the court's picture of power adjusted accordingly. After the contest, Genji gave the diary to Fujitsubo, not to the court, to her. She looked at the pictures of Suma, the sea, the pines, the gray horizon. She understood what the diary was, the record of what the exile had cost, the cost that she had been part of creating. She held the pictures. She did not speak. There was nothing to say that would be adequate to the pictures and what they showed and what they meant. Between the two of them, she gave them back, carefully, with the quality of returning something that was not hers, even though it was about her. This is one of the last moments between Fujitsubo and Genji that the story records. The diary of Suma passed between them in the room after the picture contest, the exile that his love had partly caused, shown to the woman whose love had partly caused it, and returned without words, because there were no words for what the pictures said. The 18th chapter, Matsukaze, the wind in the pines. Akashi Mokimi came to the capital, or near it, not to the city itself. She was not ready for that. Her father, the Akashi Nudo, understood this, understood the gap between the coast of Akashi and the court of the capital, and had arranged something in between. There was an old mountain villa belonging to her mother's family in the valley at Ui, west of the city. He arranged for it to be repaired, and for his daughter, and her daughter, and the grandmother nun to move there, close enough that Genji could visit, far enough that the distance still said what it needed to say about where Akashi Mokimi was relative to Murasaki and the compound and the official arrangement of things. She played her koto in the valley as she had played it on the coast, the same instrument, the same hands, the same quality of playing that had come through the wall at Akashi and stopped Genji in the middle of a reason he had given himself for not being interested. But now there was no wall, only the distance between the valley and the capital, only the distance between the woman playing and the man who was too busy becoming the inner minister to visit as often as he should. She waited, as she had waited on the coast, with the patience of someone who has decided that waiting is not defeat. Genji came eventually, using the excuse of the temple he had built nearby in the mountains of Sagano. He needed to check on the temple, and while he was in the area, he would visit the valley. He saw his daughter for the first time, the girl born on the coast of Akashi, who was now old enough to be seen and to be considered, to be held and admired by the father who had never held her. She was beautiful, with the beauty of both parents, Akashi Mokimi's refinement, and something of Genji's particular quality that he recognized with the particular recognition of a person seeing themselves in another person's face. He thought about her future, the future of a daughter whose father was Naidaijin and whose mother was the provincial daughter of a retired official. The gap between those two things was the gap she would spend her life navigating. He thought she should be raised closer to the center. She should be raised with the education and the position that her father's rank could provide and that her mother's circumstances could not. She should be raised by Murasaki. He asked Murasaki. She said yes, without the performance of reluctance. She said yes, the way she said everything, with the directness of someone who has decided that the direct answer is always better than the strategic one. She would raise the daughter, she would love her, she would give her what a mother gives. Murasaki had not had children of her own, would not. The compound was full of women. None of them were her children. The daughter of Akashi Mokimi was being offered to her as the closest thing available. She said yes. Then he asked Akashi Mokimi, "This is the moment the chapter is named for, not the playing of the koto, not the reunion in the valley, the moment when Genji asks Akashi Mokimi to give up her daughter." She walked to the window. The pine trees were visible from the window of the valley house. The wind was moving through them. Matsukaze, the wind in the pines, the sound that had been the sound of the coast, and was now the sound of this valley, and would be the sound of every place she was after this. She talked with her mother, the nun who had come from Akashi with her, who gave her the advice that the situation required. Except, the mother said, this is the daughter's future. Your love for her must include the willingness to let her go toward what she needs. She said yes. A winter day, snow, Genji came to take the daughter. The carriage was ready. The attendants were ready. Everything was arranged, except the moment of the separation, which could not be arranged, which simply had to happen. Akashi Mokimi held the child for the last time as the child who was hers. After this, the child would be Murasaki's, would call Murasaki mother, would be raised in the spring rooms of the compound. That was not the valley at Ui, and was not the coast of Akashi, but was the center, the place that the daughter's future required. She let go. The snow fell. The carriage moved. The child looked back once from the carriage window. She was too young to understand. She would not remember this day. She would grow up knowing Murasaki as her mother, and knowing that she had another mother in the valley at Ui, whom she would visit, and from whom she would receive letters. But who would always be the other one, the one she had come from, not the one who raised her? Akashi Mokimi stood at the gate of the valley house and listened to the wind in the pines, the same sound it had always been, the same pine trees, the same wind, just the child gone now, going toward what the child needed, away from what the mother needed. This is what love sometimes costs. The story says this: through the wind in the pines, through the woman standing at the gate, in the snow. The wind does not stop because you are standing in it. The pines do not hold still. The snow falls. The carriage moves. And you stand there and you let it. The 19th chapter, Usugumo, the fading cloud. Fujitsubo died in the spring, 37 years old. The illness that had been growing in her for months completed what it had been doing. The story says, like a lamp going out, the lamp that had been burning with the particular light that was Fujitsubo went out in the spring of Genji's 31st year. He had been to see her. In the final weeks, he had sat outside the screen, the same screen that had always been. Between them, the same arrangement, the same distance maintained by all the rules that the world had arranged around the two of them to keep them from each other. He had sent words in. She had sent words back. The last exchange, the last poems between the two people who had been the secret at the center of the story since the very beginning, since the ceremony of his coming of age, when he looked across the room and saw her and felt the thing he felt, and the thing he felt became the engine of everything that came after. The poem he made when she died is the one the chapter is named for. He looked at the sky at sunset, the thin clouds over the mountains, Usugumo, the fading cloud, the kind that catches the last light and holds it briefly before the dark. He said the clouds were the color of the morning sleeve, that the clouds and the sleeve were doing the same thing, holding the last of something. He went to his oratory, the small room of prayer. He stayed there longer than the formal mourning required, because the mourning was not only about her death, it was about everything. She had been the center of an impossible longing that had organized 20 years of his life. She had been Fujitsubo, the lady of the wisteria court, the woman who looked like his mother, the woman he had loved before he knew what love was, and had gone on loving, past the point where loving her was anything other than a form of reaching toward something that would never be reached. She had held the secret. She had held it for 20 years. The child, the night, the guilt, all of it held with a dignity that had cost her everything she had in terms of ease and peace. And now she was gone, and the secret was now held only by Genji and the priest who had known, and the gods. The priest told Reizai, "This is what happened while Genji was in his oratory." The priest who had served Fujitsubo's household, who had known since near the beginning, who had carried the weight of it in the way that priests carry the things they cannot speak. Fujitsubo was dead. The secret died with the obligation to protect her, or the priest decided it did. He went to Reizai. He told the young emperor what the young emperor did not know and had not known, and had lived his entire life on the wrong side of. Reizai understood. He sat with the understanding, the way a person sits with something that reorganizes everything they thought they knew. The man he called brother, the man who was Naidaijin, the man who had always been present at the edges of his life in ways that now made sense differently than they had before. His father, his actual father, on the throne, and himself on the throne, and the secret underneath. Both of them. He summoned Genji. He said, with the indirection of the Heian court applied to something that could not be said directly, that he wished to give the throne away. Genji refused, absolutely, immediately, the refusal of someone who has understood exactly what the offer means and why accepting it would destroy the thing it was trying to honor. The secret had made the world. The world could not absorb the truth without collapsing into something that served no one. The emperor stays emperor. The world stays the world. The secret stays the secret, even now that the secret is known. He refused. He left. He understood that the secret was no longer only his, that Reitsai knew that from this point forward, every meeting between them would carry the weight of what both of them knew, and neither of them would say. He went to his oratory, and he grieved, not the public grief, the private grief, the grief that has nowhere to go publicly, because the person you are grieving was officially someone else's. Fujitsubo had been the emperor's lady, had been the empress, had been Fujitsubo. Everyone was grieving Fujitsubo in their official capacity. Genji was grieving the person underneath that, the woman who had held the secret, who had refused him 100 times in 100 ways, because refusing was the only honest thing available to her, who had become a nun, to refuse him in the most complete way possible, who had died in the spring at 37, still holding it, the fading cloud, the thin clouds at sunset that catch the light and lose it. That is what the chapter calls her death, not a ending, a fading, the particular quality of something that was always associated with light, becoming the kind of thing that catches the last light briefly and then is dark. He prayed for her in the oratory, in the way of the living for the dead, the prayers that cannot change what happened, but that acknowledge that what happened still matters. She had mattered the most, in the deepest and most impossible way, for longer than anything else in his life had mattered, and now she was the fading cloud, the light behind the mountain, the color of the morning sleeve, and the world continued, as worlds do, with the grief carried in the oratory, in the private room, in the only place where the grief could be what it actually was. The 20th chapter, Asagao, the morning glory. The morning glory is the flower that opens at dawn and closes before noon. It is beautiful for a short time, then it is gone. Then it opens again the next morning. The same flower, the same opening, the same closing, again and again, every morning, until the season ends. Genji had been sending poems to the morning glory princess. Since he was a young man, she had been receiving them and returning correct responses. Since she was a young woman, for years this had been the shape of it. He reached, she received, she returned the correct form without returning the feeling, and the cycle continued. The morning glory opening and closing, every season. Now Fujitsubo was dead, and the center of Genji's impossible longing was gone, and there was a space where Fujitsubo had been, not a physical space, the space that a fixed star leaves when it moves out of position, the emptiness where the organizing principle was. He turned toward Asagao. She had returned from the shrine. Her father had died Around the time of Fujitsubo's death, she was at the family house now, no longer the priestess, no longer protected by the formal distance that the sacred office provided. Genji began to visit, using her elderly aunt as the reason the aunt needed looking after. He would look after the aunt, and while he was there, he would be near Asagao. Murasaki knew, she always knew. This was one of the qualities of 20 years with Genji, the ability to know, without being told, to read the shape of his attention from the angles at which it was absent. She said something, not in the direct way, in the way of Murasaki, through a certain quality of stillness, through the texture of the air between them being different. Genji saw her sadness. He stayed with her. He sat with her in the winter evening, the snow outside, the lamp between them, and he talked. He talked about the women he had known, not as a list of conquests, as a reflection, as a person arriving at the age where the past is beginning to be longer than the future. He talked about Yugao. He talked about Utsusemi. He talked about Fujitsubo without saying her name. He talked about all of them, and Murasaki listened, as she had always listened, the person who had been present for as much of it as anyone, who had managed the parts she was not present for by managing herself. Asagao refused him. This is the essential fact of the chapter. She refused. She had feelings for him. The story does not deny this. She was not indifferent. She had been receiving his poems for years, and something in her had received them with more than formal attention, but she had also seen what loving Genji did to women. She had seen Rokujoin, the brilliant, proud Rokujoin, who had loved Genji with her full intelligence, who had become something she had never intended, whose spirit had left her sleeping body, who had died asking him to protect her daughter from becoming what she had been. Asagao looked at this. She understood what she was looking at. She was intelligent. She was clear-eyed. She was the morning glory princess, not the morning glory itself. She could see the pattern. She refused. Genji accepted it. He did not press. He did not find the gap in the night. He did not do what he had done with Utsusemi. He received the refusal as the answer. Something had changed in him. The story notes this. The refusal of Asagao is the moment where Genji understands that a certain season of his life is ending, the season of reaching for what he could not have, the season of Fujitsubo, organizing everything else around the impossibility of her. She was gone, and Asagao had said no, and he was 32. That night, Fujitsubo appeared in his dream. She was suffering. The secret was known, the dream said. Even in whatever place the dead inhabit, the knowing of the secret was costing her something. He woke. He arranged for prayers, secret prayers, prayers for her specifically, not for the official Fujitsubo. That the court mourned, but for the real one, the one who had held the secret, who had paid the cost of it for 20 years, who was paying it still, even now. He prayed for her and thought about what it meant, that she was still paying, and what it meant, that he was here and she was there, and the prayers could cross the distance between those two places, even if nothing else could. The morning glory, the flower that opens at dawn, that closes before noon, that opens again the next morning. Asagao had refused him, and the refusal had ended something and begun something else. The season of the impossible longing was closing, the way the morning glory closes, not because it failed, because it was the morning, and now it was becoming something later than morning. The story moved forward into what came next, into the chapter called The Maidens, into the Rokujoin, and all the arrangements Genji had built, and all the people those arrangements contained. But the morning glory stayed. In the story, the chapter kept her name, the woman who had refused, with wisdom rather than circumstance, who had seen the pattern, and chosen not to enter it. She opened every morning. She closed before noon. She was beautiful for that time, and then she was not, and then she opened again. This is what the story calls the morning glory. This is what the morning glory chose to be. The 21st chapter, Otome, the Maidens. Genji built the Rokujoin, 6 city blocks, 4 great quarters, each quarter given a season, each season given a woman, each woman given the garden that her season required. This is the compound that the story will live in for the next 10 years, the physical form of everything Genji had built. With his life, spring in the southeast, Murasaki, the cherry and the plum, the wisteria, the gardens of opening, summer in the northeast, Hanachiru Sato, the cool shade, the woman who had never asked for more than was given, and had made a life out of the sufficiency of that. Autumn in the southwest, Akikono Miu, the Empress of Autumn, Rokuzyo's daughter, who came down from the palace to the rooms that were hers, in the compound her guardian had built. Winter in the northwest, Akashi Mokimi, who had given her daughter away in the snow, and now lived in the compound of the man she had loved on the coast, closer than the coast, but still not at the center. The compound was his world, given form, all the arrangements of his life, made visible and permanent, the different seasons of the different women held together by the walls that enclosed them all. His son Yugiri came of age, the boy born the year his mother died, Aoi's son, who had grown up at the grandmother's house among the cousins and connections of his mother's family. He was 12 now. Time for the ceremony. Time to become, in the court's eyes, a man. Genji gave him a low rank. This surprised the court. The son of the inner minister, given the 6th rank, sent to the university to study with the sons of minor officials. Genji was deliberate about this. He had thought about it. He had watched his own life, the way that everything had been given to him from the beginning, and he had conclusions about it. He said, "A man who has not earned his position does not know how to keep it. The rank will come, first the learning." The court accepted this, not without surprise, but Genji was Naidaijin. What he decided about his son was his to decide. Yugiri had a problem that had nothing to do with rank. Kumoi no Kari, the wild goose in the clouds, the daughter of Tunochujo, who was now Naidaijin himself, Genji's lifelong rival, made into the other great power of the court. Yugiri and Kumoi no Kari had grown up together in the grandmother's house. The grandmother, Omiya, had taken both of them in. Both of them were hers, in different ways. Yugiri, because his mother was dead, and he had nowhere else. Kumoi no Kari, because her father had decided the grandmother's house was better for her than his own. They had been children together. Then they had become something other than children, and the being together had become something other than childhood. They loved each other in the way of people who have known each other since before they understood what the knowing would become. The oldest kind of love, the kind that grew in the same soil as everything else. Tunochujo found out. He was not pleased. His daughter had been kept at the grandmother's house for the right reasons at the right time. She had been there as a girl. She was no longer a girl, and the son of Genji, whatever his future might be, was currently at the 6th rank, grinding through examinations. This was not the match Tunochujo had in mind. He took her away. He moved her to his own house. He said to the grandmother, "My daughter is coming home." The grandmother wept. She had loved both of them. She had watched them grow. She had seen what was growing between them and had not prevented it, because what was growing between them was the thing that grows. When two people are given enough time together and enough kindness around them, she wept and she could not stop it. The day she left, Yugiri went to the grandmother's house. He could not stay away. He found Kumoi no Kari in the room where she was. They said what they could say in the time before the carriage came, which was not much, which was everything. A maidservant came, she said with the particular cruelty of someone who has been given the authority to enforce something painful. The inner minister's daughter should not be kept company by someone of the 6th rank. She took Kumoinokari away. The carriage came. Yugiri stood where he was. He decided to wait, not in the way of someone who has given up, in the way of someone who has identified the obstacle and identified the solution and is willing to do what the solution requires. He would earn his rank. He would become what Kumoinokari's father could not refuse, and then he would go get her. He studied. He passed the examinations. He rose through the ranks, the way his father had intended, through the mechanism of merit rather than the mechanism of birth. He kept writing to her, secretly, the letters of two people, separated by a father who had the authority to separate them, but not the authority to change what they felt. He waited 6 years. 6 years is a long time to wait for something you decided you were going to have. It is not impossible. It has been done, but it requires a particular quality of patience. That is not exactly patience, because patience accepts that it might not get what it is waiting for. Yugiri did not accept this. He was waiting with the certainty of someone who had decided and whose decisions once made were not revisable. The Rokujoin was completed. The compound, the 4 seasons, the 4 women. Genji moved through it in the way of a person who has arrived at a destination they have been building toward for a long time. He walked the gardens. He visited the women in their seasonal rooms. He sat with Murasaki in the spring rooms and felt what he felt there. He went to Hanachiru Sato in the summer rooms and felt what he felt there. Each room a different quality of feeling. Each woman a different register of what the compound held. This was the life he had made. It was not the life he had imagined when he was a young man looking at Fujitsubo across the ceremony, but it was the life that had resulted from that looking. The compound was what became. Of the 32 years of being Genji, he walked through it. He received what it gave him. He gave what it required, and the story moved forward into the 10 years it would spend here, in the compound of the 4 seasons, in the world that Genji had made from all the choices and all the consequences and all the women who had been the season of their time in his life. The 22nd chapter, Tamakazura, the jeweled chaplet. There was a girl. The story left her when she was 4 years old. Her mother Yugao dead in the abandoned house. Her father Tunochujo searching for her without knowing where to look. She had been taken by the nurse south to Kyushu, to the distant island where the nurse's family had connections and could survive. She had grown up in the provinces. Beautiful, the beauty of both parents, Yugao's softness, Tunochujo's quality of presence, combined in someone who was growing into a woman in a place that did not know what to do with her. She was 20 years old now, and she had been in Kyushu for all 20 of them. She knew the island. She knew the sea around it. She knew the particular loneliness of being beautiful in a place that was not the capital. The local men pressed, one more than the others, a provincial man of power, the Taihunagin, who decided that the beautiful girl was his to have, who could not be refused by the people around her, who depended on his goodwill. The nurse protected her, as long as protection was possible, and then the nurse said, "We have to go. We have to find a way back to the capital before what is coming cannot be stopped." They traveled to Hatsus, the great temple, the pilgrimage destination, the place where people went when they needed the particular help that temples provide. They went to pray for the future, for a way out, for whatever the gods of Hatsusi could provide to a young woman who had been beautiful in the wrong place for 20 years. At the lodging house at Tsubaichi, on the road to the temple, she saw a woman she recognized, or not recognized exactly. The woman recognized her. Ukon, who had been Yugao's attendant, who had been there on the night Yugao died, who had seen everything and had been living with everything. She had seen for 20 years. She looked at Tamakazura. She saw Yugao's face in a different face. She said, "I know who you are. I know where you came from. Come with me." Ukon brought her to Genji. She told him the story, the nurse, Kyushu, the 20 years, the return. Genji listened. He had thought about Yugao across those 20 years, not constantly, not in the way he thought about Fujitsubo, which was the longing that did not leave. But the thought came back, the beautiful woman in the abandoned house, the flower of the evening face, the daughter he had not looked for. He looked at the daughter now, standing before him, 20 years old, with her mother's softness and something else besides, something that had been formed by the 20 years of the island, a self-possession that the island had made, the particular quality of a person who has had to rely on themselves because the alternatives were limited. He took her as his ward. He placed her in the Rokujoin, in Hanachiru Sato's care, the summer rooms, the cool shaded part of the compound, with the woman who knew how to receive, without demanding, who had made. The quiet center, her particular art. He called her Tamakazura, the jeweled chaplet, the ornament of twisted jewels, a name that said, "You are beautiful. You are placed here. You belong to this arrangement." Now, the compound filled with suitors. The grandmother wept. She had loved both of them. She had watched them grow. She had seen what was growing between them and had not prevented it, because what was growing between them was the thing that grows, When two people are given enough time together and enough kindness around them, she wept and she could not stop it. The day she left, Yugiri went to the grandmother's house. He could not stay away. He found Kumoi no Kari in the room where she was. They said what they could say in the time before the carriage came, which was not much, which was everything. A maidservant came, she said, with the particular cruelty of someone who has been given the authority to enforce something painful. The inner minister's daughter should not be kept company by someone of the 6th rank. She took Kumoi no Kari away. The carriage came. Yugiri stood where he was. He decided to wait, not in the way of someone who has given up, in the way of someone who has identified the obstacle and identified the solution and is willing to do what the solution requires. He would earn his rank. He would become what Kumoi no Kari's father could not refuse, and then he would go get her. He studied. He passed the examinations. He rose through the ranks, the way his father had intended, through the mechanism of merit, rather than the mechanism of birth. He kept writing to her, secretly, the letters of two people, separated by a father, who had the authority to separate them, but not the authority to change what they felt. He waited 6 years. 6 years is a long time. To wait for something you decided you were going to have. It is not impossible. It has been done, but it requires a particular quality of patience that is not exactly patience, because patience accepts that it might not get what it is waiting for. Yugiri did not accept this. He was waiting with the certainty of someone who had decided, and whose decisions, once made, were not revisable. The Rokujoin was completed. The compound, the 4 seasons, the 4 women. Genji moved through it in the way of a person who has arrived at a destination they have been building toward for a long time. He walked the gardens. He visited the women in their seasonal rooms. He sat with Murasaki in the spring rooms and felt what he felt there. He went to Hanachirusato in the summer rooms and felt what he felt there. Each room a different quality of feeling. Each woman a different register of what the compound held. This was the life he had made. It was not the life he had imagined when he was a young man, looking at Fujitsubo across the ceremony, but it was the life that had resulted from that looking. The compound was what became of the 32 years of being Genji. He walked through it. He received what it gave him. He gave what it required, and the story moved forward into the 10 years it would spend here, in the compound of the 4 seasons, in the world that Genji had made, from all the choices, and all the consequences, and all the women who had been the season of their time in his life. The 22nd chapter. Tamakazura, the jeweled chaplet. There was a girl. The story left her when she was 4 years old. Her mother Yugao dead in the abandoned house. Her father Tunachujo searching for her without knowing where to look. She had been taken by the nurse south to Kyushu, to the distant island where the nurse's family had connections and could survive. She had grown up in the provinces, beautiful, the beauty of both parents, Yugao's softness, Tunochujo's quality of presence, combined in someone who was growing into a woman in a place that did not know what to do with her. She was 20 years old now, and she had been in Kyushu for all 20 of them. She knew the island. She knew the sea around it. She knew the particular loneliness of being beautiful in a place that was not the capital. The local men pressed, one more than the others, a provincial man of power, the Taihunagin, who decided that the beautiful girl was his to have, who could not be refused by the people around her, who depended on his goodwill. The nurse protected her, as long as protection was possible, and then the nurse said, "We have to go. We have to find a way back to the capital before what is coming cannot be stopped." They traveled to Hatsuse, the great temple, the pilgrimage destination, the place where people went when they needed the particular help that temples provide. They went to pray for the future, for a way out, for whatever the gods of Hatsus could provide to a young woman who had been beautiful in the wrong place for 20 years at the lodging house at Subaichi. On the road to the temple, she saw a woman she recognized, or not recognized exactly. The woman recognized her, Ukon, who had been Yugao's attendant, who had been there on the night Yugao died, who had seen everything and had been living with everything. She had seen for 20 years. She looked at Tamakazura. She saw Yugao's face in a different face. She said, "I know who you are. I know where you came from. Come with me." Ukon brought her to Genji. She told him the story, the nurse, Kyushu, the 20 years, the return. Genji listened. He had thought about Yugao. Across those 20 years, not constantly, not in the way he thought about Fujitsubo, which was the longing that did not leave. But the thought came back, the beautiful woman in the abandoned house, the flower of the evening face, the daughter he had not looked for. He looked at the daughter now, standing before him, 20 years old, with her mother's softness and something else besides, something that had been formed by the 20 years of the island, a self-possession that the island had made, the particular quality of a person who has had to rely on themselves because the alternatives were limited. He took her as his ward. He placed her in the Rokujoin, in Hanachi Rusato's care, the summer rooms, the cool shaded part of the compound, with the woman who knew how to receive, without demanding who had made, the quiet center. Her particular art, he called her Tamakazura, the jeweled chaplet, the ornament of twisted jewels, a name that said, "You are beautiful, you are placed here, you belong to this arrangement, now." The compound filled with suitors, this is what the Rokujoin offered. Not only shelter, not only position, the beauty of the arrangement, the particular beauty, that comes when people, who might otherwise be in competition, are placed in a setting so carefully designed that the competition becomes ceremony. Tamakazura watched from her rooms. She was not yet part of the ceremony. She was new. Her place in the arrangement was not yet fixed. She watched the butterflies cross the water. She watched the autumn empress receive them with grace. She watched Murasaki manage the spring quarter with the ease of someone who has been here long enough to know exactly what the season requires. She was watching a world she had not yet entered, a beauty she had not yet been allowed to participate in. She was also watching with the eyes of someone who had come from Kyushu, who knew what it felt like to be beautiful in the wrong place, who was now in the right place, but was not yet sure what being in the right place cost. Genji came to her rooms after the ceremony. He sat with her. He described the old ceremonies. He was charming. He was the most charming person in the compound, and he directed the charm at her, the way he directed it, at everything he found beautiful. She listened. She received the charm. She did not give him what the charm was asking for. This is the 24th chapter, shorter than most. A ceremony, butterflies on the water, a young woman watching from a window. The story uses it to mark the moment before the fireflies, the moment when the compound is still only beautiful before Genji does what he does next with the fireflies. Spring in the spring quarter, butterflies crossing the water, Tamakazura at the window, the world about to change in the small ways that change everything. The 25th chapter, Hotaru, the fireflies. He released the fireflies. This is the famous moment, the one the chapter is named for, the one that everyone who has spent time with the Genji story carries with them. The Hotaru prince had been coming to see Tamakazura, Genji's half-brother, a serious man, a man who had decided that Tamakazura was the woman he wanted, and had been saying so in letters and visits, and the patient persistence of someone who believes. The feeling is real, and the real feeling will eventually be acknowledged. On this evening, Genji had arranged the room. He had filled it with incense, the particular incense chosen to suggest that the invisible presence behind the screen was even more beautiful than imagination could reach. He had seated the prince on the near side of the screen. He had placed Tamakazura on the far side, the screen between them, the incense around them, the dark. Then Genji released the fireflies, a bag of fireflies carried in, opened in the dark room, and the darkness filled suddenly with the particular light of 100 fireflies moving at once in the enclosed space. The light fell on Tamakazura for a moment before she could reach for her fan. The firefly light caught her profile, the line of her face in the moving light of 100 small lives burning in the dark. The Hotaru prince saw her. He had imagined her. He had constructed her from the letters and the visits and the incense and everything the screen had kept from him. What he saw in the firefly light was different from the imagining, not because she was less, because she was real, and real things exceed what imagination can do in the direction of actual presence. He was undone. He had been hopeful before. Now he was undone. The glimpse in the firefly light had shown him something. That hope alone could not have shown him. Tamakazura understood what had happened. The complicity. Genji had done this deliberately, had arranged the fireflies, had timed the release, had placed her and the prince and the dark and the light with the precision of someone who is producing a particular effect and knows exactly what is required. She was not only angry, she had been managing Genji since she arrived. She had expected the management to continue. But this was different from the letters, different from the sitting too close. This was him using her visibility, using her face in the firefly light as an instrument of his own arrangement. She held her fan, too late to have blocked the glimpse, just in time to block anything more. In this chapter, Genji talks about stories. He comes to Tamakazura's rooms. She is reading a monogatari, a tale, one of the stories that circulated in the court. He sits with her. He says, "Stories are not lies. People say they are. People say that what is in the tale did not happen, and therefore the tale is false, but this is wrong." He says, the things that really happen find their way into stories because there is nowhere else for them to go. The official record holds what the official record holds. The story holds what the official record cannot. The feeling, the truth of what it was like to be inside the event, the things that happened to people that were too specific and too internal to fit into any document. That required objectivity. He is talking about stories in general. He is also talking about this story, about what Murasaki Shikibu is doing in writing the Genji story, holding what the official record of the Heian court could not hold. The night in the abandoned house, the poem on the fan, the fireflies. Tamakazura listens. She does not put down the story she is reading. She thinks about what he has said while holding the story. She thinks, if what you are saying is true, then the story is holding you right now. The story is holding what you are and what you do and what you have done to the women around you. The fireflies, the incense, the arrangement. If stories hold the truth, the story is holding yours. She does not say this. She holds the story. She listens to him talk about stories. And the moment is the chapter. And the chapter is in the story. And the story holds both of them. The man talking about stories. And the woman listening, the firefly. The firefly burns with its own light. It does not need the sun. It makes what light it has from inside itself. It burns briefly. It goes dark. It burns again. The Hotaru Prince was named for this night, for the fireflies that showed him what the dark had been hiding, and Tamakazura was placed in the firefly light by someone else's hand, her face lit. For a moment, she had not chosen. This is what the compound contained. Not only the 4 seasons, not only the beautiful arrangement, the moments when the arrangement required something of the people inside it that the people had not agreed to give. The fireflies burn. The moment passes. The fan goes up, and the story holds it, all of it. The 26th chapter, Tokonatsu, the pink of midsummer. The name of this chapter is a flower. The Nadeshiko, the pink, the flower of the fringed edges, the flower whose name in Japanese contains the word for child, the small beloved one. Tokonatsu, constant summer, the always summer pink, the flower that blooms when the heat is at its full. Genji and Tamakazura exchanged poems about this flower. He said, "When I see the pink of summer, I think of the fence where it grew, and wonder if someone will come seeking the original." He was asking in the language of flowers whether Tunochujo would recognize his own daughter. If he saw her, whether the original fence, the father's house, would call the flower home, the summer heat at the Rokujoin, midsummer, the compound in its hottest season. Genji was at the fishing pavilion, taking what cool could be found. Over the water, young men came, the sons of Tunochujo, now Naidaijin, Kashiwagi and his brothers, coming to visit Yugiri, ending up near Genji, talking in the way of young men. At a hot afternoon, the conversation turned to Uminogimi. Tunochujo had found another lost child, a daughter he had apparently fathered. In Umi province, she had arrived at the capital. She was at his house. She was by all accounts impossible. She spoke too loudly. She made jokes at the wrong moments. She played board games with a competitive intensity that the court found alarming. She had none of the refinement that Tunochujo had spent his career embodying. She was the daughter he had found instead of the daughter he had lost. Genji listened to the stories. He laughed, not unkindly, but with the particular amusement of a man who is holding a secret that makes the situation very funny from the inside. The daughter Tunochujo was looking for was in the summer rooms of the Rokujoin. The daughter he had found was in his house. Being impossible, he kept teaching Tamakazura the koto. This is also recorded. He used the music lessons as the occasion for visits. He sat beside her. He corrected her technique. He stayed longer than technique required. Tamakazura understood the situation clearly. The guardian who was also a suitor. The teacher who was also something else. She managed. She played the koto. She received the lesson. She did not give him what the lesson was covering for. The 27th chapter, Kagaribi, the bonfire. In the early 7th month, on a night when the moon was partial, Genji came to Tamakazura's rooms. He had arranged a bonfire in the garden. Kagaribi, the fire that lights the garden and throws everything into the particular quality of shadow that firelight makes, warmer than moonlight, more moving, more dramatic. He lay down beside her, using the koto as a pillow, the instrument between them, like a formality that was also a closeness. He made a poem about the smoke. He said, "The smoke of the bonfire mixes with the smoke of my longing. This is the fire that never goes out." She answered him. She was always answering him. She said, "Send the smoke of your longing somewhere it can dissipate, into the sky, where it has nowhere to go, but away." She was telling him, with the politeness the court required, that the longing needed to go somewhere else, that the smoke needed to clear, that the bonfire in the garden was beautiful, and the fire in her guardian was not the same kind of beautiful. Kashiwagi was there, in the east wing. He and Yugiri were playing music. Genji heard them, and called them to the room. He arranged a small concert, the three of them playing, Genji and his son's friend, the music moving through the summer night, and out through the screens, into the garden where the bonfire burned. Tamakazura listened. She watched Kashiwagi play. She felt something she had not expected to feel about the man playing beside her guardian. Kashiwagi was careful with her. He sent letters. He played music. He did not deploy the particular tactic of the bonfire and the koto. He was in love with her, in the way of someone who was still young enough for love to be primarily about the other person and only secondarily about himself. She felt this. She could not do anything about it. She was in Genji's compound. She was Genji's ward. Whatever she felt about Kashiwagi could not be acted on without Genji's permission, which was not forthcoming. Also, she did not know yet that Kashiwagi was her brother, not her full brother, but the son of the same father, Tsunochujo's son, her actual half-brother. The story knows this. The reader knows this. They did not know. The music continued. The bonfire burned in the garden, and the smoke rose into the summer night and dissipated the way smoke does when there is enough sky. Tamakazura watched the smoke. She thought about what she had said. Send it somewhere it can dissipate into the sky. The smoke was going. The night was going. The music would end eventually. Genji would leave eventually. She waited with the patience of a woman who has been waiting since she was 4 years old for the situation to become something she had chosen. The 28th chapter. Nowaki, the autumn storm. The storm came in the 8th month. The Nowaki, the autumn typhoon, the wind that comes in from the sea and moves across the island, breaking what is breakable and bending what is not. The gardens of the Rokujoin suffered. The flowers that Murasaki had cultivated in the spring garden were knocked down by the wind from the west. The autumn empress's garden lost branches. The compound that had been the image of Genji's ordered world was disordered for the length of the storm. Yugiri came to check on the compound. He came to see about his grandmother, Omiya, who was old now and frail, and for whom the storm was a particular anxiety. He came through the compound, through the disordered gardens, through the corridors where the wind had been, and he saw Murasaki, not as he was supposed to see her, not through screens, not through the careful arrangement of distance and fabric that the court maintained between the women of a household and the men who were not the household's head. He saw her directly. The screens had been disarranged by the storm, or she had not expected him, or the storm had disordered more than the gardens. He saw her face. He had grown up knowing Murasaki existed. She was his father's primary woman. She had raised the Akashi daughter. She was the center of the spring rooms. He knew these facts, but facts are not faces. The face he saw in the disordered room was the face of someone whose beauty had a quality he had not expected. He had grown up watching his father be drawn toward beauty. He had watched it as a moral problem. He had watched it with the particular unease of a son who sees his father clearly and does not always like what the seeing shows. And now he understood, not as approval, as understanding, the recognition of why the beauty operated on people the way it did. He backed away. He composed himself. He went to his grandmother. He did what he had come to do. But the face stayed, the image that the storm had inadvertently provided. The next day, Genji took him around the compound to check on the storm damage, to visit each woman and confirm their safety, to perform the role of the household head. Who cares for his household? Yugiri went with him, as the son, as the dutiful attendant. They came to Tamakazura's rooms. Genji went in. Yugiri waited outside, and through the screens that were less orderly than usual in the residual disorganization of the storm Yugiri saw. He saw Genji with Tamakazura, the closeness, the quality of the interaction, the way a guardian does not normally sit with the person in his charge. He understood what he was seeing, or he understood enough to be troubled by it. His father, and this young woman in the closeness that had no name, that was acceptable in the official vocabulary of what Genji and Tamakazura were to each other. He said nothing. He continued around the compound. He performed the duties of the day, but the two images stayed. Murasaki's face in the disordered room, Genji's closeness to Tamakazura, a son watching his father and understanding things about the nature of what his father was, that the son had perhaps always known, but had not seen so directly before. The 29th chapter, Miyuki, the Imperial Outing. Reizei came to the Rokujoin, the Emperor, coming in the full ceremony of the imperial progress to the compound of his minister. This was the highest honor the court could offer. The emperor does not go to the minister goes to the emperor. The reversal of this order was a statement about Genji's position that the court read carefully and absorbed with the attention it gave to all such reversals. The occasion was the autumn leaves, the colors of Murasaki's garden. In the October version of itself, the garden at its peak, the leaves at the height of what the Japanese saw as the most beautiful thing the year produced. The ceremony was magnificent. Music, dance, poetry, the full deployment of everything the Rokujoin could produce. For the emperor who had come to see it, Genji danced. At 35, he danced with the quality he had always had, and that 20 years of living had added to, rather than taken from. The emperor watched. He was watching his father dance. He knew this now. The priest had told him. He sat in the place of the emperor and watched the man who was both minister and father dance in the autumn garden, the particular quality of that watching. And Tamakazura was there, somewhere in the compound, looking at the imperial procession, looking at the emperor, and not entirely uninterested in what she saw. This is the piece of information that came to Genji, that Reizei had noticed Tamakazura, that the emperor had developed, an interest in the beautiful woman in his minister's compound. Genji processed this. He had been holding Tamakazura in the compound, keeping her near, arranging the suitors from a distance, managing who had access and under what conditions. The emperor's interest was different from a suitor's. The emperor could not be managed the way suitors could. The emperor was the emperor. The autumn ceremony ended. The emperor returned to the palace. The leaves continued falling in the garden that was still the most beautiful garden in the capital. And Genji thought about what to do with the daughter of Yugao, and what the emperor's interest changed about what he had been planning to do with her. The compound continued. The autumn deepened. The leaves fell into the pond, and somewhere in the winter rooms, Akashi Mokimi played her koto and thought about the daughter who was in the spring rooms, and the letter that had come from the spring rooms on the first morning of the new year. And in the spring rooms, Murasaki held the shape of things, the way she had always held it, with the grace that was her particular art, with the knowledge that the compound contained everything and belonged to her and was not hers. At the same time, both true, both always true, in the autumn garden of the Rokujoin, the 30th chapter, Fujibakama, the thoroughwort. Tamakazura's future was being decided. Not by Tamakazura. This was the situation she had arrived in when she came to the Rokujoin, and it was the situation that had not changed in the years she had been here. Her future was being arranged by the people who arrange futures, Genji, and now Tsunochujo, who finally knew that his lost daughter was in the compound of his oldest rival. Tsunochujo had been searching. He had been told by a diviner that a daughter he had forgotten was living in another man's household. He had set his sons to look. Now he knew the daughter he had made with Yugao, and had lost when Yugao died, and had looked for since, was in the summer rooms of Genji's compound. He was grateful. He was also complicated about it. Grateful that she was alive and found, complicated about the fact that it was Genji who had found her, and about what the finding had apparently involved. The decision was made. Tamakazura would become an attendant to Reizei, the Naishinokami position, a woman of the inner court, the emperor's household. This was a good position, a prestigious position, a position that placed her at the center of things, in the way that her beauty and her intelligence deserved. Genji had arranged it, or helped arrange it. He was still Genji, the arranger. Yugiri came to her rooms with a message from the palace, the official business, the formal communication about the appointment And while he was there, with the message delivered and the official business done, he told her something else. He had stopped thinking of her as a sister. He knew now that she was not his sister, the daughter of Tunochujo, the daughter of Yugao, his father's ward, but not his sister. He said this through a poem about the thoroughwort, the Hujibakama, the flower whose name is the name of the chapter, the flower that grows in the autumn fields. He said, the thoroughwort blooms in the same field as other flowers. Though we call each other cousin, the name does not fit what I feel when I look at you. She answered him. She was good at answering. She had been answering men's poems for 2 years in this compound, and she had developed the particular skill of the response that is neither yes nor no, but that does not leave the sender without anything. She said, the field is full of flowers that are alike and unlike. I do not know yet which flower I am, or which I belong to. She did not know which flower she was. She was still working on it. She had been working on it since she was 4 years old, in the nurse's care in Kyushu. The thoroughwort field was the Rokujoin, full of flowers, each one a different kind of belonging. She was somewhere in it, still finding out which one. The 31st chapter, Makibashira, the true pillar. Higakuro took what he wanted. This is the chapter of the man who refused to be refused. Higakuro, the Blackbeard, a man of considerable position, powerful enough to be taken seriously as a suitor, not beautiful, not charming, not the kind of man who sent poems that made women reconsider their refusals, the kind of man who decided what he wanted and then found a way to have it. He had been sending letters to Tamakazura. She had not been responding. He had gotten one of her ladies to help him. The lady had helped him in the way that ladies helped, when they calculated that helping served their interests. On the night before Tamakazura was to take up her position at the palace, Higakuro came. He came with the particular determination of a man who understands that this is his last opportunity. The lady let him in. Tamakazura found herself in the situation she had been finding herself in since she was beautiful, in the wrong place in Kyushu, the situation where the man had already decided, and her decision was not the decision being consulted. Genji received the news. He received it with the composed face of someone who is good at composed faces, inside, not composed. He had been keeping her. He had been arranging. He had been managing the suitors and the timing and the access with the hand that was always arranging things, and Higakuro had simply gone around all the arranging. There was nothing to be done. Higakuro was a man of standing. The situation was established. The world would proceed. As the world proceeded, when a man of standing had established a situation with a woman, Genji received him graciously. He said the appropriate things. He performed the role of the guardian who welcomes the match, and Tamakazura moved from the summer rooms to Higikuro's house. She had never been able to choose her circumstances. She had been choosing her responses to her circumstances since she was old enough to have responses. This was another circumstance. Higekuro was not the Taihunogen of Kyushu. He was not violent. He was not cruel. He was simply decided. He wanted her, and he had taken her. And he would be a reasonably adequate husband by the standards the world offered. The world the story was telling did not offer better standards than this to most of its women. Higekuro's wife, he had a wife, a proper wife, the daughter of a royal prince. She had been ill, the illness that the Heian world called the possession kind, the spiritual kind, the kind that expressed itself in ways that the possessed person could not control. She understood what was happening. Her husband was preparing to take a second woman. She was ill and could not stop it. She was ill, and her illness was being used as the reason that another woman was needed on the day Higekuro was preparing to leave. To establish Tamakazura, she took a brazier, the brazier of ash and incense, the thing that was there in the room, and that was not a weapon, and that was what she had. She threw the contents at her husband. The ash and the incense covered him, his robes, his hair, his prepared self, ready to go to his new woman. He could not go, not like that, not covered in the ash of his wife's despair. He stayed. He cleaned himself. He thought about the wife and the illness and the ash and what it meant that the illness had chosen this particular moment for this particular expression, the true pillar, Makibashira, the real pillar, the pillar of the house, the structural member that holds the thing up. The chapter is named for Higekuro's daughter, his daughter by the wife, who threw the ash, a small girl who loved her father, who did not understand the situation the way adults understood it, but who understood that something was ending when the mother was finally taken away by her family, when the decision was made that she would return to her father's house. This daughter would not go. She said, "I will wait for my father. He will come back. I will wait here." She was made to go. She was a child. The adults overruled her. She was put in the carriage. She was taken away. But before she left, she wrote a poem, and she pushed the poem into a crack in the pillar, the main pillar of the house, the Makibashira. She put her poem in the pillar, the way you put something, in a place you are leaving, so that the place will hold it after you are gone. Hijikuro found the poem later. He read what his daughter had written, and he wept at the poem, at the pillar, at the crack in the structural member of the house, where a small girl had placed her feeling before being taken away. Tamakazura was his now. Genji's arrangement had been undone. The wife was gone. The daughter was gone. And in the pillar of the house a child's poem, waiting in the crack, for the father who had already moved his attention elsewhere. The 32nd chapter, Umegae, the plum branch. The Akashi Himegimi was being prepared for her entry into the world. The daughter of Akashi Mokimi, who had been brought to the capital in the snow, who had grown up calling Murasaki mother, who was now old enough to enter the imperial household. Genji was 39, the year of his 40th birthday approaching, the year that would mark the full measure of his position. He was thinking about incense. This is what the chapter opens with: the incense competition, the gathering of the finest incenses available in the court, the ordering and evaluation of their qualities, the preparation of what would be needed for the ceremony that would mark the Himekimi's coming of age. Incense, the art of incense, the cultivation of the particular combinations that produce the particular quality of scent that says about the person who uses it what the person wishes to say. In the Heian world, a person's incense was a statement, as personal as a signature, as carefully cultivated as any other part of the presentation of oneself. The women of the compound prepared their own contributions: Murasaki's incense, Akikonomiyu's incense, each of them demonstrating, through the art of scent, what they were, and what the season they embodied smelled like. The competition was won. The preparations were completed. The mogi was performed. The ceremony that made the Akashi Himegimi a woman in the court's eyes. The plum branch, the chapter is named for the plum tree in Murasaki's spring garden. Its early blossoms, the scent of the plum, that is the first scent of spring, the scent that arrives before the cherry and before the warmth and says, the cold is almost done, something is coming. Genji sat in the garden and looked at the plum. He was 39, the year of his 40th birthday. He thought about time the way a person thinks about time at 39, not yet the older side of the line, but able to see the line from where he was standing. He had started with nothing except his father's love and his mother's face and the quality the gods had given him, and he had built the Rokujoin and the position and the relationships and the arrangements. The plum was blooming. The spring would come, the Himakimi would enter the palace, the year would turn to the 40th, and the 40th would be marked with the ceremony it deserved. He thought about Fujitsubo. He almost always thought about Fujitsubo, even now, even with the plum blooming in the spring garden of the compound he had made. She was gone, and he was here, and the plum was the same plum it had always been, opening each year, regardless of who was watching. The 33rd chapter, Fujinuraba, the wisteria leaves. Two things happened. In the spring of Genji's 39th year, that completed the world he had been building, the first, Yugiri and Kumoi no Kari, 6 years, 6 years of waiting, 6 years of letters, and examinations, and the patient accumulation of rank and position. Tunochujo had been reconsidering. He had been reconsidering for some time. His daughter was old enough now that the question of who she would marry had moved from the theoretical to the urgent. Yugiri's position had risen. The rank that had been the 6th rank when they were separated was now substantial. The young man who had been insufficient had become someone whose insufficiency was harder to argue, and the story of the two of them was known throughout the court. Everyone knew they had been together since childhood. Everyone knew the father had separated them. Everyone was watching to see how it resolved. Tunochujo made his decision. At the ceremony for his mother's memorial, Omiya had died, the grandmother who had raised them both, who had loved them both, who had watched what grew between them, and had thought it would be a good thing. At her memorial, Tunochujo pulled Yugiri aside. He said, in the way of a proud man who has decided to yield without appearing to yield, "Come to my house. Come for the wisteria. I am having a garden party. Come." Yugiri went. He was terrified. He had been waiting for 6 years, and now the waiting was ending in a garden party, and he did not know what the garden party meant until it meant what it meant. Tunochujo gave him his daughter. At the wisteria party, under the wisteria, with the wisteria scenting the air, and the court watching, and everything that had been wrong becoming in the moment of the giving right. Genji heard. He was glad in the way of a father who has been proud of a son's patience and is glad to see the patience rewarded. He thought, 6 years. He had waited too, not 6 years. Longer. He had waited his whole life for something that could not be given at a wisteria party, but he understood the waiting. He had been the father of it. He was glad it was done. The second thing, the imperial outing. Reizai came to the Rokujoin, and Suzaku came. The retired emperor, the brother, the man who had let Genji go into exile, and who had lived with the weight of it since both emperors at the Rokujoin in the autumn for the ceremony of the autumn leaves. The court assembled, the music played, the leaves were at their height, the compound showed what it was. Genji danced. At 39, he danced the way he had always danced, with the quality that had always been there, and that was still there, and that the years had not diminished, and would not diminish until the years finally diminished everything. The two emperors watched, Reizei, who knew, Suzaku, who did not, both of them watching, the man who had been the center of the court for 20 years, and the Korean astrologer's words, spoken when Genji was a child, were true in this moment. This man should have been a king. He has the face of a king. He has what kings are made of. He was not a king. He was the inner minister. He was not on the throne. He had refused the throne. But in this moment, in the autumn garden, with both emperors watching, he was everything that the astrologer had seen. The ceremony ended. The emperors returned to the palace. The autumn continued, and Genji stood in the garden he had made. From all the choices, and all the women, and all the years, 39 years old, the 40th birthday approaching, the world exactly what he had built it to be, the wisteria in Fujitsubo's name, the wisteria in the party, where Yugiri got what he had waited for, the wisteria leaves. That gave the chapter its name, the underside of the wisteria, the part that faces down, the part that is always there, and is not always seen. This is the chapter the story calls, the wisteria leaves, the underside, the part that faces down, what you see when you look up at the thing that hangs above you. Genji looked up at the wisteria, at the autumn leaves, at the compound he had made. He was 39, and the world was exactly this, and something was about to change. The Tale of Genji, Part 3. The 34th chapter, Wakanazio, New Herbs, Part 1. Something was about to break. This is the feeling the story carries into the 34th chapter, not announced, not stated as a fact, present in the air the way a change in weather is present. Before the weather changes, Genji was 40 years old. The world he had built was at its height. The Rokujoin stood. The 4 seasons were in their quarters. The women of his life were arranged around him with the precision of something that has been thought about carefully and executed well. He was Dazyo Daijin now, the Grand Minister, the highest official position available. Both emperors had been his guests. The Korean astrologer's words had been proven true in every way the court could measure, and something was about to break. Suzaku was dying, or not dying exactly, not yet, but moving toward the life. That was his real life, the life he had always wanted, and had not yet had permission to live, the life of the retired emperor, who has put down the weight of the throne and taken up the weight of the soul. He had been ill. He had been thinking about the end of the part of his life. That was the official part. He had been preparing, and he had one concern: his daughter, the third daughter, Onna Sannomiya, the young woman who had been the most sheltered of his sheltered children, whose mother had died early, who had no one with the political position to guarantee her future except her father, and her father was about to enter the monastery. He looked at the men of the court. He considered his brother Hotaru prince. He considered other candidates. None of them satisfied. None of them had the combination of position and longevity that a young woman needed in a protector. He thought about Genji. Genji was 50. He was the Grand Minister. He would outlive the political changes. He would outlast the rivals. Whatever happened to the court, Genji would continue to be what Genji was, and the daughter was related to Fujitsubo through the imperial family, through the complicated genealogy of the Heian court. There was a connection. Onna Sannomiya was related to the woman who had been the center of Genji's life. Suzaku understood this. He used it. He approached Genji, not directly at first, through intermediaries, through the careful circling of a request that is not yet a request, but that is moving toward becoming one. Genji heard. He considered. He was 50. He had Murasaki. He had the Rokujoin. He had the arrangement of his life. As it was, he did not need another woman. He did not need the complication of a new formal wife. He did not need the particular problems of a young princess who had never been outside the innermost rooms of Suzaku's palace, and Onna Sannomiya was related to Fujitsubo. This is what moved him, not the position, not the obligation, not even the direct request of Suzaku, though that weighed on him too. The connection, the bloodline that ran from Fujitsubo through the family to this young woman he had never seen the possibility of finding in a face he did not know yet, something of the face he had never stopped looking for. He agreed. Murasaki received the news. He told her himself the next day, before the arrangement was settled, while there was still, in theory, something that could change. He told her, with the quality of a person who is telling something they know will hurt, and who hopes that the telling itself is a form of respect. She received it quietly. This is what the story records, and what the story finds significant. She did not rage. She did not weep where he could see. She did not perform the response that the situation might have produced from a woman with less control. She said, "If Suzaku has asked you, then it is a good thing that you can be of use to him." He was relieved. The story notes this. He had expected more. He had prepared for more. The composed acceptance was a relief. What the story also notes, in the way it notes, the things that matter beneath the surface of what is said. Murasaki's composure was real, and her composure was the composure of someone who understood that this could not be stopped, and that the only dignity available was the dignity of not being seen. To fall apart. She was 32 years old. She had been with Genji since she was 10. She had been the center of the compound. She had been everything. That was real. In the arrangement he had built, and now there would be a formal wife, a princess, with a rank above hers, in the rooms above hers, officially above hers. In every way the court measured. She received this composedly. She prepared for the wedding. She organized the household for the arrival of the new person. She was gracious. She was impeccable. And the story carries, beneath the impeccability, the particular weight of something being born. That is too heavy to show. Onna Sannomiya arrived. The third princess, the formal wife, the woman Suzaku had asked Genji to protect. She was 13, or barely more than 13. Genji looked at her. The story is direct about what he found. He found a child, not a woman, not the person he had imagined, the person who carried Fujitsubo's bloodline and might carry Fujitsubo's quality. A child, young in every sense. Her handwriting was childlike. Her conversation was childlike. Her understanding of the world she had been placed in was the understanding of someone who had not yet understood that there was a world to understand. He thought about Suzaku, about how a man of Suzaku's sensibility and education had produced this, the overprotection of love, the particular blindness of a father who had kept his daughter from everything, including the development. That encounter with everything produces. He went back to Murasaki. The story records this. After the first nights with the new formal wife, he went back to Murasaki. He could not stay away. He had never been able to stay away. And the arrival of Onna Sannomiya, the formal wife who was not what he had hoped, had shown him something about Murasaki that he had perhaps always known, but had not seen with this particular clarity. Murasaki was everything. She had always been everything. The compound and all it held would not be what it was without her at the center. He went back to her. He stayed. He was with her in a way he had not been in the years when the arrangement felt permanent and therefore could be taken for granted. The court watched this and formed opinions. The court was always forming opinions. It said, "The new marriage has made Genji more devoted to Murasaki than ever. Murasaki heard this. The story does not say exactly what she thought, but it carries the weight of what a woman hears when the world says her husband is devoted to her, because his formal wife proved disappointing. The devotion that comes from comparison, the love that arrives because something else fell short. Kashiwagi saw her in the spring, the game of Kamari, the football game played in the gardens of the Rokujoin, young men kicking the ball with the formal precision of a game that was also a performance. Kashiwagi was there, the eldest son of Tunochujo, the young man Yugiri had grown up with, a serious man, accomplished, who had wanted Onna Sannomiya himself, and had lost her to Genji. The cat came out of the room, a Chinese cat, a beautiful cat, one of the cats belonging to the household. It came running out of the room where Onna Sannomiya was, and as the cat ran out, the curtain lifted. The screen that kept the princess invisible was lifted by the movement of the escaping cat. Kashiwagi saw her, for a moment, the length of a curtain lifting and being replaced. The princess in the room, her face, her presence, the specific quality of someone who has been protected from being seen. The game continued. The ball was kicked. The men performed the formal movements of the formal game. Kashiwagi watched the curtain where the princess had been. He was not watching the ball anymore. This is how it started, with a cat and a curtain, with the accidental visibility of someone who was supposed to be invisible. The cat ran out of the room. The curtain lifted. Kashiwagi looked, and everything that followed, all of it, came from that looking. Murasaki became ill. The illness came in the autumn of the same year. The festival, the ceremony, the gathering of the compound's women in their finest clothes for the celebration of music. Murasaki played. She performed. She was at the center of the ceremony, in the way she was always, at the center of things. And then she fell, in the evening, after the music. She simply collapsed, in the way of someone whose body has been carrying more than a body should carry, and has finally put it down. The illness was serious, more serious than anyone wanted to say clearly. The monks were called, the prayers were performed, the rituals that the Heian world knew for these situations were performed with urgency. She improved, then worsened, then improved again. The kind of illness that gives hope and then withdraws it, and then gives it again, in a cycle that is harder to bear than a steady decline. Genji moved to the Nizyoin with her. He left the Rokujoin. He left Onna Sannomiya in the formal rooms. He went with Murasaki. He stayed with her. He sat beside her through the days of improvement and the days of worsening. He had always known she was real, the realest person in his life. He had known this, and had sometimes acted on it, and had sometimes let the knowledge sit at the back, while the other things pressed to the front. Now there was nothing pressing to the front. There was only this, the woman in the bed, the illness that might take her, the particular terror of someone who has arrived at the possible end, of something they understood only when the ending arrived. Kashiwagi wrote to Onna Sannomiya while Genji was at the Nizyoin, while the compound was running without its center, while Onna Sannomiya was in her rooms, without the husband, who was never quite there, even when he was there. Kashiwagi wrote he had been writing. He had been sending letters through an intermediary, a woman of the princess's household, who understood the situation and who had decided that her understanding could be useful. The letters were the letters of a man who had decided, who had looked through the lifted curtain and decided that what he had seen was the thing he wanted, and that wanting it, with the full force of what he was, would eventually produce a result. Onna Sannomiya received the letters. She was not equipped for them. This is the honest truth of the chapter. She was 13 or barely more. She had been raised in the innermost rooms of the most protected palace. She had no tools for this. She did not know what letters like this meant in terms of what was expected. In response, she kept the letters. This was the mistake, not answering, not sending them back, keeping them in the soft place, under the bedding, where a young woman who did not know what to do with something put it when she did not know what to do with it. Murasaki almost died. The story says this plainly. She stopped. For a moment, the breath, the presence, everything that was Murasaki stopped. Genji held her. He did what people do when they are holding someone who has stopped. He spoke to her. He said her name. He said the things that cannot be said through screens or in the careful language of the court. Then she came back. The monk's prayers, the monk's efforts, something. She came back, breathing again, present again, Murasaki again. The story notes what was said, that what had taken her to the edge was the spirit of Rokujoin, who had been dead for years, who had died at peace, or as much at peace as she could, whose daughter was in the imperial household, who had asked Genji to keep his promise. Rokujoin, who had loved Genji, with a love too intelligent for its own comfort, who had become a spirit while she was alive and had apparently not stopped being one. When she died, her spirit was in the room, had been in Murasaki, had been taking Murasaki toward the place that Rokujoin herself had gone. The monks drove it out. or the prayers drove it out, or something drove it out. Murasaki came back, and Genji held her, and the compound breathed again, but nothing was the same. Murasaki had been to the edge. She had seen something there. What it was exactly, the story does not say. But the story says that after the illness, after the almost, she began to think about what she wanted that she had not yet asked for. She wanted to take her vows. She wanted the gray robes. She wanted the life of someone who has set down the particular weight of loving someone like Genji and has found a different weight instead. She asked. He said no. This is the moment that the story gives particular weight to. She asked to leave the world that was pressing on her, and he refused because he could not imagine her leaving, because the thought of Murasaki in gray robes beyond the arrangement they had made was a thought he could not hold. She said nothing more. She accepted his refusal. She put down the asking and went back to being what the compound required, but she had asked, and the story holds the asking. The asking is in the story. The refusal is in the story. Both are there. And what follows is the story asking what it costs when someone who has been held asks to be released and is not released. The 35th chapter, Wakanage, New Herbs, Part 2, Kashiwagi found a way in. This is what the second half of the Young Herbs chapter is about, the finding of a way, the particular determination of someone who has looked through a lifted curtain and decided that looking was not enough. Genji was at the Nizyoin, still with Murasaki. The illness had improved, but not resolved. She was better. She was not well. The improvement was the kind that required continued attendance, continued presence, continued care. He was there, not at the Rokujoin, not with Onna Sannomiya. Kashiwagi had found the intermediary, Kojizu, a woman of the princess's household, the daughter of the nurse, who had served Kashiwagi's family, and who now served Onna Sannomiya, the connection that made the impossible possible, the human link between two people who were not supposed to be linked. Kojizu arranged the meeting, found the night, found the gap in the household, the gap that existed because Genji was elsewhere, and the compound, without its master, was a compound differently arranged. Kashiwagi came into the room where Onna Sannomiya was. He had been carrying this for years, from the moment of the curtain, through the letters, through the refusals, through the marriage to another woman, the sister, the second princess, Onna Sannomiya, whom he had taken, not because he wanted her, but because having her kept him near the family that contained the person he wanted. He had been carrying this and now he was in the room. Onna Sannomiya was not willing. The story records this in the way it records these moments, without dwelling, without concealing. She was not willing. He came anyway. This is what happened. The night passed. The morning came. Kashiwagi left. Onna Sannomiya was changed by what had happened, in the way of someone who has been changed by something they did not choose, who now carries the fact of it in the room of themselves. That was not prepared for something like this to be there. She was 14, or barely more than 14. She was the third princess of the retired emperor who had loved her more than was useful to her. She had no tools for any of this. She kept the letters that had kept coming. After that night, they kept coming. She kept them in the place under the bedding, the soft, wrong place. Genji returned to the Rokujoin. Murasaki had recovered enough that his presence at the Nizyoen could be reduced. He moved back. He performed the duties of the head of the household. He visited the women. He maintained the arrangement. He visited Onna Sannomiya. She was different. He noticed the child who had always been, simply and completely, a child with no layers to read, no complexity to navigate, was different. She would not meet his eyes. The quality of her presence had changed in a way that was not quite articulable, but that was there. He noticed. He filed the noticing. He did not yet understand what he was noticing. Then she was pregnant. The news came, or rather the evidence came, the body showing what the body shows. When what had happened, Genji received the news. He was the husband. He received it as the husband receives it, with the expected response, the appropriate acknowledgement. But inside, something was working, the calculation that a man makes. When the fact does not match, the possibility, he had not been with her at the time that mattered. He had been at the Nizyoin. He had been with Murasaki. He had been away from the Rokujoin for the length of time that the timing required. He sat with the calculation. He did not act on it yet. He waited. He watched. The letter, he came to visit her on a day when she was somewhat better, when the illness of early pregnancy had eased enough that she could receive him in the regular way. He sat with her. They spoke, the stilted, careful conversation of two people who have never found a genuine register to speak in. He adjusted his position. He reached for something. His hand touched the edge of the bedding, the soft place, and there was paper there, a letter, folded in a handwriting. That was not his. He did not take it out immediately. He did not read it in the room. He moved it. He put it somewhere. It would be with him when he left. He left. He read it. The handwriting he recognized. He had known Kashiwagi since Kashiwagi was a child. He had watched him grow up. He had been at the game of Kamari when the cat ran out and the curtain lifted. He had seen Kashiwagi's face. In the moment of the seeing, he had not understood what he was seeing then. He understood now. He read the letter carefully, all of it, the way a person reads something they have already understood, but need to understand again, more completely. Then he sat with what he knew, the particular quality of this moment. Genji, who had loved Fujitsubo, Genji, who had gone to Fujitsubo in the night when she was away from the palace, Genji, who had produced the child that became the emperor, Genji, who had spent 40 years carrying the secret of what he had done, and now the son of his oldest friend, in the rooms of his wife, the letter in his hand, the same act, the same shape, the same impossible weight. Now on the other side, he did not feel only outrage. He could not feel only outrage. The outrage was real. The violation was real. His wife, his household, the thing that should not have happened. But underneath the outrage was something else. The recognition, the mirror, the particular knowledge of a person who has done something and who is now sitting with the evidence of what it looks like when it is done to you. He said nothing directly. He did not summon Kashiwagi. He did not confront Onna Sannomiya. With the letter, he did not perform the accusation that the situation called for. He found other ways, smaller ways, the particular cruelties of a man who knows and is letting the knowing do its work slowly. He spoke to Kashiwagi and company at a ceremony, at a gathering. He made remarks, careful, subtle remarks, the kind of remarks that are not quite anything to someone who does not know, and are everything to someone who does. Kashiwagi heard. Kashiwagi understood. The blood left his face in the company, in the ceremony. He understood that Genji knew. Kashiwagi broke. This is the word the story uses in the way the story uses words for things that happen when what a person has been carrying becomes too heavy to carry anymore. He went home. He stopped going out. He stopped eating. He stopped being able to do what the day required. He lay in his house, and he was the man who had done what he had done, and who had been seen doing it by the person it most mattered to not be seen by. His wife came. His father came. His friend Yugiri came. Yugiri sat beside him. He tried to understand. The illness had no visible cause. The illness was the weight of what Kashiwagi could not put down and could not carry. Kashiwagi could not tell Yugiri. He could tell him almost everything. He could approach the shape of what it was without saying what it was. He said something about having done something that could not be undone, about the terrible clarity of being seen by the person whose seeing was the thing you most feared. Yugiri did not understand fully, but he understood enough to stay, to sit beside him, to be the friend that the situation called for. The child was born, a boy, healthy, small, held by the mother, who had not chosen. What the child represented. Genji looked at the boy who was not his, the boy who was Kashiwagi's son by his wife. He felt what he felt, something complex enough that the story cannot name it simply. Not love, not hatred, the particular quality of looking at something that is the consequence of everything that has been done. The mirror again, the boy in front of him, and the boy he had produced 40 years earlier, the emperor who had grown up believing he was someone else's son, and this child who would grow up believing he was Genji's son, the same secret given back to him in a different form. He named the child Kaoru, the fragrant one, named for the particular quality the child had even as an infant of seeming to carry a scent. That was not ordinary, that was not entirely of this world. The name was Genji's, the child was not. This is the weight the child called Kaoru would carry for the rest of the story. The name from one man, the blood from another, the secret underneath both. Onna Sannomiya asked to take her vows. She had wanted this before the birth. She had wanted to leave, to put on the gray robes, to step outside the world that had put her in this position and done these things to her without her consent. Genji had resisted. He had said the usual things, the things he had said to Murasaki, the things a man says when the women around him try to leave the arrangement he has built. Then Suzaku came secretly, the retired emperor, from the monastery, through the dark. His daughter had written to him, or he had been told, or he had known, with the knowing of a father who has been worrying about his daughter since the day he decided to leave. He came to the Rokujoin. He sat with his daughter. She asked him, in the room, with Genji present. She said she wanted her vows. She said it directly, which was the most direct she had been in all her time at the compound. Suzaku said yes, before Genji could say no again. He called for a monk. In the room, in the night, the hair was cut. The vows were taken. Onna Sannomiya became a nun, in the room, in the presence of both men. Genji watched. He could not stop it. Suzaku had the authority, the father, the retired emperor, the man who had entrusted her to Genji's protection, was the man who was now releasing her from it. The monk left, Suzaku left, Onna Sannomiya was in the gray robes. Genji looked at her, the formal wife, the princess, the woman for whom he had agreed to be responsible, in the gray robes now, beyond the arrangement, beyond him. He had thought the same thing about Murasaki when Murasaki had asked. The thought of the gray robes ending the arrangement. Now the gray robes were here, and the ending was here, and the thing he had been unable to imagine had happened anyway. Rokujo's spirit was present. This is what the story says about the vow taking, that the spirit of Rokujo was the force that had driven Onna Sannomiya to the vows. Rokujo, who had loved Genji badly, who had taken Yugao, who had almost taken Murasaki, who was dead and apparently not finished, the spirit that had moved through the years, attaching itself to the women in Genji's life and pressing on them in the direction of the ending. Onna Sannomiya took her vows because Rokujo was there. This is the story's explanation, and also Onna Sannomiya took her vows because she had been placed in a marriage she did not choose, because the husband was never quite present, because something had happened in the night that she had not chosen and that had produced a child she carried with the particular weight of what it was. Both explanations are in the story, the supernatural and the natural, the spirit and the circumstance. The story holds both, as it holds everything. The 36th chapter, Kashiwagi, the oak tree. The oak tree does not bend. This is what the oak tree is known for, in the tradition that gave Kashiwagi his name. The oak that stands in the wind, the way other trees do not stand, that holds its shape, that does not yield. Kashiwagi was not bending, he was breaking. There is a difference between the two. Bending is the movement of something resilient, something that goes with the force and returns when the force passes. Breaking is what happens to something too rigid to bend, something that held its shape until holding it was no longer possible. He had held his shape through everything, through the years of wanting what he could not have, through the marriage to the wrong woman, through the night that had happened, and its morning, and all the mornings after. He had held his shape, until Genji's remark in the ceremony, the quiet remark, the careful, subtle remark, that said, without saying, that Genji knew. After that, the shape gave way. He was lying in his house, the house that should have been, the house of his wife, and his position, and the continuation of his life in its expected form. He was lying there, not eating, not receiving visitors, beyond the ones he could not refuse, not performing the duties of the day that his position required. His mother came, she sat beside him, she said the things that mothers say when they do not know what is wrong and cannot fix it and can only be present. His father came, the retired Grand Minister, Tuno Chujo, now in retirement, now the man who had been Genji's oldest rival and was now simply an old man, watching his son dissolve. He sat beside him. He said his own things, different from the mother's things, the things of a father who has been proud and cannot reach his pride's object with the pride anymore. Yugiri came. They had been friends since childhood, the sons of the two great rivals, Genji and Tunochujo, who had been friends themselves. Despite the rivalry, the friendship reproduced. In the next generation, Yugiri sat beside Kashiwagi. He could see the dying, not immediately, but moving toward it, the way a person moves toward something that has decided to come for them. He asked what was wrong. Kashiwagi said, I have done something that I cannot undo, and someone knows. The person who matters. He did not say what, he said the shape of it, the weight of having done something, and having it known by the person whose knowing was the only thing he had been afraid of. Yugiri listened. He did not press. He was a man of great loyalty and great reticence. He would not push into territory. His friend had not opened. He stayed. He sat with him. He listened to what Kashiwagi could bring himself to say, and he received it with the quality of a friend who does not require the full account to give the full presence. Kashiwagi thought about Genji. He had admired Genji his whole life, the man his father competed with, the most extraordinary person of the generation above his own. He had watched Genji's life, the brilliance of it, the compound, the arrangement, the women, the position, the way Genji moved, through every situation, with the quality of someone who has been given every gift and has learned to use them without waste. He had wanted Onna Sannomiya. He had lost her to Genji, and then he had taken her anyway, in the night, in the room, while Genji was at the Nizyoin. He lay in his house and thought about what he had done and thought about Genji. On the other side of the same thing, he did not know about Fujitsubo. He did not know the secret that had been the engine of everything. He knew only his own act and the weight of it, but the weight itself contained something that he could feel without being able to name. The sense that there was something in Genji's response that was not only outrage, something in the careful remark at the ceremony that held more than the obvious. He could not access it. He was too far inside his own weight to see outside it. He lay in his house. The weight held him there. He wrote to Onna Sannomiya. He kept writing, even after everything. The letters still came. Kojizu still carried them. The connection that had made the impossible happen was still there. Onna Sannomiya was in gray robes now. She was a nun. She had taken her vows. She was beyond the arrangement. He wrote to her anyway. He said things that a dying man says when the dying has made directness finally possible. when the performance of what he was supposed to be had been given up, along with everything else, he said, "I think of that night. I cannot stop thinking of it. I know I should not have. I know what I did. I do not know how to be someone who did not do it." She received the letters. Kojizu urged her to respond. She wrote back, reluctantly, in the way of someone who finds even the act of responding a form of returning to something she had left. She wrote carefully, nothing that confirmed, nothing that denied, the response of someone who is writing, because not writing would be its own statement. He held her letters in the house, in the lying down. He held them the way. He held the cat. That had been her cat, the Chinese cat, the cat that had started everything by running out of the room. He had gotten a cat from the same breeding. He held it. He told himself it was the same as holding her, that the cat was a connection. The cat curled against him, warm, present, indifferent, the way cats are. Genji did not come. The retired Grand Minister came. Yugiri came. Many people came. Genji did not come. This is also noted, the conspicuous absence, the man who had every reason to come and visit, the dying son of his oldest friend, who did not come. Everyone noticed. The noticing said something about the relationship between the two men that no one was saying directly, but that everyone was calculating. Genji stayed away. He sent a message, the appropriate formal sympathy, the words that said what they were supposed to say, without saying anything else. He could not go. This is the truth beneath the absence. He could not sit beside Kashiwagi and perform the role of the concerned older man, with the weight of what he knew and the weight of the mirror pressing on him simultaneously. He stayed away. He sent the message. He let the absence say what the absence said. Yugiri was there at the end, or near the end. He came and sat. Kashiwagi was past speaking clearly. He was in the place that is neither sleep nor waking, the place that people occupy. When the body is deciding, he managed some words, the way people manage words. From that place, a few clear things, surrounded by the unclear. He said something about the flute that had been his, a particular flute. He wanted Yugiri to have it. He wanted it given to the right person. He said something about the woman at the Ichizyo house, the woman called Ochibanomiya, the second princess, his wife, the woman who was not, the woman he had wanted, who had been the woman available, while he waited for the woman he could not have. He said, "Look after her. After I am gone, she has no one, and I have not been what I should have been to her." Yugiri listened. He heard the flute request. He heard the request about Ochibanomiya. He stored both of them in the part of himself that kept the things that needed keeping. Kashiwagi died in the spring, the way the story says it. Plainly, without ceremony, he died. He was young. The story does not pretend otherwise. He was a young man. He had position. He had intelligence. He had the particular beauty that the Heian court valued and that the story had given him from the beginning. He had done something he should not have done. He had carried the weight of it until the weight was too heavy, and the weight had done what weight does when it is too heavy. For too long, the oak tree that would not bend, that held its shape, that was too rigid to accommodate the force that came, broke. Genji received the news. He sat with it. He had not gone. He had sent the message. He had maintained the distance. And now the distance had become permanent. There would be no confrontation. There would be no full account. The thing that happened would never be spoken in the direct language between the two people. It happened between one of them was dead. Genji sat with the news. He thought about the young man who had looked through the curtain, who had written the letters, who had found the way in, who had done what he had done. He thought about himself, the same age, the same act, the same weight, carried differently. Kashiwagi had broken under it. Genji had not broken. He had carried it for 40 years. He was still carrying it. He did not know whether this made him stronger or simply harder, whether the not breaking was a virtue or a different kind of failure. The weight was the same weight. The act was the same act. The difference was the person. He thought about the boy Kaoru in the rooms of Onna Sannomiya, the gray-robed mother, and the boy who would grow up with Genji's name on him and Kashiwagi's blood, the same shape as before, 40 years ago. The same secret, different people, the world turning and returning to the same forms. The flute came to Genji before it went to the right person, before Yugiri fulfilled the dying man's request. It came first to Genji because he was the master of the household, because the flute's journey passed through him. He held it, Kashiwagi's flute, the instrument of the man who had done to his household what he had done to Fujitsubo's household. He held it. He thought about the shape of things, how they return, how the world makes the same situations out of different people, how what you do comes back, not always immediately, not always to you directly, but back in some form to someone. The oak tree, the name that was the tree, that would not bend, the man who broke instead, the flute in Genji's hands, the spring outside, the compound continuing, Kaoru in the rooms of the gray-robed mother, the weight going on, as it always went on, as the weight always does. The 37th chapter, Yokobue, the flute. The flute arrived at Yugiri's house. He had fulfilled the request. Kashiwagi had asked him to take the flute. He had taken it. He had brought it home. He had placed it where things were placed, when they needed to be held, until the right moment for giving them. The flute was beautiful. A Chinese flute, the kind that was called yokobue in Japanese, the side flute, held horizontally, played sideways. It had a tone that was the particular tone of very fine instruments, the tone that comes from the material and the making, and the years of playing that have entered the wood and stay there, even when the player is gone. Yugiri looked at the flute. He thought about Kashiwagi, who had played it, who had played everything well. Music was one of the things Kashiwagi was known for, music and bearing and the quality of attention, the things that made up what the court called accomplishment. All of it gone now, the accomplishment, and the playing, and the man who had been, the place where those things lived, a dream. Kashiwagi came to Yugiri in a dream, not the way the living come, the way the dead come, when they come in dreams, with the particular quality of being present and being past at the same time. He was there. Yugiri saw him, and Kashiwagi said something about the flute going to the right place, about what the flute was for. Yugiri woke. He held the dream carefully, the way the Heian world held dreams carefully, not as random noise, as communication, as the method by which the dead spoke to the living when they had something left to say. He thought about where the flute should go. Kashiwagi had said the flute should go to the right person. He had said it in the dying. He had said it in the dream. Yugiri began to understand that the right person was Genji. He brought it to the Rokujoin in the autumn, an autumn evening, the kind of evening that the Heian world associated with grief, the thin moon, the insects in the grass, the particular quality of autumn light, that is the light of things ending. He brought the flute to Genji. Genji received it. He turned it in his hands. He held it the way a person holds an object that belongs to a history. They have been inside, and that holds the record of the being inside. He played it, a few notes, quietly, not a performance. The testing of sound, the listening to what the instrument said when it spoke, the sound was what it was, the quality of Kashiwagi's playing in the wood, the years of the man who had played it before it passed on. Genji spoke about Kashiwagi, not about what had happened, about the man, about what Kashiwagi had been. He said he was remarkable. I watched him grow up. I have known people of his quality. In my life, not many. The particular combination of intelligence and accomplishment, he said it is a loss, a genuine loss, the kind that the court does not replace easily. He said these things with the quality of a man who means them, not performed, not the courtesy of speaking well of the dead, because speaking well is what is done, genuine, the genuine grief of a man who has complicated feelings about a person, and who, with the person gone, finds that the complication has not removed the grief, but has simply made it harder to understand. Yugiri listened. He received these words about his dead friend from the man who had been the reason for what his dead friend had done. He did not know this. He did not know what Kashiwagi had told him in the abstracted, approaching language of the dying. He did not know about the letter. He did not know about the night. He heard Genji's grief, as simple grief as the grief of a man who had lost someone he had watched grow up. Kaoru was brought in, the boy, the child of Onna Sannomiya and Kashiwagi, who was in the world as Genji's son, who would spend his life in the world as Genji's son. He was brought into the room for Yugiri to see, for the acknowledged purpose of showing the child to a visitor. Yugiri looked at him. He looked at the child, who was supposed to be Genji's son. He thought nothing yet. The child was an infant. Infants look like infants. The resemblances take time, but the story notes the moment. The story knows what Yugiri will eventually notice, what he will eventually think, and not say, what he will carry without saying, because some things are too large and too dangerous to say. The flute was in the room. The child was in the room. Genji was in the room. Yugiri was in the room. And in the room, in the autumn evening, in the thin moonlight, all four of them were present. In the particular way of the story, all four connected by the thing that had happened, and the things that were happening, and the things that would happen because of all of it. The flute went to Genji. This is where Kashiwagi wanted it. In the dream he said so. In the dying he meant it. The flute belonged to Genji, not because Genji was the greatest player, not because the flute was most at home in Genji's hands, because the flute held what Kashiwagi could not say directly, and what Genji could not ask to receive, the acknowledgement, the passing from one man to another of something that carried the weight of what they shared. What they shared was the act, the same impossible weight, carried differently by different people with different outcomes, but the same, underneath the same. The flute said this in the way that objects say the things that language refuses. It passed from the one to the other, from the one who had broken to the one who was still standing, from Kashiwagi to Genji, through Yugiri's hands, who did not know what he was carrying. The autumn continued. The insects in the grass, the moon in the thin sky, the Rokujoin holding what it held, Murasaki in her rooms, better than she had been, not well, but here, still here. Onna Sannomiya in her rooms, in gray robes, with Kaoru, the boy who carried two men's stories in the one body, and Genji, with the flute in the autumn, playing or not playing, holding it, thinking about what it held, about the long arc of things, about how what you do comes back, about how the shape of things repeats, the flute in his hands, the autumn outside, the moon, the story moving forward toward what the story had been moving toward since the beginning. The 38th chapter, Suzumushi, the bell cricket, she was in gray robes. Onna Sannomiya, the third princess, the formal wife, the woman who had been given to Genji's protection by the father who loved her more than was useful. She was in gray robes now. She had taken her vows. She had stepped out of the world that had done what it had done to her, and into the other world, the world of the temple, the world of prayer and sutra, the world where what had happened could be offered up to something larger than itself. She was still in the Rokujoin. Her rooms were still her rooms. The compound had not changed around her, only she had changed. The gray robes, the cut hair, the particular stillness of someone who has set down one kind of weight and picked up another. Genji came to her rooms. He came in the autumn, the evening of the first cricket calls, the bell crickets, Suzumushi, the insects that sing with the particular tone that is the sound of autumn. In the Japanese tradition, thin, clear, persistent, the sound of something continuing to make itself heard after the warmth is gone. He had planted the garden with the plants that attracted the bell crickets. Not recently, long before this, as part of the arrangement of the compound, the seasonal details that made each quarter what its season required. He came to hear the crickets with the woman who was no longer his wife in the ways that mattered and who was still here. They sat, he on one side of the screen, she on the other, the same screen, the same arrangement, as if nothing had changed, as if the gray robes had not changed anything, except what they changed. He spoke to her about the garden, about the crickets, about the evening, and its particular quality. He was kind. This is what the story notes. He was kind to her in the autumn evening, with the crickets calling. He had not always been kind. He had been many things. He had arranged the fireflies. He had been away. He had let the weight of what he knew press on her in the small ways that were harder than the direct ways. But in this evening, in this chapter, he was kind, perhaps because she was in gray robes, because the robes had removed her from the arrangement and therefore from the position of someone who could be used or managed or pressed. She was simply here, a person in gray robes, in the autumn, and he was simply here, a man who had done what men do, and who was sitting in the garden he had made, listening to the crickets he had planted for two people in the autumn on either side of a screen, with what had happened between them and around them, sitting in the air like the sound of the crickets, present, acknowledged, unreversible. He made a poem about the bell crickets, about the evening, about what it meant to be here now in this season with this particular combination of things. He said something about the voice of the cricket being the voice of the autumn, the voice that comes when the warmth is leaving and says, the warmth was here, it was here and it is going, but I am still calling, she answered, with a poem of her own, about the dew on the grass, about the way the dew collects in the night and is gone by morning, about what it means to be the dew. He heard her poem. He received it. She was better at this than she had been when she arrived. The child bride who could not write had been writing in the gray robes the vows had given her, something the marriage had not, the space to become, the person the space allowed. The priests came later that evening for the religious observance, the reading of sutras, the ceremony that was the ceremony of a person in gray robes. On a regular evening, Genji stayed to hear it. He listened, the low voices, the regular rhythm of the sutra, the sound that is the sound of a particular kind of presence, not the cricket's presence, the presence of something that has been going on much longer than the crickets, than any particular season. He sat in the garden, outside the screen, and listened to the sutras. Coming through the screen, from where she was, the crickets outside, the sutras inside, both continuing, both their own kind of calling. Kaoru, the boy, came to the screen. He was toddling now, old enough to move through the rooms on his own small legs, old enough to appear at the edge of things. He appeared at the screen. He said whatever small children say when they appear at screens, something about the crickets, something about the sound. Genji looked at him. He was looking at the boy, more and more carefully now. The way he looked had a quality of reading that the boy was too young to understand was happening. The boy had a quality, something about him, a particular sensitivity, the way he attended to sound, the way the cricket calls, seemed to reach him differently than they reached the ordinary child. He was not ordinary. Something about him was not ordinary. This is Kaoru, the fragrant one, named for the scent that seemed to come from him without any source, the scent that was his from the beginning, the mystery he carried in his body without knowing why. He would carry it into the next part of the story, the part after Genji, the part that is the story of what Genji's world produced for now he was small, standing at the screen, listening to the bell crickets with the gray-robed mother on one side and the man who was not his father on the other. Genji thought about his life. In this chapter, sitting in the autumn garden, listening to the crickets, and the sutras looking at the boy he had named and did not create. He was 50 years old, more than 50. He had built the compound, he had had the arrangement. He had been what the court called the most extraordinary man of his generation, and here he was in the autumn garden, with the woman who had come to him as a child and left him as a nun, with the boy who was not his, with the crickets that had always called and would always call, regardless of who was listening. He thought about what had been gained and what had been lost, and whether the gaining and the losing were separable or whether they were the same thing. Seen from different angles, the compound was beautiful. Murasaki was alive, recovering, still here, still the center. Kashiwagi was dead. Onna Sannomiya was in gray robes. Fujitsubo was dead. The son who was not his son was on the throne. The weight of what was gained and the weight of what was lost were not balanced. They were not supposed to be balanced. This was not the kind of thing that balanced. He sat in the garden. He listened to the crickets. He listened to the sutras. The autumn evening continued around him, as autumn evenings do, regardless of who is in them, regardless of what is being thought in the garden by the man who made it. The bell cricket calls. This is the chapter. The bell cricket. The thin, clear, persistent voice. The voice that comes when the warmth is leaving. It does not ask whether you are ready for the cold. It does not adjust its calling to the condition of the listener. It calls from the grass in the dark as long as the season allows. Onna Sannomiya in her gray robes was calling in her own way. The sutras, the prayer, the persistence of someone who has found the thing she was made for after a long time of being used for other things, and Genji in the garden, listening to the crickets, to the sutras, to whatever the autumn was saying, to the man who had been the center of the world and was now simply a man in a garden in the autumn, both of them calling in their different registers, both of them continuing as long as the season allowed. The 39th chapter, Yugiri, the evening mist. Yugiri kept the promise that Kashiwagi had asked him to keep in the dying, in the last conversation, in the words that came through the mist of what was ending. Look after her after I am gone. She has no one. Ochibanomiya, the fallen leaves princess, the second princess of Suzaku, the woman Kashiwagi had married, not because she was the woman he wanted, but because she kept him near, the family that contained the woman he wanted. She had known this, or she had not known it exactly, but she had known the shape of it, the way a woman knows when she is the substitute for someone else, when the attention she receives has the quality of attention directed at something through her rather than at her directly. She had lived in this. She had not complained. She had maintained the household. She had been what a wife was supposed to be, and Kashiwagi had been less than he was supposed to be to her, and then he had died. Yugiri came to visit in the spring after Kashiwagi's death, the official condolence visit, the visit that was appropriate for a man of Yugiri's position to make to the widow of his oldest friend. He came to the Ichizyo house where Ochibanomiya lived, with her mother, the Ichizyonomiya Sundokoro, the mother and daughter, in the house that was now the house of grief, rather than the house of a household. He sat with them. He said what was to be said, the formal things, the expressions of grief that the court had developed for exactly these occasions. And then he came back, the next time and the time after. He began to see her, not in the way he had seen Murasaki, through the disordered screen in the typhoon. That had been involuntary. The storm had disordered things, and he had seen. This was different. He was coming back and looking with the particular attention of someone who has begun to look. Ochibanomiya was not the kind of beautiful that announced itself. She was quiet. She was gray in the way of someone who has been wearing the muted colors of mourning for long enough that the muted colors have become her colors. She was not remarkable. She was real. This is the quality that was drawing Yugiri back, the realness, the particular quality of someone who has had a difficult thing happen to them and who has not disappeared into it or performed not being in it, but who is simply in it, present, in the difficulty, real. His mother, Fujitsubo non Yogo, had opinions about this. Not Fujitsubo, the woman of the story, different. Yugiri's mother, who watched her son visiting the widow of his friend with increasing frequency. She said things. Mothers say things. She said, "You are a married man. You have kumoi no kari. You have children. What are you doing at the Ichizyo house this often?" Yugiri said the appropriate things. He was fulfilling Kashiwagi's request. He was looking after the widow. He was being a good friend. To the memory of his friend, his mother was not entirely convinced. Mothers are rarely entirely convinced by the appropriate things. They hear the thing beneath the appropriate thing. She said, "Be careful." He said he would be careful. The letter that was intercepted. Kumoi no Kari found a letter from Yugiri to Ochibanomiya, or a letter that had come from the Ichizyo house, the evidence of the correspondence that had developed alongside the visits Kumoi no Kari was not a mild woman. She had been waiting for Yugiri for 6 years when they were young. She had waited with the certainty of someone who had decided. She had married with the certainty of someone who had finally received what they had decided on. She had children now. She had the household. She had everything the 6 years of waiting had been waiting for. And there was a letter. She was furious. The story is direct about this. The fury was real, and it expressed itself directly. She did not manage it with the elegant composure that the court valued. She was simply furious. She moved. She left the house. She took the children. She went to her father's house, the retired Grand Minister, Tuno Chujo. She went home, as Murasaki had gone, from her own situation to a different situation, and refused to come back. Yugiri came after her. Of course he came after her. He had waited 6 years for her. He was not going to let her go. Over a letter. She would not see him. The father's house received him at the gate and said she was not available. He stood at the gate, in the position he had been in years before, when the carriage took her away, and he had stood there and decided to wait. He was not waiting this time. He was trying to get back what he had, different from the waiting. The waiting had been for something he did not yet have. This was for something he had built and was losing. He wrote to Ochibanomiya, not love letters, or not only. The letters had become something. That was not exactly what Kumoi no Kari feared, and was not exactly what it was pretending to be either. He was drawn to Ochibanomiya. He could not entirely explain the drawing. She was the widow of his friend. She was quiet and real. She was in difficulty, and he had been asked to look after her. And in the looking after, something had grown that was larger than looking after. He went to the Ichizio house one night, the night of a heavy autumn mist, the evening mist. Yugiri, his name. He had been named for this quality, the mist that comes in the evening, and obscures, and reveals, and is neither the clear day nor the full dark. He went in the mist. The mother would not let him in. Ichizionomiya Sundokoro, the mother of Ochibanomiya, a woman of strong opinions about what was appropriate and what was not. She had opinions about Yugiri's visits. She had been managing those opinions because the visits were legitimate, and the alternative was leaving her daughter without the only person who had volunteered to care. But this night, this late, in the mist, with what the visits had apparently been building toward, she said no. Yugiri was outside, the Ichizio house in the mist, the gate, the woman inside, who was not coming to him. He composed himself, he wrote, he sent poems in, the language of the court, applied to this situation, the situation of a man at a gate in the evening mist, calling to someone inside. Poems came back from Ochibanomiya, restrained, appropriate, the distance maintained in the language of the poem. He stayed too late, later than was appropriate. The mist thickened around him. The house was quiet. The poems had stopped coming. He went home eventually, through the mist, back to the household, where Kumoi no Kari was not, because she was at her father's house. The resolution. It is not a clean resolution. The story does not offer clean resolutions. In the lower volumes, Kumoi no Kari came back, eventually, after the demonstrations of contrition, after the letters, after the particular negotiation of a marriage that has been stressed and that both parties have too much invested in to abandon. She came back, not entirely forgiving, but back. Ochibanomiya was not abandoned. Yugiri had made the promise to Kashiwagi. He kept it. He continued to provide for her. He continued to be present, in the ways a protector is present. But the mist had defined the limit. The mother at the gate, the poems coming back through the closed screen, the house that would not open. He had stood at the gate. He had sent his poems in. He had been given poems back. He had not been let in. The mist had defined it, what it was, and what it was not, what could happen, and what would not. This chapter is called The Evening Mist, Yugiri, the name of the man who was the evening mist, who moved in and out of things without ever quite being in them completely, without ever quite being outside them. The mist that comes at evening and obscures, and in the obscuring reveals something about the nature of what is obscured, the house that is more present in the mist than it is in clear light, because the mist shows you only the outline, and the outline is the essential thing. Ochibanomiya in the mist, her outline the essential thing, that Yugiri had seen through the visiting and the letters and the gate at night, a real person in real grief, quietly present in it. That was all. That was what it was. That was also more than enough to keep the mist moving toward the gate. The 40th chapter, Minori, the Law. Murasaki was dying, not in the way of the almost dying. That had come before, not the illness that came and went, and came again, and gave hope, and withdrew it. This time was different. The body that had been managing the illness for 2 years had reached the limit of what managing was possible. The chapter is called Minori, the Law, the Dharma, the Buddhist understanding of how things are, of impermanence, of the nature of what arises and passes. Everything that arises passes. This is the law. The flower that opens, closes. The light that comes, goes. The person who is here will not be here. This is not a tragedy. This is the law. Murasaki understood the law. She had been living with the law. For 2 years, she had been asking to take her vows, to enter the gray robes, to make the understanding official. Genji had not let her. She had lived with that too. The spring. It was spring when the story brings us into this chapter. Murasaki arranged a ceremony, the release of living creatures, the Hojo-e, the ceremony in which captive creatures are freed, birds, fish, anything that has been held, set free. She arranged it with the particular attention of someone for whom the ceremony is not symbolic, but is also exactly literal. Who is thinking about what it means to be held and what it means to be released? She was beautiful. The story returns to this. At the end of her life, in the spring, in the ceremony, she was beautiful. Not the beauty of health, the beauty of something that has arrived at its essential form, that has been reduced by illness and time to what was always most itself. The cherry blossoms were falling. She had arranged to see them. From where she was, the cherry trees of the spring garden, her garden, the garden that had been given to her because she was the spring. She looked at them. She made a poem. She said, "I wonder if I will see another spring of these blossoms. I wonder if this scattering is mine to see again." The poem was given to Akashi Mokimi through an intermediary, the woman in the winter rooms, the mother of the daughter Murasaki had raised. Akashi Mokimi received the poem. She understood what the poem was saying. She wrote back. She said something about the blossoms that fall and the blossoms that come again, and the question of what remains. Two women across the compound making poems about the cherry blossoms, about what remains. Genji was there. He was there as much as he could be. He had been there through the 2 years, through the improvement and the worsening and the improvement again. He was there for the ceremony. He watched her arrange it. He watched her in the spring garden. He watched her look at the blossoms. He had always loved her. He had known this, and had not always acted on it, and had sometimes let the knowing sit at the back while other things pressed forward. Now there was nothing pressing forward. There was only this, the woman in the garden, the blossoms falling, the poem she made. He made a poem too. He said something about the blossoms and the wind, about how they go together, how you cannot have the falling blossom without the wind that takes it, how this is not a cruelty. This is what it is to be a blossom. She heard his poem. She received it. She was past the point of needing him to say these things, but she received them because he was saying them, and because the receiving was a form of being with him in the last way available. Yugiri came, the son of Aoi, the son of the woman Genji had not loved the way she deserved until it was too late. Yugiri had always loved Murasaki, in the only way that was appropriate, as the woman who was the center of his father's household, as the person who had held things together when things needed holding. He came to see her. He saw her. The story notes this moment, his seeing of Murasaki in the final time, the same beauty that the typhoon had shown him through the disordered screen, still there, diminished in some ways, more essential in others. He looked, he felt what he felt, he received what the seeing gave him. He stayed. She asked again to take her vows. She had asked before. She had been refused before. She asked again, not as a request that expected to be granted, as a statement, as the person who is dying, saying the thing that has not been said, as directly as it needed to be said. I want to take my vows. This is what I want. Before I go, to have said the words, to have made the intention official. This is what I want. Genji said he would arrange it. He said he would find a monk. He said he would let her. He was saying it in the way of someone who is not sure he can do it, but who has heard finally what is being asked, who has understood that the refusal was a cruelty not intended as a cruelty, but a cruelty he had refused her because he could not imagine her leaving. He could not imagine the gray robes on the person who was the center, but the robes were not the leaving. The leaving was coming. Whether or not there were robes, the only question was whether she would leave, having been heard or having been refused. She did not make it to the vows. This is the weight of the chapter, the weight of the timing. He said he would arrange it. He was going to. He was going to find a monk and have the ceremony and give her what she had asked for. And before he could, she was gone in the autumn, after the spring of the ceremony, after the summer that was not a recovery. She died in the autumn, with Genji present, with Yugiri present, with the compound, and all it held, present around her. She died without the vows, the thing she had asked for, the thing he had not given her, and then, too late, agreed to give. She died without it. Genji's grief. The story does not perform it. It does not describe the dramatic expression, the wailing, the collapse. It describes the stillness, the particular stillness of someone who has arrived at the thing they feared most and is in it, and there is nothing to do but be in it. He held her, or he sat beside her. He was near her in the only way still available. He called her name. He said things that the story does not fully transcribe, things that belong to the room and not to the record. Yugiri wept. The story says this: the son who was not her son, who had loved her in the only way he could, who had seen her beauty twice, once through the storm, once in the spring, he wept, and the weeping was the weeping of someone who has received something real from a person and who knows that the person is gone, and what was received is now the evidence that the person was real. The compound after. She had been the center. This was true. Everyone had known it. She had organized the compound, the way the keystone organizes the arch, by being in the right place, by being the right thing. Without the keystone, the arch does not fall immediately. The stones hold for a moment, the shape holds, and then the compound held, the stones held. The form was still there. The women were still in their quarters. The seasons were still in their seasons, but the center was empty, and the compound knew it, and Genji knew it, and the story knew it. This is the chapter called Minori, the law that everything passes, that the flower closes, that the light goes, that the person who is here will not be here. Murasaki was not here. The cherry blossoms had fallen, and the spring had not come back, with her in it. The spring came, the blossoms came. She was not in them. The law, what she left the compound, she left the spring rooms, she left the daughter she had raised, who was now at the palace as the mother of the crown prince. She left the woman in the winter rooms, Akashi Mokimi, who had sent poems across the compound about the cherry blossoms, who had given her daughter to be raised here, who had watched Murasaki raise her daughter, and had been grateful, and had been sad, and had been both at once. She left Genji. This is what she left, that the story carries forward, the leaving of Genji, the Genji who had never been, without her presence, as the organizing principle of the compound, who now had the compound without the principle. He would not last long after her. The story carries this knowledge into the chapter not stated, known, the way the end of things is known, when the center is gone. He would not last long, but the story was not done with him yet. One more chapter, one more season, one more year of being Genji, without Murasaki to be Genji for. The law that everything passes, including Genji, including the story, including the world. It had taken 50 chapters to build, but not yet, not in this chapter. In this chapter, she is still freshly gone. The blossoms have fallen, the compound is still, and the law has spoken in the plainest way the law speaks, with the absence of someone who was there. The 41st chapter, Maboroshi, the wizard. He did not leave his rooms much now. This is how the last chapter of Genji begins, with the shrinking of the world, the compound that had been the measure of everything he had built, 4 seasonal quarters, 4 women, the full expression of his life, had become smaller. He did not go to the autumn quarter, he did not go to the winter quarter, he did not move through the compound the way the compound required. He stayed in the rooms that had been the spring rooms, Murasaki's rooms, the rooms that held the most of what was gone. A year passed. The story says this: a year passed after her death. The seasons came and went. Spring became summer. Summer became the autumn she had died in. The autumn became winter. And then spring again. Each season was the season. Without her in it, the cherry blossoms, the summer heat, the bell crickets, the snow, all of it continuing, all of it the season it always was, without the person who had been his evidence that the seasons were worth attending to. He watched the garden. This is what the chapter gives us, more than anything else. Genji watching the garden, the spring garden, her garden, the garden that had been designed for her season. Cherry, plum, wisteria, the garden that had been. The most beautiful garden in the capital. He watched it from the room, from where she had watched it, from the place where her presence had organized the watching into something more than observation. Without her, it was only beautiful. The beauty was still there. The garden had not changed. The blossoms fell the way they had always fallen. The light moved across the water the way it had always moved. But the beauty was no longer addressed to him, or he was no longer the person it was addressed to. Something had changed in the relationship between him and the beautiful garden. The garden continued. He was watching from outside it. He burned her letters, all of them, the letters she had written to him. Over the years, the letters she had sent when he was at Suma, the letters from the years of the compound, everything. He burned them one by one, or in groups. He read some before burning, others he did not read. He simply burned. This is the act that the chapter holds up as the act that says what the chapter is saying. The letters were her, in the only form. She still existed. The words she had put on paper, the handwriting, the particular quality of her language, the voice that was still there in the written form, even after the voice itself was gone. He burned them, not because he wanted to lose her, because he could not bear to leave them, to have them outlast him, to have someone else open them after, to have the particular privacy of what was between them become the property of after. He burned them. He kept her with him, in the fire, in the smoke that rose from the letters and went where smoke goes. The wild goose. In the autumn of this year, a wild goose flew over the garden, not unusual. Wild geese fly south in the autumn. They have always flown. They fly in formation, making the particular call. That is the sound of the season, changing. Genji watched the goose. He made a poem. He asked the wild goose where it had come from, whether it had flown over the capital, where she was, whether the place she was now was a place the wild geese flew over, whether she could still be reached somehow by the creatures that move between here and there. He knew she could not. He was not asking a question he expected answered. He was speaking to the goose, the way a person speaks when they have no one left to speak to, using the goose as the occasion for the voice, for saying her name, for saying, I am still here, I am still looking at the garden, I am still speaking. The new year. The ceremonies came. The new year required certain things, the visits, the poems, the acknowledgement of the turning. He performed them with the quality of someone for whom performing was what was left, the life that continues in the form of its performances, the ceremonies that say, the year has turned, we are still here, the world is still the world it was, he was still here, the world was still the world, and also she was not here, and the world was not the world without her. Both true in the new year, in the ceremonies. Akashi Mokimi came from the winter rooms. She came to see him in the spring. They had not been close exactly, not in the way of people who share their daily lives. She had been in the winter rooms. He had been in the spring rooms. Murasaki had been between them, in the structure of the compound, in the arrangement. Now Murasaki was not between them, and Akashi Mokimi came. From the winter rooms to the spring rooms to the man who had been on the other side of Murasaki. All these years he received her. They talked about the daughter, the Akashi Himegimi, who was at the palace, who had given birth to the crown prince, who was the fulfillment of everything the Akashi Nyudo had spent his life preparing for. Akashi Mokimi had outlasted so much, the coast of Akashi, the giving up of the daughter, the years in the winter rooms, all of it, she had outlasted it. She was here. There was something in the coming that was not only about the daughter, that was about the two of them, the two people who had survived the arrangement to arrive at this, the spring rooms, the talking, the garden outside. He thought about becoming a monk. He had thought about it before. He had thought about it when he was young and the court was pressing on him, when Suma was approaching, when the weight of what he had done and what had been done to him was the kind of weight that makes a person think about the life that sets it down. He thought about it now, more seriously, with the particular seriousness of someone for whom the things that kept him here were thinning. Murasaki had been one of the things. She had been the main thing. He had refused to let her go into the gray robes because he could not imagine being here without her. She had gone anyway, in the only direction he could not follow, and he was still here, discovering what here was. Without her, the gray robes were looking like the only honest response to the world as it had become, the world without her, the garden that continued without the person. It had been a garden for. The chapter ends. the story ends Genji's part, without ending it directly. There is no death scene, no final poem, no last act of the man, who has been the center of 50 chapters. The story simply stops, telling his story. There is one more chapter in the source text, called Kumogakure, the hiding in the clouds, and that chapter has no text, a title, no text, the hiding in the clouds. This is how Genji ends in the manuscript tradition. He hides in the clouds. He goes where the clouds go. The story does not follow. This is the most honest ending the story could give him. The ending that says the things that matter are not always the things that can be written. The ending that says he was here, he was real, he was the most extraordinary person the court had known, and he is gone now, in the way that extraordinary people go, without ceremony, without the final scene. He hides in the clouds. The story looks away. What Genji was, the story has been making this argument for 41 chapters, making it in the form of a life. He was born in light, the child whose beauty made the Korean astrologer say, "This person should have been a king." He reached toward what he could not have. Fujitsubo, the impossible center, the love that organized everything else around the impossibility of itself. He built the compound, the arrangement, the world of 4 seasons and 4 women, and everything else that the compound contained. He lost Kashiwagi in the compound, Fujitsubo in the spring of her 37th year, Murasaki in the autumn of the year after. He remained in the spring rooms, watching the garden, burning the letters, asking the wild goose, and then he hid in the clouds, and the story looked away. What remains? Kaoru, the fragrant one, the boy with the mysterious scent, the boy who believed he was Genji's son, who was not, who carried 2 secrets, his origin, and the weight of being the person the story would follow next. Yugiri, the evening mist, the dutiful son who had loved Murasaki in the only way possible, who had kept the promise to Kashiwagi, who had stood at the gate in the mist, Akashi Mokimi, in the winter rooms, who had given the daughter away in the snow, who had outlasted everything, who had come to the spring rooms, in the end, and the compound, the Rokujoin, the 4 seasons, the garden, the cherry blossoms that fell every year, whether or not there was anyone in the spring rooms to watch them. The wizard, Mabaroshi, the word means illusion, dream, the one who works with the unseen, the one who moves between worlds. In the poem that gives the chapter its title, a court wizard is described as someone who can travel to the place where the dead are, who can cross the border between here and there, who can bring back messages. Genji is the wizard. He is the one watching the garden, asking the wild goose, burning the letters, moving in the space between the person who is here and the person who is gone. Not magic, not the supernatural, the ordinary grief of a person who has lost the center of their life and who is living in the space the center left, moving in that space, making poems in that space, burning letters in that space, the wizard, the one who knows both sides, who has been here long enough to know what here is, who has loved the person gone long enough to know what gone is, who hides in the clouds, who goes where the clouds go, who is not followed. The spring garden continues, the cherry blossoms fall, the light moves across the water, and the story moves on without him into the next part, the part after Genji, the part that his life made possible. Maboroshi, the wizard, the dream, the one who hides in the clouds. The Tale of Genji, Part 4, The River at Uji. The 42nd chapter, Neonomiya, the perfumed prince. Genji was gone. The story does not tell us how. It does not give us the scene. The chapter called Kumogakure, The Hiding in the Clouds, has a title and no text. Genji hid in the clouds. The story looked away. Now there was the world after Genji, the world that his life had made, the world that continued, because worlds continue, even after the people who organized them are gone. Two young men, this is what the world after Genji offered the story. Two young men, connected to Genji by blood and by the particular inheritance of living in the world that Genji had built. The first was Kaoru, the fragrant one, Genji's second son in the official account, not in the truth beneath the account. Kashiwagi's son, the boy who had been born to Onna Sannomiya and Kashiwagi, and had grown up carrying two men's stories in the one body. The fragrance was his from the beginning, a scent that came from him without any source, not the incense he burned, not the scent of his robes, from him. The mystery of it was noted by everyone who came near him. He carried other mysteries too, the one he could not prove, but suspected, the question of his origin, the feeling that something about the official account of who he was did not match what he felt himself to be. This made him serious. This made him drawn to Buddhism, to the question of what is real beneath what appears, to the monks and the prayers, and the life of the person who has decided that the surface of things is not trustworthy. The second was Neonomiya, the perfumed prince. His fragrance was not mysterious. It was cultivated, the finest incenses, the most careful preparation. A young man who had decided that the quality of his presence would be measured in scent, and had pursued this with the dedication of someone who takes the measure of themselves seriously. He was Genji's grandson, the son of the emperor, the son of the Akashi Himegimi, the fulfillment of everything the Akashi Nudo had prepared for. On the coast, he was beautiful, he was charming, he had the quality of someone who had been given every gift and who used them with the confidence of someone who has never had to question whether the gifts were real. He was not Genji. The story knows this. He had Genji's gifts without Genji's weight, the charm without the impossible longing, the beauty without the impossible center. He was the lighter version, the version that was purely pleasure, without the particular suffering that had made Genji something more than pleasure. They were friends, Kaoru and Neonomiya, the serious one and the charming one, the one who carried weight and the one who did not, the one who smelled of mystery and the one who smelled of effort. They were friends in the way of people who are different enough to be interesting to each other. The charm of Neonomiya loosened something in Kaoru. The weight of Kaoru gave Neonomiya a quality of substance he could not find in himself. They moved through the capital together, through the ceremonies and the appointments, and the life of young men in the world that Genji had made, and Genji was no longer in. The 43rd chapter, Kobai, the Red Plum. Tunochujo's family continued. The oldest rival, the friend from the rainy night, the man who had competed with Genji across a lifetime, he was gone too, but his family continued. As families continue, the sons and daughters and the grandchildren and the networks of connection that outlast the people who made them. Kobai was Tunochujo's son, not Kashiwagi, another son, one of the many sons of the man who had so many children by so many women that keeping track required effort. Kobai had daughters, beautiful daughters, daughters who were being watched by Neonomiya with the attention that Neonomiya brought to everything beautiful. The chapter is brief. The red plum, the color of the flower in early spring, the color that says the cold is not done, but something is opening anyway. Kaoru and Neonomiya at the edge of this family, watching, waiting, two young men on the edge of the story that was about to become their story. The 44th chapter, Takakawa, the Bamboo River, Tamakazura's children, the woman of the fireflies, the woman Genji had found and named and kept and arranged, and who Higekuro had taken with the force of someone who did not ask. She had children now, she had daughters, and the daughters were beautiful in the way that Tamakazura was beautiful, which is to say in a way that attracted attention and required management. Neonomiya was interested. Of course, Neonomiya was interested. He was interested in every beautiful woman who came within his range. The interest was not particular to them. It was the quality of him, the capacity for attention that he directed, like a lamp, toward whatever was in front of it. The daughters managed him with more success than their mother had managed Genji, or with different success, the particular success of a generation that had watched the women before them and had learned from what they saw. The bamboo river. The bamboo grows along the river's edge. It grows in clusters, each stalk connected to the others, beneath the ground. You cannot remove one without disturbing all of them. This is the family, the generation, the network of connection that the story was now moving through. Everything connected beneath the surface, everything reaching toward the light in the same direction. The 45th chapter, Hashihime, the lady at the bridge. Now the story reaches Uji, the place where the river runs, between the hills south of the capital, the place the aristocracy had used as a retreat, a place of running water and mountain air, and the particular atmosphere of somewhere that is almost, but not quite, the world you came from. A prince lived there, Hachinomiya, the 8th prince, the brother of Genji, who had never quite found his place in the order of things, who had gone to Uji, who had retreated from the capital, with its politics and its competitions, and had made a life in the river valley. He was deeply religious, the Buddhism that was the genuine article, not the Buddhism that Kaoru was drawn to as a form of doubt and questioning, the Buddhism of someone who had simply decided that the world of the court was not where he was going to find what he was looking for. He lived at Uji, he prayed, he raised his daughters in the river valley, with the river running through everything. He had 2 daughters, Oigimi, the elder daughter, the first daughter, who had her father's seriousness, who had grown up near the river with the Buddhism and the retreating from the world, and who had formed views about what the world offered that were not optimistic. Nakanokimi, the younger daughter, the second daughter, who was lighter than her sister, not lighter in a shallow way, lighter in the way of someone who has not yet been pressed hard enough by the specific gravity of things to have formed the same resistance, both beautiful, the beauty of women raised near a river, in the mountains, by a father who thought the world was not the point, a beauty that was not arranged for the world's inspection. Kaoru came to Uji. He had been visiting Hachinomiya, the prince who was the closest thing to what Kaoru was looking for, a man of genuine religious practice, a man who had set down what the world offered and found something else, a man who could talk about the things Kaoru thought about without performing. He came to Uji. He came often. He sat with Hachinomiya. He listened to what Hachinomiya said about the impermanence of things, about what mattered, about what did not. And one autumn evening, returning to the house, through the garden he heard music, Two women playing in the room beyond the garden, in the lamplight, one playing the koto, one playing the biwa, together, in the way of people who have been playing together since they were children, who know each other's rhythms, who play without watching, because the watching is not what they need. Kaoru stood in the garden. He heard the music. He heard the voices that were the music, and the voices beside the music, and the quality of two people making something together in the lamplight, in the house by the river. He did not announce himself. He stood. He listened. What he felt was something he had not expected. Kaoru was serious, suspicious of his own feelings. The doubt about his origin had made him doubt the validity of wanting things. If who he was uncertain, then what he wanted was uncertain too. If the self that wanted was not what it claimed to be, then the wanting was suspect. He had kept himself at a distance from the things that would require him to commit to a feeling. Buddhism helped with this. The practice of not attaching was also a practice of not wanting, both useful, both in his case also a form of armor, and then the music. He stood in the garden by the river. He heard two women making something real together in the lamplight, and the armor did not hold. He did not understand yet which of the two women the feeling was for. He stood in the autumn garden. He heard the music. He felt something he could not categorize and could not set aside. The river ran behind him. The music came through the screens. The lamp threw its light through the gaps, and Kaoru stood in the middle of it all and felt the thing the story had been building toward. Since Genji hid in the clouds, the next part of the story, starting here, in the garden, by the river, with the music, at the bridge between one world and another, between the world of Genji and the world that came after, the lady at the bridge. The 46th chapter, Shigemoto, beneath the oak. Hachinomiya was dying, not suddenly, with the particular deliberateness of someone who has been preparing for a long time, and who, when the preparation is done, simply proceeds. He had lived at Uji for many years. He had retreated from the capital and made his life at the river. He had raised his daughters in the particular atmosphere of a house where Buddhism was not a practice, but a way of seeing. Before he went to the mountain temple, for the final time he called his daughters. He said what fathers say when they know what the saying is for. He said, "I am not long for this world. After I go, you will have no one. Do not do anything that dishonors the family. Do not make casual arrangements with ordinary men. Stay at Uji. Remain what you are. Wither here if you must. But do not become something lesser by reaching for something that is not worthy of you." The daughters heard this with the particular hearing of children who do not yet know what the words are really saying. until later, until the father is gone and the words come back in a different register. He went to the mountain. He did not come back. The messenger came instead. The eighth prince had died in the mountain temple. He had died as he had lived, quietly, in the direction of the thing he had been moving toward for a long time. Oigimi and Nakanokimi received the news. Together, in the house by the river, the house that was now, the house without the father, the house that was now, only the daughters and the river and the words the father had said before he left. They could not see the body. The ascetic in the mountain refused them. He said the attachment to the physical form of the dead was an attachment that did not serve the dead. He said it with the authority of a man who had decided what served the dead. The daughters obeyed. They had no choice but to obey. They stayed at Uji. They wept at Uji. They held each other at Uji with the river running. Through everything, Kaoru came. He had promised. The promise had been made to a living man and was now owed to the daughters the man had left. He came. He came to the house by the river. He was the only man who came with something other than desire, or who came with desire, mixed with something that was more than desire, the particular quality of someone who has been changed by the person who is gone, and who comes to the people that person left with the weight of the changing. He sat with them on the other side of the screens. He spoke to them. They spoke back. The particular quality of grief shared across a screen by people who cannot quite touch each other. He felt what he felt about Oigimi standing in the garden. He had heard the music. He had watched from outside. He had felt the armor give way, and now the father was gone, and the daughters were in the house, without anyone to protect them, and Kaoru was the only one who had been asked to be here, who had promised to be here. He was here. The feeling was also here, both together, the duty and the desire, the promise to the father, and the reaching toward the daughter, in the house by the river, in the autumn, with the river running through everything. The 47th chapter, Agamaki, the bow knot. Oigimi refused him. This is the chapter of the refusal, not a single refusal, the sustained, deliberate, intelligent refusal of a woman who has thought carefully about her situation and arrived at conclusions that are not optimistic. She was 25. In the world of the Heian court, 25 was already late. The women who were going to be arranged into households had been arranged. The women of her age who had not been arranged were the women for whom arrangement had not been available or had not been wanted. She had not been arranged because her father had not arranged her. Her father had taken her to Uji and raised her there with the words about not dishonoring the family and the words about withering in the mountains rather than becoming something lesser by reaching. She had heard these words. She had taken them seriously. She was the daughter who took things seriously. She also saw her situation clearly, which was this. She was 25. She was without her father. She was at Uji. She had no political position, no powerful family behind her, no one who could guarantee what marriage usually guaranteed. She had Kaoru, who was serious about her, who came to Uji, who sat on the other side of screens and said the things that were said by men who wanted what Kaoru wanted, and she refused him. She refused him, not because she did not feel anything. The story is honest about this. She felt something. When he was at Uji, when his voice came through the screens, when the particular quality of him was present in the room, she felt something. She refused him because of what she saw. When she looked at the situation clearly, she was too old. She was unwell. She was going to die young. She was certain of this, not as a performance, as a calculation, based on the particular way she felt in her body and the particular way the river looked in the autumn. She said, I am not what you think I am. I am not the person worth what you are offering. Marry my sister, give her what you would give me. She is younger, she is better, she will last longer. Kaoru heard this. He refused the refusal. He wanted Oijimi, not the calculation, not the replacement. He had heard the music in the autumn garden, and the music had told him what he could not find elsewhere. He would not take the sister. He would not accept the substitution. He wanted the person. The music had been the trap he set. He thought, if Nakanokimi were married, there would be no more reason for Oigimi to offer her. If Nakanokimi were taken, Oigimi would have to accept that the substitution was done and that only herself was left. He brought Neonomiya to Uji. He did what he did. He was not proud of it, or he was not proud of it. In the way the story notes, the shame of someone who has done something that worked and has to live with it working. Neonomiya came to Nakanokimi in the dark. The way these things happened, the marriage was established, and Kaoru came to Oigimi, and Oigimi was in the room where she had expected to be alone, and Kaoru was there, and she understood what had happened, and she understood what the trap had been, and what it meant. She did not capitulate, even then, even with the trap closed around her. She did not give him what the trap was for. She held her position. She remained who she was. She refused him. Even then, Oigimi died. She had said she would. She had said it as a calculation, the particular certainty of someone who knows the direction their body is going. She died in the autumn, after the trap, after the refusal, after the weight of everything had accumulated past what was sustainable. She had watched her sister married into a household where the husband could not come often. She had seen what that meant, the waiting, the hoping, the arriving eventually at the understanding that the position of a woman in a powerful man's household was not the security it appeared from the outside. She had seen this and had weighed it against the father's words, against withering in the mountains, against the calculation of her own short life. She had decided, not loudly, with the particular quietness of someone who has decided and who is simply living out. The decision. Kaoru came to her. In the final days, he came with the quality of someone who has arrived at what they were afraid of and finds it exactly as bad as they were afraid. She looked at him. She did not say, "I told you." She had nothing left. For saying "I told you," she had barely enough left. For being there, she was there, and then she was not, and the river ran on outside the house at Uji, as it had always run, as it would always run. The 48th chapter, Sawarabi, the young bracken. Spring came to Uji, the particular spring that comes to a place after the grief has settled into something quieter than grief, the spring that does not ask whether you are ready for it. That comes anyway, that brings the bracken and the ferns and the first green things pushing up through whatever the winter left. The mountain ascetic sent them, as he did every year, young bracken, fiddleheads, the first things of spring, from the mountain where Hachinomiya had died. Nakanokimi received them. She held the package. She thought about the man who had sent them, and the mountain, and the year that had passed. She made a poem about the bracken of the mountain, about who she would show it to now, about the person she had shown it to before, who was no longer there to show. Everyone was not there now. The father not there, the sister not there. Nakanokimi was in the house at Uji, where she had grown up, with everything that had been there, and was not any more. Neonomiya came to take her, to the capital, to the second ward, to his house, to the life. That was the next life, the life after the house at Uji, after the father, after the sister. The night before she left, Kaoru came to Uji. He sat with her. They talked about Oigimi, about what the house had been, about what it was now. Kaoru had regret, specific, particular regret, not the vague regret of someone who has lost something they valued, the specific regret of someone who sees what they did and what it produced and who cannot take it back. He had wanted Oigimi. He had arranged the trap. He had watched Oigimi use the trap as the final reason to refuse everything. She had died refusing him. He had not gotten what the trap was for. He had gotten the knowledge of what he had done, which was not the same thing. He sat with Nakanokimi through the last night at Uji. They talked about her sister in the way of two people who have both lost the same person from different angles. In the morning, Nakanokimi prepared to leave. The house at Uji would remain, the river would remain, the mountain in the background, the bracken coming up through the earth, but the daughters would be gone, the daughters that Hachinomiya had raised. At the river, with the words about withering, and the music in the lamplight. Oigimi was gone to where the dead go. Nakanokimi was going to the capital, and the house at Uji would hold what it held: the river, the mountain, the memory of the music, the spring coming anyway. The 49th chapter, Yadarigi, the mistletoe. Kaoru could not stop. This is what the chapter of the mistletoe is about, the inability to stop. He had lost Oigimi. He had gone back to the capital. He had been appointed to positions. He had done the things that a man of his position was supposed to do. He had even taken a wife, the second princess, the emperor's daughter, a woman of the highest birth, a woman with no particular fault, except that she was not Oigimi. The mistletoe grows on other trees. It fastens itself to something already rooted and lives there, dependent on the host, drawing from the host what it needs, neither parasitic in the full sense, nor independent, something in between. Kaoru was the mistletoe. He was growing on something that was not his own root. The host was Oigimi, or the memory of Oigimi, the person who had refused him, and died refusing him, and who had left a shape in the air where she had been. He was growing on that shape. Nakanokimi was in the capital now, in Neonomiya's house, in the second ward, pregnant with Neonomiya's child, managing the position of a woman whose husband's attention was not as constant as the early attention had been. Neonomiya had married another woman, the daughter of Yugiri, the arrangement that had been arranged by the people who arrange things. He had not wanted it. He had not had the power to refuse it. Nakanokimi understood this. She had always understood that the position of a woman in a powerful man's household was exactly this: the husband who could not come often, the other marriages, the managing. Kaoru came to see her as a friend, as the person who had promised her dead father and who carried the promise. Even now, he sat with her. He talked about Oigimi. He always talked about Oigimi when he was with Nakanokimi, because Nakanokimi was the closest to what Oigimi had been. The same family, the same river, the same quality of having grown up near the water and the Buddhism and the father's words. He was too close to her. The story records this with the directness it uses for difficult things. He was too close to Nakanokimi, not in the way he had wanted to be, with Oigimi, in the way of someone, reaching towards someone, because the reaching is the only available form of reaching toward the person. They cannot reach. Nakanokimi understood this. She was also pregnant. He reached for her and felt the child and stopped. He stopped, not because of virtue, because of the physical fact of the pregnancy, but he had reached, and she had felt the reaching, and the reaching had told her something about Kaoru and about her own situation and about the need to find something else for him before the reaching became something more. She told him about a woman who had come to visit, a woman who had arrived, unannounced, in the way of someone who does not know whether they will be welcomed, but who has come anyway. She was Oigimi's half-sister, the daughter of Hachinomiya, by a woman who was not Hachinomiya's wife, who had not been acknowledged, who had been raised in the provinces by the mother's new husband. She had come to visit Nakanokimi, and when she came, Nakanokimi had looked at her and seen something that she had not expected to see. Oigimi's face, or not exactly, but the quality of it, the same inheritance, the same father's blood expressing itself in the features. Nakanokimi watched Kaoru's face when she told him this. She watched the thing that moved across his face, the thing that was not hope exactly, but that was the direction of hope, the particular motion of a person who has been without something for long enough that the news of something like it moves them before they can manage the moving. He asked about her. Who was she? Where was she now? When could he see her? Nakanokimi answered carefully. The woman was called Ukifune, the floating boat. She was at Uji. She had gone back to Uji. She had been at Nakanokimi's house briefly, and had gone. Kaoru heard the name, Ukifune, the floating boat, the name that said something about the person before he knew her. The boat that floats on water that moves, that goes where the water takes it, that has no anchor, that does not know its destination until it arrives. He would go to Uji. He would find her. He would see if what Nakanokimi said was true, if the face was what she said, if the quality was what she said, if the river at Uji held something for him still. The 50th chapter, Azumaya, the Eastern Cottage, Ukifune. She had not expected any of this. She had grown up in the East, in the provinces. Her mother had remarried. The stepfather was a man of middling position, who had his own children, and who had made it clear, in the way of stepfathers, who have made something clear, without saying it clearly, that Ukifune was not what he had signed on for. She was beautiful. This was the problem. This was always the problem. Beautiful women in the provinces attracted the kind of attention that provincial men understood as their right. Her mother had brought her to the capital, to Nakanokimi's house, the half-sister, the woman connected to the family, that ukifune had not grown up in, but that she belonged to by blood. She had been there briefly. She had been seen by Neonomiya, who saw everything beautiful, and who, upon seeing it, decided he wanted it. She had gone back to Uji before anything could happen. She had gone back to the empty house by the river that had been Hachinomiya's house and was now nobody's house. Just the river and the house, and the autumn and the silence. Kaoru came to find her. He went to Uji. He went to the house. He asked, and he saw her, or a glimpse of her, through the arrangements that women and their attendants made between the world and the visible presence of the woman. He saw her profile, the particular line of her, in the lamplight, in the house where the music had been. It was the same, or close enough to the same, that the difference was not what he felt first. What he felt first was the face, Oigimi's face, in a different person, the same inheritance, presenting itself again, in someone younger, someone who had grown up, at a distance from the world that had formed Oigimi, someone who was like Oigimi, in the way a reflection is like. The thing it reflects, related, not identical, but enough. For Kaoru, enough. He arranged. He was good at arranging. He had learned it from the world he had grown up in. He would establish her at Uji. He would visit her. He would have what the reflection gave, the face, the quality, the thing that was like, the thing he had lost. He arranged it. She came to be at Uji, in the house by the river, under his protection. Neonomiya heard. He heard about the woman at Uji, the woman Kaoru had put there. He had seen her at Nakanokimi's house. He had seen the face and the beauty, and had filed it in the part of him that filed beautiful things for future attention. He heard she was at Uji under Kaoru's protection. In Kaoru's arrangement, he decided to go. This is the beginning of what the chapter is about. The two men, the same woman, the woman who floats, who does not have an anchor, who goes where the water takes her. Kaoru had put her at Uji. Neonomiya was going to Uji, and ukifune was there, in the house by the river, under the protection that was about to become something more complicated than protection. The 51st chapter, Ukifune, the floating boat. Neonomiya came in the night. The way things happened in the night. He came to the house at Uji. He came in the disguise of not quite a disguise, in the dark, in the way that men, with the charm and the confidence of Neonomiya, went when they had decided to go. He pretended to be Kaoru, or he did not exactly pretend. He came in the dark, and Ukifune's attendants thought it was Kaoru. The timing, the approach, the particular quality that men of that world had of being interchangeable in the dark, she realized. or she realized late, or she did not realize until it was too late to matter. What happened was what happened. The story says it, with the directness it uses for these moments, without dwelling, without concealing. Then he took her to the island. There is a small island, in the river at Uji, a small piece of land. In the middle of the current, Sannomiya took her there. 2 days on the island, in the middle of the river, the current on all sides, nowhere to go except back to one shore or the other. He was passionate. This is what the story says. Not the steady, careful, serious quality of Kaoru. Passionate, fully present. The kind of presence that takes up all the room in the space it is in. She felt what she felt. She felt both things, the fear of what had happened and the response to the passion, the knowledge that this was wrong, and the feeling that moved toward it anyway. The two things together, not resolving, staying together. She thought about Kaoru, who had arranged her here, who was serious and steady, who came from the world she had been given access to, who had offered her the closest thing to security that her situation allowed. She thought about Sannomiya on the island, with the river on all sides, who was everything that was immediate and present, and feeling everything at full strength. Both of them were real. Both of them were a claim. She was between them, the floating boat, the boat without an anchor, going where the current took it. She came back from the island, back to the house at Uji, back to the arrangement that had been made for her, back to the position that was Kaoru's arrangement and that Sannomiya had now, complicated past the point where it could be what it had been. Kaoru came not knowing. He came as he always came, steady, serious, the presence that was the presence of someone who is there because they arranged to be there, and who will be there when the arrangement requires. Ukifune looked at him. She received him. She was the woman she was in the presence of Kaoru, careful, composed, performing the composure of someone who is not what they are performing. He noticed something in her quality. Something had changed. He did not know what. He thought she had matured. He thought the river life had deepened her. He was pleased. He told her he was pleased. He said she was becoming what he had hoped she would become. She heard this. She received it. She held it alongside everything else she was holding. The island was there. Sannomiya was there. The current was there. And Kaoru was pleased, and she was between all of it. The floating boat on the river at Uji in the winter, with the current deciding direction. The 52nd chapter, Kage Roar, the Mayfly. Ukifune was gone. This is how the chapter begins, with the absence, with the fact of it. She had written 2 letters, one to Sannomiya, one to her mother, not to Kaoru, to the 2 people, who might understand what could not be explained, to the mother who had loved her, to the man who had been the full force of presence on the island. She left the letters, and she went to the river, or toward the river, or in the direction of the river. The attendants found the letters. The letters said what letters say when they are the last letters. The attendants understood what the letters were. They found her shoes at the edge of the water, the shoes that were the evidence of the direction she had gone. She was gone. Neonomiya received the news. He was in his house in the capital. He had been thinking about her, the way he thought about every beautiful woman he had reached for, with the particular combination of desire satisfied and desire still moving toward the next. The news came. She was gone. The river at Uji. He was shocked, in the way of someone who has not considered that a woman might have a response to what had happened. That was this large. He could not do much. His position would not allow it. The investigation, the expression of grief, the full weight of what he felt, deployed in public. He was the prince. She had been the woman. In another man's arrangement, he mourned in private, with the private grief of someone who cannot mourn publicly the person they should not have wanted. Kaoru received the news. He did the things, the memorial services, the arrangements for her mother, the practical care of someone who had been responsible for the person who was gone and who was still responsible for the shape of the aftermath. He was also inside the doing, broken in the particular way of someone for whom this is the second time, the second woman at Uji, the second face, the second loss. Oigimi had refused him and died. Ukifune had been between him and Neonomiya, and had gone to the river. He had wanted Oigimi. He had found Ukifune. He had wanted Ukifune for the wrong reason, as the reflection, as the replacement, and the wrong reason had produced the wrong result. He thought about this. He sat with the mayfly, Kaguru, the insect that lives one day, that emerges in the morning, and is gone by evening, that burns through its entire existence, between the light of one day and the dark. Ukifune was the mayfly, or the story of Ukifune was the brief, present, burning, the life that was there and then was not. He thought, what do I do with the knowledge of what I did, the arrangement that arranged her to the place she went to when she went to the river? He did not have an answer. He arranged the memorial. He did what he could do. He went on. The 53rd chapter, Tenerai, the calligraphy practice. She was alive. Ukifune was alive. The river had not taken her, or the river had taken her part way and put her down. On the other side, she had been found on the road, in the forest, by the monks of a temple in the mountains, the Yokawano Suzu, the holy man of the mountain who was traveling with his people and who found a woman lying in the road, who did not ask first what the situation was, who simply helped in the way of people who have decided that helping is what they do. She was brought to a place of safety, a small house in the hills north of Uji, the hills called Ono, remote enough, quiet enough, far enough from the river and the houses and the men who had been the reason for the river. She did not speak at first. For a long time she did not speak. The body had been somewhere and had come back. The mind was taking longer to come back, or the mind had decided that it was not sure it wanted to come back to the same thing it had left. She stayed in the small house in the hills with the nuns and the holy man and the quiet of a place that was not the river at Uji, the old nun who had taken her in, who had lost a daughter, who saw in ukifune something of the daughter, or the wish of the daughter, or the shape of what the daughter would have been. She said, "You are like her. You are so like her. Will you stay?" Ukifune did not say yes. She did not say no. She stayed, which was its own answer. She practiced calligraphy, tenurai, the calligraphy practice, the chapter named for the thing. She did. While she was in the hills, she wrote the characters, the practice of the characters, the meditation of the brush, and the ink, and the paper, and the character. That was being made. She wrote poems, not to send, for herself, the practice of saying what could not be said in the vocabulary available to the conversation. She wrote about the river, about the two men, about the island, about what it was, to be the floating boat, to go where the current went, to arrive somewhere you had not chosen. She wrote it down, in the hills, in the quiet, in the practice of the characters. She took her vows. The decision came, the way decisions come. In the Genji story, not loudly, not announced, in the way of something that has been arriving, and finally arrives. She asked the holy man to give her the vows, the gray robes, the cut hair, the step into the life that was not the life she had been living. He said yes. She had been there long enough. She had shown what she had shown. He said yes. The hair was cut. The robes were gray. Ukifune was a nun. The story notes what this meant, which was the world of the two men was no longer her world. Kaoru's arrangement was over. Neonomia's island was over. The position of the floating boat between two claims was over. She had chosen the other thing, the thing that was not either claim, the thing that said, "I am not available to be arranged, or to be taken, or to be the reflection of someone who is gone. I am here, in the hills, in the gray robes, practicing the characters, not the woman you were looking for, not anymore. The 54th chapter, Yumanuki Hashi, the floating bridge of dreams. Kaoru found out that she was alive, that the river had not taken her, that the mayfly had not finished. It's one day that she was in the hills, in the gray robes, in the small house, with the nuns. He found out through the monk, the Yokawa holy man, who had been asked to perform a ceremony at a house in the capital, who, in the course of the visit, spoke of the woman he had found, the woman who had been on the road, who was now at Ono, who had taken her vows. The description reached Kaoru. The particular way the description matched, the face, the quality, the river, the timing. He was certain. He sent a letter to her, to Ukifune, in the hills, in the gray robes, the letter that said what he had wanted to say and had not said in all the time she had been gone and presumed dead. He said, I know you are there, I know you are alive. Come back, come to what I arranged for you. Come to the place we had. The gray robes do not have to be permanent. You can come back. She received the letter. She read it, or someone read it to her. She understood what it was. The voice of the arrangement, the voice of the man who had put her at Uji, who had placed her there as the reflection of someone else, who had been pleased when she matured, who was now asking her to return to the place where the maturity had led to the river. She did not answer, or she answered through an intermediary. She said, I do not know who you are writing to. You must have the wrong person. I am a nun here. I know no one from before. There is no one from before. He came himself. He could not stay away. He was Kaoru. He was the man who could not stop. The mistletoe, growing on what was not his root. He could not stay away. He went to the hills. He went to the small house. He was not admitted inside. He stood at the gate. He sent his words in. She sent words back, the words of someone who has decided what she will and will not be, and who is holding that decision against the full force of what is pressing on it. She said, I do not remember. I do not know. I am not who you think I am. I am here, in this place, in these robes. This is who I am. He heard this. He heard the words that she said, and the words underneath the words, the holding, the decision that was being held, the gray robes that were the wall she had built between herself and everything that had happened. He heard it. He stood at the gate in the autumn hills. He heard what she was saying. The story ends, not with a resolution, not with a reconciliation, not with the floating boat coming to shore, or the anchor being found, or the current finally bringing her to somewhere she chose. The story ends with Kaoru standing at the gate, thinking his thoughts, wondering what it was. He was thinking, whether Neonomia knew she was alive, whether the other men she had been between were somewhere in this, whether anyone here was who they seemed. And the story says at the end, so the original text says, and the story stops. This is the floating bridge of dreams, Yumanuki Hashi, the bridge that appears in the dream, that looks solid, that you step onto, and the stepping reveals what the dream is. The bridge that is not a bridge, the solid that is not solid, the arrival that is not arrival. The whole story has been this bridge, the reaching towards something that recedes, the love that finds its form in the thing it cannot have. Fujitsubo, oigimi, ukifune, always the impossible, always the reaching, always the bridge. That is a dream. Ukifune in her gray robes, in the hills, refusing, Kaoru at the gate, wondering, the river at Uji, running between them, as it has always run, as it will always run, the bridge of dreams, not solid, but beautiful, not a bridge, but the only way across. The story ends here, at the gate, at the bridge, at the place where the solid and the dream were always the same thing. The Tale of Genji, written by Murasaki Shikibu around the year 1000, here